Good morning, evening, afternoon. Yes, you're going to hear doubling for a second. Don't mind me. Fantastic. So glad that this works. Okay, I'll turn that off. I'm done. I promise. Okay. There we are. Hello, Ami. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Hey, you say hi. Introduce yourself for me.
Hello, good morning. I'm Ami. I'm Morris. I'm tired.
Yeah. You like just woke up.
I sure did.
I've been up for a little bit.
I'm tired.
Doing my setup. We're gonna hop right into it. Because we're on a little bit of a time limit. But it's okay. And as I say that, let me let me get set up. Oh, first of all, let me get take my crown off and put my own ears on.
Meow.
Oop. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Okay.
Meow.
So do you remember what happened?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Would you like to do a recap?
I remember we didn't get. I feel like we got far, but apparently we didn't get far at all.
You know, that's the thing, isn't it?
I remember Rye is there. Rye is there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it? No. I like remember. Okay, no. Can you tell me? I remember, but I don't remember. Like when we get back into the game, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember this.
Okay.
But now my brain don't work.
So
I just
hey,
came alive.
we are in a beautiful, beautiful, lovely world full of only cats. There is a sickness that is going around. Can you see in Discord?
I can't. I thought you wanted me to recap what happened last time. I didn't think you wanted me to recap the entirety of the thing.
Oh, well, it's been a bit, so just quick recap of all the things.
Oh, well, yeah, there's Kitty Boys, and then there's Konoe, and he got diseased with the snakes, and the snakes were doing stuff to him, and then he got, well, no, he left his village, and then they were like, what the hell is wrong with you? Or at least one person was. And he was like, no, and he ran away. And then he ended up in the forest where you meet that other little like jester cat Twink, and then
Jester cat. Like, there was a snake.
No, there was a cat.
He's the snake. The jester.
Oh.
He's the snake.
Did he say that?
Well, he's got scales. Where? Hold on. You're talking about Feety, right?
Yeah, I thought he was a cat. Am I stupid?
Hold on. Before I question everything, yes, he is a snake.
I may be stupid.
Hold on. Hold on. He's got a snake or he's got a lizard tail.
Since when?
Since forever. Hold on. Where are you? There you are.
Remember that he was cute.
Hold on. There you go. If it loads. There you go.
Oh, I didn't see that because the text box was blocking it.
Oh, maybe, but he didn't have ears. That's one thing.
I thought maybe he was just freaky like that.
He is freaky like that, but he's also a lizard.
I didn't know! Also, if I'm not looking close enough, that just looks like a black cattail.
I guess.
If I'm not, like, zooming in. There's no need to get mad at me. Don't be rude. Be rude.
Okay.
And then we meet Rye in the forest. He saves us, kind of.
Kind of. Yeah, he does save us.
We fall down a lot. And
Yeah.
then we meet. Is it Asato?
Asato, yeah.
I like him. He's very
Mhm.
sweet. And
I like him
then
too.
we got like shunned out of that village, and he tried to help us. It followed us. No, he held them off.
Yes.
He was like,
we
"Go,
we
run!"
ran away because we were doing Rise route.
Yeah.
And the reason that the people were chasing us was because they were all starting to get sick too.
And then now we're in the city.
Yes.
And then we met those other twin cats.
Yes.
Who were feisty.
And they tried to kill us.
Yes. And then we met the other big man.
Yes. Yes, we met Bardo. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, he's an innkeeper.
He is an innkeeper. Yep.
Yes.
And then
the dude was there. Oh, we went to the forest. We went to the deep forest.
Yes,
and now Rai is, like,
and we
training
learned
us.
we learned some lore from a mystical man. And we also learned that Konoe is being hunted, but we kind of figured this already. But he's being hunted by specific people. And also Konoe learned that he's a sangha. And a sangha.
Oh yeah, that's right.
To Toga
Thing.
is a
shield.
Yeah,
Like a bard.
the sword and the bard, essentially. But the sangha sings beautiful songs to power up their counterpart.
Yes. I do remember this. Because he
Okay.
figured it out, and he was like, "Rai, help!" And Rai was like, "I don't know what you want."
And then, and then Rai went to go train him and everything. By the way, I hope audio sounds good while we've been chatting. That was also what this was for. You should be clear. All right, let's go ahead. We'll load up. Yeah. Let me know how game audio and stuff sounds. Okay. Well, I'm gonna read soothingly to you, so don't fall asleep. Konoe's mind was always occupied, the flames reflecting in his eyes. Thank you, appreciate it. Right, and we're here when we stopped when Asato and Rai first met each other.
Oh yeah, because the girls are fighting.
The girls are fighting, yeah. Asato had said he'd felt something unpleasant in Rai. They sounded like words spoken in the heat of a quarrel, but Konoe couldn't help but worry that Asato really had sensed something. In fact, Konoe had also felt some discomfort about Rai. When Rai and Asato fought, at the time Rai parried the sword Asato swung down. At that time, he felt like he saw Rai laughing, because he started to grow impatient. Memory was kind of vague and unclear. Maybe he'd just imagined it, but Konoe had a feeling something similar had happened before. In addition, he gradually began to understand Rai's habits while he fought. His center of gravity leaned just slightly to the right. Occasionally, he'd raise an arm to protect his face. It seemed like probably he is supposed to be in there. It seemed like it was protecting his bandaged right eye. For some reason, it looked like that to Konoe. Maybe he was imagining it, or he was overthinking it, but he recalled the shaman's response. Where there is light, there is shadow. It is so for anyone, so the shaman had said. It is so for anyone. He didn't have a mind to think too hard about it, but when Konoe was shown a little glimpse like that... No, that was enough. He shook his head slightly as if to reject the thought. For now, there were other things to be done. Konoe lay down and curled his tail around his body, listening to the crackling of the bonfire.
こんなところで道草かいのんびりしてるね
I don't recognize this voice. Wasting time in a place like this? How carefree.
Is it the dude?
Suddenly, it might be Fidi actually. Suddenly a voice whispered right by his ear. His eyes shot open and he jumped up. Ryan must have detected her presence.
I was like, that was not right.
No. It's just showing him getting up. Because he jumped down from overhead, rustling the leaves and branches. Asato became alert as well, running his eyes over their surroundings. Konoe felt all the fur in his body bristle on end in wariness. That voice just now, it had to be.
こっちだよ.
Here I am. Yep, okay. Do you want to do Fidi?
Sure.
When he looked behind him, that clown Fidi floated in the dark room.
So true. He is a clown.
The clown. After putting one hand on his waist, Fidi put a hand on his chest, exaggeratedly slow and bowed.
Oh my.
That's Konoe.
Oh. God, I gotta do work. I just woke up.
Get it together.
You.
Oh yeah? 仲間が増えたね。心強い。頼もしい。よかったね。
Oh, have you more friends? Are they reliable? Reassuring? Good for you.
Fidi looked at Rai and Asato and bowed to each in turn, his smile as mocking as his voice. As soon as he did so, Konoe felt a strong resentment. He's like, fuck this bitch!
Konoe!
Konoe had already thrown himself at Fidi. The sight of Fidi made uncontrollable anger suddenly overflow inside of him.
Otto.
Fidi swiftly dodged Konoe's claws with his nimble body, as though he was made of water. Konoe turned around and once again captured Fidi in his sight. His pupils were thin as needles, and a low, threatening growl spilled from his lips.
Oh, こうは。そんなに怒るなよ。戦いに来たわけじゃないんだからさ。
Ooh, scary. But don't be so angry. I didn't come to fight.
Fidi landed on the ground with the tips of his toes, smiling mischievously. Konoe was about to leap at him again when Asato caught his shoulder.
Konoe, ダメだ.
Konoe, it's no good. He breathed deeply to try and calm down, his roused feelings somewhat pacified by Asato's voice. His hands trembled slightly in response.
そうそう。焦ってもいいことなんて何もないよ。どんなに時間がなくても、ゆったり身構える余裕がないとね。
Right. No reason to get impatient. Although it must be hard just standing around when your time is running out.
お前。何の用だ?
You... What do you want?
いろいろ頑張ってるみたいじゃないか。この森のさ、長生きの猫のところまでわざわざ話を聞きに行ったり。
You look like you're trying your hardest. In particular, I came to this forest to see what that old cat had to say.
He knew everything for some reason. Fidi laughed, shaking his head slowly in amusement. Rai readied his sword, inclined his head and glared at Fidi.
お前の話にあったのがこいつか?
Is this the guy you told me about?
へえ、話題に上るほどの存在なの、俺って。嬉しいね。
Huh? More people are talking about me? That makes me so very happy.
黙れ!
Shut up.
お前からは
Very good, Asato.
嫌な気配がする.
You. I feel something bad about you. Asato poised himself low.
He's a cat, but he's like a little owl.
I know. His ears flattening as he growled.
なんだよそれ。俺はまだ何にもしてないってのにさ。
He's just like, moi?
Me?
Oh no.
It'll me?
It'll me?
What is this? I haven't even done anything.
この絵が苦しんでるのはお前が何か関係あるんだろう.
It's very cute, Asato.
Jeez.
Konoe is suffering, and you're related to it somehow, right?
ひどいな。
ひどい。
全部俺のせいだっていうわけ？泣けてきちゃうな。
I like him. He's just my type.
Yeah.
That's so mean. You're saying it's my fault? I feel like crying.
He made a pitiful face, putting one hand on his forehead and staggering back. But soon after, he turned back around with an impish smile.
俺はね、親切にもお前たちを案内して差し上げようとしてるわけ。むしろ感謝しろよな。
I only intended to kindly guide you ahead. Jeez, you should be thanking me instead.
誰の使いだ？
Whose messenger are you?
知りたい？知りたいよね。いいよ。それじゃあ最後に教えてあげる。それまで俺の話を黙って聞きな。
You wanna know? I guess you really wanna know, huh? Fine. I'll finally tell you, and I'll be quiet until I finish.
Petey clasped both hands and then gestured with one... Oh, sorry, I misread that. Petey clasped both hands and then gestured with one deep into the woods, in the direction Konoe and the others were headed.
この先へ進むつもりなんだろ？進んでごらん。もうすぐそこ。目と鼻の先にいいものがある。
You plan to go this way, right? Go on. There's something good waiting just a stone's throw away.
いいもの？
Something good?
そう。でも中身は教えてあげない。それ言っちゃったらつまらないから。ねえ。
Yep, but I can't tell you what, because that would be boring, right?
Tilting his smiley face, Petey turned to Asato for approval. Asato furiously bared his fangs.
ああ、怖いったらない。ともかくね、先へ進んでごらん。
You're so scary. Anyways, go in there and see.
Actually, I might turn you up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just looking at the levels on my Discord or OBS. Can you talk again for me? Like, can you just say this line again for me?
Oh, sorry. Jeez, tough crowd.
Okay, no, that's good then.
罠だ。
Because you were kind of far away, and so I'm just like, well, that doesn't give me anything.
God, he's silly. Jesus.
It's a trap.
さあね。信じるも信じないもお前たちの勝手。そもそもこうして教えてること自体最後の情けかもしれない。俺のね。
Who knows? It's your choice to believe me or not. In the first place, my telling you this is like the final act of mercy. And it was for me, you know.
With a tap, Petey kicked off the ground. His small body gently rose in the darkness of the forest. Backlit by the moon of shadow, Petey turned and offered a white, delicate hand to the cats below. He beckoned them quietly with a fingertip.
リークス様はお前と会えるのを楽しみにしてるよ。だから早くおいで。
Master Leeks is looking forward to meeting you, so come quickly.
リークス。
Do you want me to read that?
No, you don't have to.
Because I was just like, he said the word.
No, you're right. He did say the word.
待て。
As if Petey was walking on water, he treaded slowly, one step at a time. Asato pounced. However, Petey suddenly somersaulted and vanished into the darkness of the forest.
逃がした。
He got away. As he landed on the ground, Asato let out a growl of frustration. Konoe stared at the empty spot where Petey had been for a while. Right before he fled, Petey had said a name that now coursed through Konoe's mind. Master Leeks is looking forward to meeting you.
リークス。
He muttered aloud. Leeks. Petey definitely said that. Was it the identity of the third person involved with him? Leeks. It was a name he heard somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. What on earth? Where? Where?
リークスか。
Konoe turned towards Rai with an amount of force that surprised even him.
知ってるのか?
Ah, okay. I continue. Oh, sorry, hold on. Let me fix something real quick.
You know about him?
Oops, there we
悪
go.
名高い魔術師だ。
It's the infamous sorcerer.
俺
Sorcerer.
も長から聞いたことがある。闇の申し子と呼ばれている魔術師がいると。
I heard about him from the Elder, too. He's the magician known as the Child of Darkness. Unfortunately, my Rai and my Asato voice are so similar, but it's hard to do two men like this. Oh, that was
You
it.
could just have Rai as a lot more gruff. and
Rai
then
is a lot more
Astral
gruff. Yeah,
And then Astral is a little lighter.
he is a little lighter. I'll play with it as we go. Oh, that was it. Konoe remembered now. It was a name long passed down among the cats of Sisa. That was why it was familiar. However, it was thought of as just a legend, a fairy tale. It was said that a dark sorcerer named Leeks lived alone in the forest since ancient times. His existence was nothing more than a fantasy to Konoe. He thought the same of the devils.
もし奴が呪術師の言っていた黒幕の正体だとしたら厄介だ。
It's my best Sephiroth voice. If that is the true identity of the mastermind that the shaman was speaking about, this could spell trouble. As he sheathed his longsword, Rai frowned in bitter anger.
禁断の魔術を駆使して太古の魂、悪魔をも召喚する。冷酷無比で血も涙もなく、気が遠くなるほどの長い時を生き、他者との接触を嫌って結界の内に身を潜めているという。
He makes full use of forbidden magic and summons souls, summons ancient devils. He's unmatched in his cold-blooded cruelty, and instead he has been hidden himself for countless years behind a barrier, hating others from a distance.
リークスって本当に存在しているのか?
This Leeks. Does he really exist?
そういうことにはなっている。だが、全てが謎に包まれていて、どんな顔をしているのか、どこにいるのか誰も知らない。今の。
That's just what's said, but he's so shrouded in mystery that no one knows what he looks like, where he is, or if he's even real. Now this.
Pretty.
It's so pretty. The pupil of that pale blue eye dilating. Rai looked up into the pitch black sky.
うつろに侵されつつある世界の異変も、リークスの目論見ではないかという噂がある。
There's a rumor that the void eroding the world may be one of Leeks' schemes.
うつろが?
The void?
If his actual emotions didn't respond, his imagination couldn't catch up. Even if Leeks existed, why him? Trying to relax his strangely heightened emotions, Konoe took a slow, deep breath.
さっきの道化師のこと。
That clown.
That clown.
The words of that clown earlier. Rai glared through the darkness of the forest and opened his mouth.
この先には確実に罠が仕掛けられているだろうな。
They've definitely set up a trap by now. Rai glanced at Konoe as if to ask him. Since Fury had provoked them like that, there couldn't be nothing. There couldn't be nothing. Was he being mocked? No, he was being toyed with, but they couldn't retreat now.
罠だろうとなんだろうと関係ない.
Whatever it is, even if it's a trap, it doesn't matter.
やけか。
Desperate.
Well,
違う。
he
今更逃げ出したってしょ
7
うが
in
ない
the
だろ.
morning.
だったら突っ込んで潰してや
7 in
る.
the morning.
Right, chill out. It's different. Even if we want to run away, there's no getting out of this. Let's question and crush him.
リークソーか
Leaks. He heard a slight enjoyment in Rai's tone.
リークスがこの絵の敵なの
You're
か
so cute, Asato.
I want to kiss him. Why are we going down Rai's route? Get this guy out of here.
Because it's best to do Rai's route first.
Whatever.
But Asato is next.
He's so cute.
Leaks is Konoe's enemy. Asato, who has been silent until now, gave a low growl.
その呪いもリークスのせいなのか
The curse is because of Leaks too.
多分
That's Konoe.
Oh, probably.
Asato drew his claws and scratched at the trunk of a tree right beside him. The bush shook as his claws gouged in deep and several leaves The bush shook as his claws gouged in deep as his Fuck! It's 7 in the morning. His claws gouged in deep and several leaves fluttered down. I got it.
俺が殺すこの絵を苦しめる奴は
Wow.
たとえどんな猫であろうと許さない
I'll kill him. No matter what kind of cat he is. I won't forgive him for making Konoe suffer.
よくしつけてあるな
I've
Oh,
trained him well.
wow.
そんなんじゃない
It's not like that.
Konoe snapped back embarrassed. Look at Rai's face too.
He's like, okay.
It's like, okay. He wondered why Asato would only get this angry when it concerned him. It made him glad.
Because he likes you.
Since they were so similar, Konoe felt quite a sense of intimacy with him.
I hope so.
However, he didn't think he'd done anything to make Asato say things like that. Because Asato wasn't good with words. Maybe he said it that way subconsciously? But Konoe was inwardly surprised by how frank his tone was.
調教師にでもなったらどうだ
Why don't you become an animal trainer?
いちいち一言多いあんたは
That's one word too many, you.
When Konoe glanced at him, Rai laughed audaciously and crossed his arms, slightly shaking his head.
4匹の悪魔に黒幕はリークスか面白い
4 devils and Leaks pulling all the strings. Interesting.
人事だな
That's someone else's business.
人事だ
Someone else's business, huh?
俺は人事じゃない
I'm not in someone else's business. For a moment, a vivid spark flew between Rai and Asato.
バカ猫が
Stupid cat.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Kyo.
殺す
I'll kill you.
Oh my god, Kyo and Yuki. Welcome
いい
back.
加減にしろよ
Yeah.
Give me a break. This is just, if you look at it, if you zoom out the lens, this is just Fruits Basket, but if they were all cats.
But if everyone was a cat, it's true. Sighing, Konoe stopped the 2 cats before they scratched each other's eyes out. But on the other hand,
His ears.
he felt this situation was unusual. Usually Ribika fought alone. Whatever the reason, cats from different tribes rarely gathered for one purpose. Leaks the magician. And there were the devils. Honestly, it all still didn't feel real. It was much too grand a story. But if it was true, Konoe was sure that he couldn't face it alone. So we've also been talking back and forth a lot about how, because in recent Nitro games, slow damage and yeah.
Don't forget to save.
Oh. Oh. Yeah. Yes, correct. But oh, I see. Okay. We've been talking a lot back and forth in the recent slow damage games, like in the recent Nitro games, like Slow Damage and Dramatical Murder. They have first person perspective for their protagonists, and like this one, Sweet Pool and Takano no Chi also, I'm pretty sure, are all in third person. We've been going back and forth about, like, you know, I like the especially in Slow Damage. I really like the interpretation that they do and having it in Toa's perspective and all that. But I do really like third person, especially in the narration and everything. Third person, just I don't know, it makes it more.
It depends because like I like when it's specifically when it's like visual novels. I hate it. I fucking am I allowed to say fuck?
Yes.
I do this every stream.
I said this last time.
Sorry.
We're literally playing a Nitro game. Yes, you could say fuck.
Listen, I just have the mouth of a sailor. I'm so sorry.
There's two guys fucking on screen, but God forbid if I say it.
No, for real. I cannot stand when it's in like published like works unless I'm reading an autobiography. I cannot stand like first person.
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading your book about your experiences. If I'm reading a fantasy, like a high fantasy, like romance novel or like action novel or whatever, and it's in first person, I'm like, I would never do this shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But I like when it's in first person for like for visual novels because I mean we're following the person who the story is about. So, right. If Lamento was in first person, I would, I'd think it wouldn't change anything about the story.
Right.
So, I like it.
I would agree.
I don't mind it for any visual novel, really. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I'm like, if I had played any visual novel and the perspective changed from either third person to first person or from first person to third person, it wouldn't change like the story. Yeah, I think. I just like the perspective of like actually looking at something through the character's eyes and like doing and that
seeing
because
their feelings and
yeah, that's usually kind of how I feel about. Even though when stories like this are in third person, I'm still like consciously, well, we're following Konoe. This is all what Konoe is seeing through his eyes, even though we as the readers are kind of like a camera. It's like panning around everything.
This is what's the term? I think it's third person semi-omniscient.
I think it would be semi-omniscient because we don't know like everything.
Because we don't know everybody's feelings. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we don't know. We make educated guesses only off of like Asato and like Rai's face and body language. So,
but we are through Konoe's POV, but we also experience the world around us.
Yes.
But we don't know. We don't have the intimate knowledge of every single character. So it's semi-omniscient.
Yes.
I think that's the proper terminology. It's been a while.
Sure. I'm not gonna tell you yes or no. So
the bonfire died down before long, but it wouldn't be much longer until daybreak arrived either. Without the fire, Konoe decided to climb into a tall tree to keep watch. Inevitably, Asato and Rai were left alone together. Oh my god. With that in mind, he peered down and saw that both were nowhere near each other. They seemed to be sitting some ways apart on purpose. Konoe leaned back against the trunk, smiling wryly.
Don't talk me angry.
Don't talk me angry. Konoe sat down on a large branch and watched the murmuring forest opening up below him. Comfortable, cool air rose from below. Suddenly he remembered when Rai spoke of the bond between Toga and Sangha. Their abilities grew when their trust deepened. What were bonds and trust? Ties of the heart? On the surface, he could explain it like that. Oh, sorry. What were bonds and trust? Ties of the heart? On the surface, he could explain it like that. But what were they specifically? How did they connect? Right now, he didn't know the answer. I and Asato. What about many other cats through Sisa? After taking a brief rest, Konoe and the others proceeded into the forest, now a team of 3 since they met Asato. Oh, it's night again? Or was it... That was quick. The greenery continued unchanged for a while.
No, it was night.
But he was saying how it was just going into day.
Sure. Because they looked up and there was the constellation of stars, the cluster of that in the sky. And when Rai was talking about leaks.
Oh yeah.
I looked up and it was the night sky.
But I thought it in that last passage, I thought it changed to day because it looked brighter. But maybe that's just me.
No.
But suddenly it broke off and their view cleared. They'd made it through the forest. To their left was a wall of rock, and trees dotted the area before them. Not so far away, he saw shadows of what might be buildings. Maybe that was the village. For a moment, Konoe stopped and looked in silence. Under the light of the moon, the silhouette of the village stood out eerily. Konoe felt a faint tension running through the air around them. He sensed in his chest that Asuto and Rai must have felt the same. What lay ahead? The base of his tail stiffened. After a short pause, Konoe resumed moving towards the village, not waiting for the others. With the aid of yes, sorry, I misread that so hard. With the aid of the light of their torch, the village rose from the darkness as they drew nearer. Did they not feel the presence of other cats because it was dead of night? Either way, a lonely, deserted atmosphere hung in the air. W-Age. Finally reaching the entrance of the village, they set foot inside. Several small but cozy-looking homes were huddled on the side of the dark road. Other than that, there was nothing. There were no torches or lamps lighting the way either. Finally, the scent of a cat grazed the tip of Konoe's nose. All the doors to the house were shut, but there were cats here. Not easing his caution, Konoe felt a presence as he advanced more towards the back. He looked back. After that feeble shriek, Konoe heard someone fall down. Oh. When they looked, they saw a cat who had landed on his behind, watching them with frightened eyes. Although he had a torch and a small axe in his hands, they had almost been dangerously thrown to the ground. I wonder. Oh. Konoe, Rai, and Asuto had all drawn their swords at the same time when they turned back to him. Don't kill me! The cat exposed to so much aggression turned pale and desperately pleaded. But Konoe and the others, having drawn their weapons, now felt strangely disappointed. They watched and observed the cat sitting there. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like any old village cat. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to frighten you. Konoe extended his hand and the cat grasped it despite his fear, pottering unsteadily as he stood up. You all... Why did you come here? What exactly is your business in this village? We're just passing through. Passing through? But why are you in this village?
We're not here for this village. We have business on the forest on the other side. In the forest on the other side. I'm sorry.
So you guys are just traveling cats? When Konoe nodded, the village cat cast a dubious glance to each of them in turn, but soon heaved a sigh of relief.
野党が頻繁に出るようになったから、てっきりあんたたちもそうなのかと。悪かったな。
No, it's not safe here. And it's come around often, so I just thought you guys were. Sorry about that. Konoe shook his head. It was late at night, with visitors at this hour. It was only natural that he'd become suspicious.
向こうの森へ行きたいのか?
Do you want to get to the forest over there? They saw the shadows of the underbrush darker than night in the direction the cat nodded towards.
4色の光に満ちた地という場所を知っているか?
Do you know about a place called Field of Four Colors?
ああ、あそこへ行きたいのか。もちろん知ってるさ。この辺で知らない猫はいない。
You want to go there? Of course I know about it. In this neighborhood, there isn't a single cat who doesn't. Cat nodded for emphasis.
森を奥に進むと少し開けた場所に出る。四方に岩があるんだが、表面が鏡のように滑らかで、光が当たるとそれぞれ4色に反射するんだ。
When you go into these woods, you'll reach a clearing. There are stones on all sides, but their surfaces are smooth like mirrors. When the light hits them, they reflect 4 different colors.
で、反射した光はなぜか広場の真ん中に全て重なる。どういう仕組みなのか知らないけどな。不思議な場所だ。けど、
well, the reflected light meets in the middle of that clearing for some reason. I don't know what kind of structure it is. It's a strange place, but...
行くぞ。
Let's go.
っておい!
Hey! When Rai tried to leave with no hesitation, the village cat hurried to stop
せ
him.
っかちだな。最後まで聞けって。今言っても意味ないんだから。
Don't be so impatient. Listen until I'm done. Because if you go now, it's meaningless.
どういうことだ?
What do you mean?
反射は陽の月が出てないと見ることができないんだよ。陰の月じゃダメなんだ。
No, reflections don't work if the moon of light isn't shining. The moon of shadow does nothing.
どうする?
What do we do?
夜明けを待つしかない。
You can't do anything but wait for daybreak.
でもまだもう少しかかりそうだ。
Sleepover!
Sleepover! That will still take more time, Astral murmured. He looked to the
空き家
sky.
に泊まっていったらどうだ?
Why not stay in one of our empty homes?
Squatters' rights.
All of them turned to the village cat at once, making him jump in fright.
いや、ここは見ての通りの寂れた村だ。乱世に移ってくのが多いんだよ。こんな小さなとこより食い物がたくさんある町の方がいい。
We might get eaten, who knows? No, as you can see, this village is largely deserted. Many of us have moved to Ransen. I said it was better to go to town with lots of food since this place is so small.
おかげで村の猫もずいぶん減っちまった。だからあんたたちが泊まっても誰も文句を言うやつなんかいないよ。
Cannibal cats?
Maybe we've encountered that before. Thanks to that, the number of cats here has really decreased. So even if you stay, no one will be complaining.
あんたは乱世には行かないのか?
So why haven't you gone to Ransen?
離れがたくってな。乱世に移ると言ってもただじゃないし。いろいろとくだらない思い出もあるし。まあ、なんだかんだで。
I feel like his voice is super familiar, but I can't pin it.
That's how I feel about every voice actor ever.
I guess I just can't leave. It's not as simple as packing up and moving to Ransen. I have a lot of trivial memories here that I can't leave behind. Well, I guess you could say I've grown to like this place. Village Cat's expression turned gloomy, and a sad smile appeared on his lips. Konoe felt like he understood this sentiment a bit. He wanted to return to Kato, even though he knew it was impossible.
コノエ、どうする?
Konoe, what should we do?
泊まっていこう。
We'll stay.
Konoe looked at Rai. He seemed to have no objections.
それじゃあ、あんたたちが全員入れそうな家に案内してやるよ。こっちだ。
Well then, I'll guide you to a house where you can stay. Come this way. Oh, God, hurt.
No.
It's 7 in the morning. It's 3 a.m. in a warehouse. The village cat began to lead them through the dark roads. That's a great sentiment, Rai. Thank you so much.
Thanks, bud. I also hope nothing happens.
Let's hope nothing happens. While they walked, Rai purposely murmured those words underneath his breath. Thank you, Rai. That's so ominous. Appreciate it. The village cat directed them to quite a spacious house. It wasn't bad. Though it was unoccupied, it wasn't particularly messy. Perhaps it seemed so neat because there was almost no furniture. There were 2 beds, one small and one larger. A family must have lived here once.
Oh my god, there's only 2 beds.
Oh my god, there's only 2 beds and there's 3
only
people.
2 beds, and there's
What are
only
we
3
gonna
boys.
do?
Who am I snuggling with?
Konaway took the larger bed, but Rai hunkered down beneath the window while Asato took a corner of the room. He thought that somehow it reflected their personalities.
They're watching over me.
Mm-hmm.
That's so crazy.
That's so funny that neither of them took the other bed and Konaway took the biggest one.
It's like, I'm gonna sleep in the bed.
This is my bed now. You'll figure it out.
Sleep.
This is my bed.
I want to sleep.
I want to sleep.
Either you could come lay in the bed with me, or you can figure out y'all can lay in the second bed together.
That's what I was hoping. Well,
Konaway is just like, this is your punishment.
This is your punishment.
Sleep together.
This is our get along shirt.
Exactly.
Wrapping himself in the blanket, Konaway remembered the words Rai had muttered a little while ago. Something felt unpleasant, uneasy. If there really was a trap. Konaway heard his heart beating faster than usual and wandered into a shadow sleep.
Shallow.
I said shallow, but my tongue messed up. I promise.
Oh, okay. You sound like you said shadow.
Mm-hmm. Actually, hold on.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Let me double check something. Let me just...
Oh, no.
No, whoops. Go back. Go back. What did I pull? Oh, Jesus. Where's the... There we go. Okay. You're not what I wanted. You're what I wanted. And just in case... Hey, hello? There you go. I was like, why are you not moving? There we are. Just gotta prepare.
The sensors.
Just gotta prepare for that.
The sensor bar.
My good old friend, the sensor. The sound echoed disconnectedly. Hearing it at odd intervals, Konaway began to feel uncomfortable. Like a heartbeat right before it stopped. It was suffocating. What's that sound? Oh. His hazy consciousness was suddenly awoken by the chills that ran through him. Oop. Jumping awake, Konaway looked in the direction of the sound. Someone was banging on the door. Rai and Asato got up too, quietly assessing the situation. The sound was weak, more like someone tossing nuts against the door rather than hitting it with a fist. All of his fur bristled on end.
What's going on?
A heavy sound covered Konaway's voice. He strained his eyes. Something was peeking through the window.
Oh, hello.
A hand. The tension rose, and suddenly there was a louder bang on the door. Asato's ears flattened and he jerked his chin with a low growl. Something was coming from the other side of that door. The sound echoed as everyone drew their swords. The old wooden hinges seemed ready to give out at any moment now. There, Konaway noticed something strange. Why wouldn't they just open the door and come in?
Hello?
He was sure no one had used a key to lock the door last night. So if they were to turn the door handle right now, it should open normally. So why? The sound continued to echo in the meantime. Here they come. As if on cue, there was a dull sound. The door flew open. the square space, one cat stood still. If Konoe wasn't mistaken, it was a village cat they met last night. But there was clearly something wrong with him. As if all the strength of his body was gone. His head was bowed and his tail hung limp. A mumbling groan left his lips and... Ooh. His eyes had completely rolled back in his head.
Jesus. Were they like fucking banging him against the door?
He might have been banging himself.
Oh, shit. Oh, like a zombie.
Mm.
What is this?
Konoe was able to muster in a hoarse voice. He kept his eyes glued onto the cat standing in the doorway. This guy's already dead.
Zombies?
Zombies.
But he's moving.
Yeah, well, he's been brought back to life.
You could do something like that? Sorry, I didn't let you finish, Katie.
It's magic. Rai spoke while he drew his dagger.
術に操られている。これがおそらくあの道化師の言っていたことだ。
Manipulated by magic. This was probably what that clone was talking about. Then this was a trap. At that moment, a faint melody sounded in his ears. It was a song. Someone was singing. The song was... It was wicked. Fear, hatred, sorrow. Disturbing remnants of those emotions stagnated in the bottom of Konoe's chest. Rai's tail flicked in agitation.
That's
what this is. The cat who stood in the doorway shook unsteadily and suddenly looked up. He had completely changed. His lips curled up, showing sharp fangs. Ooh! The cat let out an intense growl, salivating, and rushed towards them. Rai pounced, wielding his sword. The cat didn't bother to evade, so his thigh was sliced. He staggered forward and collapsed. He moved sluggishly. Konoe felt an intense pain in his chest and fell to his knees. His ears rang. It was the effect of empathy from the cat before his eyes. A muddy stream of emotions flowed in. He tried to control it, but it was too late.
I'm so sorry. This is like I know there's a bigger picture. This is so funny though. I love that every time that Konoe feels emotion or strong empathy for somebody, his body is like, "Gah! Go! Oh god!
Just oh god!
Oh jeez! Oh. And I'm like, Konoe, chill.
It's his first time feeling emotion.
I know, it really is, apparently. Oh my god.
He's never felt emotions before. He's learning. It's just like whenever we're watching Blue Lock and Hisagi is thinking for the first time.
Yeah, and it takes him the entirety of the episode to think.
We're like, oh, there he goes. He's thinking.
Currently up against real professionals.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like,
man, I gotta think really hard now.
Why are my tricks working? And I'm like, what do you mean, Bush?
It wasn't anger or hatred that flowed into Konoe, but sorrow. Hopeless sorrow that swirled with no way out. But it wasn't supposed to be like this. Konoe didn't want this. He thought that it was much too sad, and it flooded into his heart like a storm.
Konoe!
Konoe!
I'm okay.
His shoulder was supported by Asato, who had rushed over to him. Dim light flickered in the edge of his vision. When he looked up, Rai's sword was raised over the head of the fallen cat. The pain in his chest became unbearable, and the sorrowful thoughts welled up inside. Don't kill him. Turning his eyes to Rai's profile, Konoe froze. Hee hee. There was again. I was laughing again.
Stop!
Konoe cried out inadvertently.
Stop!
Yeah! Stop fighting!
Stop fighting!
Rai stopped moving and turned around. A smile vanished from his face. Normal. Okay, I'm normal now.
I'm normal again.
Rai looked up with a stoic face as though nothing had happened.
今更だ。すでに死んでいる。
It's too late for that.
Yeah, I mean,
He's already dead.
it's got a point.
お前はもう死んでいる。Konoe was seized with mixed feelings. He couldn't dispel his discomfort, but now there wasn't time to worry about that. He told himself as much and replied,
そうじゃない。そいつはただ操られているだけで。
No, but I think he's dead. That's a nice thought, but I do think that he is dead.
he voiced that line.
I know,
Oh,
I know,
okay.
but I was commenting on what he
Sorry,
said.
sorry. Go ahead.
I was just chill. I heard him. You're wrong. It's not like that. The sky is just being controlled.
ならば、こいつらはどうするつもりだ。
Then what do you intend to do with them? Rai's eyes shone coldly, and the tip of his sword pointed towards the doorway. Beyond that, Konoe saw.
Oh, is it like a village of zombies?
It was a bizarre sight. Whoa.
Whoa!
Several cats slowly moved towards them.
I don't think those are cats. What is that?
That is such a visual. It's like his eye is falling out. Cats had
Why
once
is his
lived in this
head
village,
Where?
but perhaps all of them were dead. All of these cats. Oh, I wanted to see that more.
Yeah.
Konoe didn't know if what he felt was surprise, anger, or fear. His tail automatically began to quiver. A wicked melody entered his ears and spiraled into his brain. It was too horrible.
リークスなのか。
That lone word escaped him.
これがフィリが言ってたことなのか。
Is this what Phoebe was talking about?
この
なんでだ。こいつらが何かしたのか。なんで。
Why? What did these guys do wrong? Why?
善悪など関係ない。
That has nothing to do with right or wrong. A strong voice pierced him.
力ある者のみが生き残り、力のない者は排除される。
Oh
そ
my
れ
God.
が現実だ。
Who said that? I'm trying. I know so many people say that.
Do you mean
It's
like
like-
a character or?
Yes, I think I'm thinking of Kojo.
Maybe. I
I'm
was
thinking
like,
about Sato
Aomine
Suyu.
from Kuroko Basket. Only this,
Confession time. I've never actually watched Kuroko no Basket.
it's hilarious.
I like wanted to because the yaoi is really good.
The
and then
yaoi is
I
there.
tried to watch an episode and I was like, this shit sucks. I was like, this is
is so
I go from Haikyuu to this. This
Shit's
is
so
ass.
ass.
Also, happy to announce to everybody that I am now watching Dio with Teller.
Yeah! Yes, we are.
Rarely
Occasionally,
joins
Relly
in
is joining us.
sometimes.
So it was so fun. It's been great.
Yay, baseball, yaoi.
Baseball yaoi.
This is already starting strong. Episode 2 in,
I know.
is it Misaki?
Miyuki?
Miyuki, I'm sorry. Again, it's so early.
It's 7 in the morning.
Miyuki is just like, damn.
Damn.
That guy's got no skills. I want him so
I want
bad.
him so bad. He's got
I'm
a
like,
hell of an arm
okay.
and no direction. I'm in love.
And he's so bendy.
He's very bendy.
Okay, so we may continue.
Only the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. That is reality.
だったら力のある者は何をしてもいいのか。
Then the strong can do whatever they want.
A dark light ran through that clear blue eye.
その通りだ。
That's right.
Satasugu.
Satosugu. Oh my god. Konoe's gaze followed the groaning voices he had heard. But then, the cat who had collapsed when sliced by Rai lunged out and held onto Rai's leg. The hand was tragically severed by a single, merciless blow of the sword. A muffled groan leaked out. Without even twitching an eyebrow, Rai looked down. Sleep. He raised the sword over the cat once more. Konoe reflexively turned his face away. A cruel sound echoed. The cat's emotions during his final moments flowed out. The sharp pain made Konoe's breath catch for an instant. Breathing roughly in the aftermath, he glared at Rai.
もしこれがリークスの罠だとしても、奴の意図など奴にしかわからん。
Even if this is Leek's trap, I don't understand his intentions.
だが、力ある者にとって、力のない者は退屈しのぎのおもちゃだ。無論、俺たちも含めてな。
But those without power are just toys to kill the boredom of the powerful. That includes us, of course. Spitting this out nonchalantly, Rai swiped the fresh blood from his sword.
この絵やらなければやられる。
Konoe, if you don't do it, we're done for. Konoe looked up at the voice. Asato's fingers touched his shoulder.
言葉や気持ちは武器にならない。身を守ることもできない。俺はこの世を殺したくないことを諦めないと決めた。だからそのために戦う。
Words and feelings are not weapons.
Get Rai out of here. Get this guy out of here.
No!
I want to kiss Asato.
We'll get to it later. You can't defend with them. Me, I decided that I wouldn't give up when I didn't want... I decided I wouldn't give up when I didn't want to kill Konoe. Blech. So for this reason, I'll fight.
死んだ者を生き返らせることはできない。長にそう教わった。
The dead can't be revived. That's what the elder taught us. He knew. He actually understood what Asato and Rai had told him. After all, a weak person could be crushed at any time. That was the rule, and that was the law. The world was made up of weaklings to be devoured by the strong. Still, even though he understood it in his mind, he couldn't accept it. Without this empathy, it would have been easier. I mean, that's the case for a lot of things, Konoe. Until
There's
now.
a lot of things that cause a lot of emotion, and a lot of things happen. Also, I'm sorry to like derail, but like Asato reminds me a lot. I know you haven't played any of Genshin Sensoreed, but Asato reminds me a lot of Ouran, the new bat guy. He reminds me so much of him.
A little Midwest emo?
Yes. Because he's very sweet, but he's also like very dead set on like things that he has to do and things that he's learned from people in his tribe. But he's very sweet and he grows vegetables.
Oh, that's cute.
He's very cute. He's a little grandma's boy. He's very sweet. He's also got great yaoi.
Oh, good. Until now, he reluctantly empathized with the feelings of various cats. Sometimes what they showed on the surface and what was in their hearts were different. They could be laughing but angry or weeping within. And he felt the sorrow and pain of the powerless, mercilessly crushed. Even though he tried to remain calm, he wasn't very strong himself. Crying for mercy before his eyes, cats were relentlessly pierced by the sword. How much could they say with their bodies? To the side of the doorway, the cat given the finishing blow fell flat on his stomach and collapsed. The severed head rolled to an unnatural position. He should have died immediately. The expression of his large gaping mouth looked bitter even now. Konoe remembered his face when he said the village had grown on him. About to turn away, Konoe noticed the cheeks of the cat were unnaturally discolored. There were traces of tears. Had he cried, even though he was a corpse? Or maybe right before he died? Neither was possible. It surely must have been painful. Because of the empathy, Konoe understood. I mean, it seems a little ridiculous and funny, and we do like to have our jokes and japes because it is a little funny. But his empathy that they're talking about here is along the lines of like he feels like every emotion from others. And so it's like a little more than being like an empath where you're just like, yeah, I can understand, and then from there empathize and sympathize, blah blah blah.
No. Yes, I understand that. It's just.
Well, I'm not saying this to you. I'm just explaining it in general. Where yeah, it is a little funny, but it's just the thought of like, you know, you can't really empathize with somebody the moments before their death because like how, but that's
I know what it feels like to die. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah. And that's but that's what Konoe is feeling. So it's like it is empathy, but it's like more than empathy, you know?
Empathy too.
The seconding. Grabbing his sword, Konoe stood up quietly. He took one step forward, Rai watched him calmly. Even though it was deserted, this village should have passed its days in peace. That had been shattered because of him. It was right. The legend that he'd bring misfortune to the world. This became true for the cats in this village, at least. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been treated this way.
I don't think that's true.
Even if it was a trap set for them, Konoe couldn't forgive it. I think they might have been taken by the void one way or another.
Yeah, I don't think it was your fault, but I think your coming to this village would not affect the overall what happened to them.
Yeah. Konoe let out a muffled hiss and leapt from the house. Rai and Asato followed after him. Wow.
Oh, shit.
The empty husks of the lifeless cats clustered around the house. The wicked melodies always followed. It sang by someone unseen. His chest ached. Even if he tried to control himself, the sorrow of the cats flocked towards Konoe.
This song is...
Likely. Rai's words stopped there. The cats surrounding the house sprang at them. Their rushing movements were easily avoided, but the terrible look of their bared fangs was branded onto Konoe's eyes. We'll talk later. There are many of them. If we split up and fight, this will be over soon. Rai spoke briefly and dashed to the left. Konoe followed the look of his flowing silver hair. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Asato stood next to him, narrowing his eyes at the disastrous display before them. Return to the state you once were. Murmuring this softly to himself, Asato ran to the right.
Song fucks. The song is banging.
Konoe clutched one hand to his aching chest. The pain remained. Sorry, I'm still trying to look at that one cat that's at the...
I know, because I'm like, how is his head turned to the side and also square?
But yeah, his head is so square. Like, what's happening there?
What is going on?
There were shreds of the emotions of those who had lost their lives. The cats before him were just empty shells. Konoe closed his eyes tightly, strengthening the control over his heart. Then opening his eyes, he turned and ran towards the mass of cats. The movement of the dead cats was slow and dull, but contrary to expectation, they seemed elusive and resilient. Even if Konoe slashed with his sword, their momentum didn't slow. He must have not felt pain. At this rate, he'd just exhaust himself. After hesitating for a moment, oh god, this bugs.
I know.
Konoe grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands and used brute force to behead one of the cats. This is the only way to make them stop moving. Their bodies sank back onto the ground. The sound of tearing flesh and crunching bones shook through his arm.
Excuse me.
Blood splattered and spilled, soaking the ground in dark red. Sometimes at the edge of his view, he could see Rai and Asta. The masses of corpses were diminishing considerably before his eyes.
Fighting sounds.
Would you? The dead killed twice over let out a low, emotionless moan. Time passed as if in a nightmare, until no one was standing. Until no one was standing but them. Thanks, Lamento. Konoe weakly lowered his sword. Because he'd struck out so many times, his arm was numb. Reflected in his view were the dark, wet ground and the mountain of bodies. He was exhausted. Even when he tried to control it, emotions constantly flowed from the village cats. But now there was nothing. Not even hesitation or confusion. Konoe had felt so much of that he had gone numb. Loved the PS2 graphics. When he decapitated the first of them, Konoe closed his eyes to pray. And for the second. But by the fifth, they were no longer closed. More exhausted than his body was his heart. Rai and Asta rushed up to him.
Konoe, 平気か?
Konoe, are you okay?
Yeah.
まさしく地獄絵図だな。
If there was ever an image of hell, this is it. Rai looked around and sighed.
歌が消えてる。
Song's gone.
Konoe strained his ears, but the wicked melody had already stopped.
操っていたんだろう。あの歌でな。
They were manipulated by that song.
歌っていたのは誰なんだ?
Who's singing?
おそらくリークスだ。
It's probably leaks.
リークスがどういうことだ?
本人に聞け。3がな。
Ow!
My
あるい
bad.
は同等の能力でもあるんだろう。しかし、だとしても手応えがなさすぎる。
Ask him yourself. If he is he a Sangha or does he have an equivalent ability? But even so, this was overkill. Swaying his tail in resentment, Rai surveyed the destroyed village.
完全に遊ばれたな。
We were completely tricked. Konoe grit his teeth, but as this wasn't enough, he clenched his fist tightly. If Leeks had sung that song, why didn't they see him nearby? The cats of the village lay around dead, but on the contrary, their minds were screaming. Those with such overwhelming power could do what they wanted. Maybe so, because the weak had no way to defend themselves. No matter what, all they could do was accept. I remember the day he left Kato, when he was told that he would be a sacrifice. Obey the law as one's duty. It felt like something rose up inside him. And Rai and Asta looked dubious. I thought he was just gonna like throw up. I feel something rising inside me. A black impulse seethed in the depths of his body.
It's a hairball.
The core of his head vibrated irregularly, shaking in conjunction with his vision.
Do you think that they get hairballs?
Probably.
But
Well, maybe sometimes, because they don't. If they would have to lick their like tails primarily, because they can't really lick their ears.
But isn't their fur like technically all over their bodies?
Technically, that would be like a person where you have hair all over your body.
Okay.
But I mean, like, if you like, say you yourself lick your arm, you're not really gonna pull a lot of hair off of your arm.
Who knows?
Maybe because they do have rough cat tongues. So
Yeah,
maybe.
they have the cat tongues.
They do have the
and
cat tongue.
if they're going at it,
Maybe they might.
because it does hurt after a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, kisses,
Oh,
and then
that's
I'm like,
nice.
okay, this hurts.
And I'm like, wow. Okay.
Thank you, bath time.
The four-colored serpents throbbed within his body.
やめろ、Konoe.
Stop, Konoe. Gripped by the shoulder, Konoe snapped out of it. Asato's worried face was looming in front of him. Did something happen? He didn't understand it himself.
良くない気配がしていた。大丈夫か?
I love you, Asato. I felt something was wrong. Are you okay? I love Asato, who just like relies so much on his instinct.
Yeah.
Where he's just like, I feel a disturbance. Where is
I feel a
Konoe?
disturbance.
I must help.
Something just happened.
Something just happened. Must help Konoe.
Help, wife.
Konoe nodded absent-mindedly. Asato furrowed his brows and watched Konoe.
何が眠ってる?
What is sleeping?
眠ってる?
Sleeping?
コノエの中には何がいるんだ?
Inside Konoe. What is it? What was it? He didn't get it, but he did feel a sinister premonition.
何がって、何がだ?
What's there? What's going on?
He grasped Asato's shoulder.
何を感じた? 俺の中に何が?
Not
Asato.
yet. What did you feel? What's inside me? Asato.
Not yet.
コノエ。
Not yet. Not yet.
Hey.
Break it up.
Break it up.
Break it up.
He looked back at Rai's voice.
見てみろ。
Look over there. Whoa. Raising his eyes to what he was shown,
No.
Konoe was shocked. A mountain of corpses began to appear translucent.
It's all a dream.
Before long, there were no traces of it, as if it was an illusion. The corpses vanished. No trace of the dark blood that stained the earth. Had he really sliced through flesh and shattered bone? When he looked at the village now, it was like he'd never done it at all. What was going on? His vision suddenly shook violently.
They're getting it reset up.
Yeah.
Like
it's like it's reloading, like a play.
yeah. Like a play, or,
Or
like
like
when
a
you
video
leave,
game.
when you leave a game, like the area of a game for too long, and you're like, okay, reset it, and then go back.
Konoe could no longer stand and fell to his knees. Everything in his vision was spinning.
どうした? おい!
Oh, what's wrong? Hey! He was choked by nausea. Saliva trickled from the corner of his lips and something bitter rose into his mouth. He heard a voice laughing in his head, pitching high and low. It jeered amusedly. Is that a word?
Yes, amusedly.
As if mocking him. Red heat flickered behind his eyelids. While tortured by the nausea, Konoe slightly opened his eyelids. Oh! A large hole had opened up in the sky. Oh. Is it distorted space? The hole rapidly swelled and gave birth to a black mass. I hate that.
Gave birth.
The mass spread like a piece of cloth, forming a shadow. But who was that?
楽しんでもらえたかな、余興は。
Oh, have you enjoyed my bit of entertainment? My. Who do we have here?
I'm endured.
A quiet, low voice sounded through the tense air. The black shadow that floated in thin air now descended to the ground and stood. Feeling intense chills, Konoe tried to get up. Asato supported his back. His tail was sore and swollen. Dangerous, voice echoed from somewhere in his head. Oh, sorry, hold on. This one is dangerous. Just over there, the air was tinged with venom.
様
Bastard.
少々物足りなかったかな。加減とは難しいものだな。
Not satisfied. Getting it just right was difficult. The shadow purred in amusement.
やった
That's right.
Konoe heard a high-pitched voice, and the sky warped once again. Feety appeared, somersaulting in the air.
Whee!
As if descending on invisible steps, Feety's nimble body moved in midair and came down to the ground. Then kneeling, he nestled close to the shadow.
ちょっと遅れちゃった。ごめんなさい、リークス様。
Oh my gosh. Is there something going on here?
Maybe.
Oh, wow. I love Nitro games. I'm a little late. My apology. My deepest apologies, Master Leagues.
リークス。
Konoe stared at the shadow by Feety's side. This one. The one who held Konoe's fate in his hands. The one who toyed with the lives of the weak like they were just playthings.
Let me see. Oh. Oh, he looks so cool. That's a cool mask.
Yeah, it's really dope, isn't it? The magician known as the Child of Darkness, Leaks. Bearing the head-splitting pain, Konoe gritted his teeth. Is it a way to... Yeah, there we go. Wow. Don't worry, Feety, that would be me by his leg too, let's be real.
And... Oh my gosh.
The air was heavy. Within his body, every imaginable emotion raged. Not being able to show them was agonizing.
まさか自ら現れるとは。
I never thought you'd appear.
ささやかな褒美のつもりだ。約束通り私を楽しませてくれたか
His
ら
hair's pretty too.
I consider it a modest reward, as promised, since you are the first to entertain me.
そうだな。
This music.
これまで生きてきた時の
Oh, okay, thank
100
you.
万分
Thanks,
の
guys.
1程度には。
Since you are the first to entertain me in all the centuries that I've lived. The shadow, Leaks' shoulders faintly shook as he laughed. Feety clapped both hands together in front of his chest and jumped up and down in joy.
よかった。お前たちもよかったね。リークス様に喜んでもらえて。
I'm so glad. You're glad too, right? You entertained Master Leagues.
どうしてこんなことを。
Why have you done this?
言っただろう。
Cause
余興
yeah. Just cause.
お
Oh
前たちを
lord.
歓迎する挨拶とでも言っておこうか。
He's just a girl.
He's just a girl. He's just a girl in the world.
She's just a girl in the world who's bored. Come on. Now men can't have hobbies.
As I've said, to entertain myself. Let this be my greeting, my welcome to you.
歓迎する挨拶。
Welcome. Greeting?
Konoe glared at Leaks with all of his might.
奪われ壊されることを味わった上で、奪い殺すことはさぞ苦痛だっただろう。
Deprived, having tasted what was broken. But it would certainly pain me to kill you now.
ふざけるな。この村の猫たちがどんな思いで死んでいったか。
Don't screw with me. The cats in this village were killed with just the thought in your mind.
Leaks looked down at Konoe, a laugh quietly rumbling inside his throat.
リークス様が自ら歌ってくださったんだ。お前たち、もっと喜べよ。
Master League sang by himself. You guys should be happier.
やはりあの歌は貴様が
That song was your doing.
お気に召していただけたか。
Did you like it?
Did you like it? Did you enjoy it? I raised his head and fixed a sharp glare on Leaks.
サンガなのか。
Are you a Sangha?
はい。
Yes.
Suddenly, Firi raised his hand.
それは俺。リークス様のサンガは俺。けど、リークス様は自ら歌を生み出して歌うこともできるのさ。
understanding.
Fascinating.
I have the concept.
You have the knowledge now.
I know now. Yum, 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 yum. I'm Master Leeks Sango. The Master Leeks can produce a song and sing too.
Firi put a hand on his waist and bowed, smiling proudly.
邪悪な歌だった。
That was an evil song.
I like Firi posing down here, you know?
He's strutting.
Where he's just like, ooh, serve, hold on.
I mean, quite literally, serve.
サンガの歌が力を与えるためのものならば、私の歌は服従させるためのものだ。
Ooh. If the purpose of a Sanga's song is to bestow power, then my song is to force obedience.
死者は操るにたやすい。強い後悔や未練を残した者は特にな。
Manipulating the dead is simple, especially those who feel strong, lingering regret. Leeks turned his face to Konoe.
誰よりも強く感じただろう。共感の作用で。
You feel it more than anyone, don't you? The effects of empathy. As if responding to Konoe's shock, Leeks laughed.
お前のことは全てわかっている。
I know everything about you.
どういう
What do you...
Grunt.
Grunt. I don't know how to make noises like that.
Konoe tried to ask, but a dull headache made him frown. Asato gently supported Konoe's body with his hands and glared at Leeks.
お前がこの絵を苦しめてるのか。呪いのことも
Stop it!
全て
Stop it! Stop hurting him! Are you the one hurting Konoe? With that curse too? Everything.
苦しめているとは心外だな。これは試練だ。
Damn.
I don't regret that he must suffer. This is a test.
何のために
For what?
さてね、そこまで明かしてしまったら面白くないだろう。
Come now. If I reveal that, it won't be as interesting.
面白くないだと呪いを解け
It won't be interesting. Break the curse! Along with those words, Asato let out a low growl. Leeks slowly pointed to Konoe.
鍵はお前自身が握っている。間もなく訪れる大きな転機を無事くぐり抜けることができるかどうか。すべてはお前
This
次第
music.
I know.
It's so good.
You hold the key. Can you pass safely through the turning point ahead? It all depends on you. Turning point? Okay, hold on. Ah! Well, an indistinct pain pierced his temple. We're just gonna go back in a cycle.
Oh, I'm sleepy.
It's 7 in the morning. Konoe listened to Leeks' every word.
4色の光に満ちたち。開くべき扉はそこにある。
The field of 4 colors. The door will open there. Leeks' jet black body rose up,
逃がすか
running away. Rai thrust his long sword at Leeks. Although Rai seemed to have struck him, Leeks' body simply split into 2. His departing body became thick fog and gathered once again into a black globe.
今はまだその時ではない。
Oh, I can do that too! It
Hey,
is not yet time.
Hey, I can do that too.
Oh, I can do that too! Overlapping voices and laughter resounded.
残念でしたと。じゃあまたね。
It's too bad. Later.
With a high leap, Firi somersaulted and vanished.
待て
Wait! Rai began to run after the floating shadowy orb. Oh, wee! The orb disappeared into the depths of the village, to where Konoe was going, north towards the forest. Enduring the pain in his body, Konoe pursued it with Asto.
Asato.
Asto. No, I read Aster for a second.
Oh, I miss him.
And I was like, hold on, that's not right.
Wrong one.
Running.
Safe.
Oh. Safe. I don't want to jinx it and say what I'm thinking right now, but doing great. Running into the forest, he heard the sound of the thicket shaking. Whether it was Rai standing there or something else, he couldn't judge, even with his ears clear. Where were Leeks and Rai?
手分けして探そう。
Let's split up and search.
体は大丈夫なのか？
Is your body okay?
あ、
Yeah.
His body was still tortured with pain, but he had no time to worry about that.
No time for that.
No time. There was only the strong resolution to go after Leeks. Luckily, the forest so far didn't seem to be spread out too much. Separating from Asto, Konoe dashed through the grove of trees, scanning for sounds with his ears. He searched every corner of his surroundings. At that moment, suddenly his heart pulsed loudly, and before his eyes was pitch darkness. As if swallowed up by the darkness, he was not able to see anything. There was a slight buzzing in his ears, and suddenly he felt a wind near them. No, not a wind. A sigh.
Oh. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. Whoa.
How about a test of endurance, Konoe? Just you and me. Directly through his head ran a whispering voice. Leeks. Konoe firmly closed his eyes and opened them as if to shake off the voice. His field of vision cleared of the darkness. The scene of the deep green forest returned. When he became aware of this, he dropped to the ground on his knees, the claws of both hands scratching at the dirt. Konoe sprang to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't sense anything. His name had been spoken. Leeks had said it was a test of endurance, like an auditory hallucination. That was certainly the voice of Leeks. Where was he? Konoe turned around as he felt an intense bloodlust. Two shadows jumped out from inside the grove of trees. The shadows landed in a crouched posture, and slowly their bodies rose up. Their tattered coats fluttered about in the wind. Their hoods worn low over their eyes concealed them, but Konoe knew these shadows by eye. They were the twins from the Ransen alley. Each of the two cats removed his hood. Konoe saw two identical faces smile at him. I don't remember which one of us did which.
I also don't remember.
I'll just do this one then. We meet again.
So we meet again.
He heard their laughter twofold. Konoe stared at the two and asked Asked? Yes, okay. Konoe stared at the two and asked as he gripped his sword with both hands.
どうしてお前たちがここにいる？
Why are you two here?
だってな。
Indeed.
ね
Indeed.
Exchanging a glance, the two cats turned their gazes to Konoe at the same time.
え。リークス様の命令だからな。
Because it's Master Leeks' orders.
おとなしくしてもらわないとね。
Make our job easy, why don't you?
I just had the thought of like, come play with us, Konoe. Forever and ever and ever.
No.
These guys were Leeks' underlings as well. The foreboding of battle, Konoe felt irritation. The other party was a Sangha and a Tolga. There was no way he could fight them by himself. To make matters worse, even now, The unidentifiable pain in his body continued. It would be hopeless to oppose them now.
今日は一人か
You're by yourself today?
銀色のはどこ行った
Who's that silver guy?
一人で勝てるのか
You'll do this by yourself?
殺しちゃうよ
Shall we kill him?
Throwing these amused words, Keel took out his sword and hoisted up one arm.
Oh my god.
This couldn't be happening. Konoe didn't want to turn his back. His feelings decided. He prepared his sword. Inside his head, even now, a sharp pain pounded. Fool's claws ran over the reddish-brown wounds smeared all over his arm. They were the same from the time they had fought back in the alley, and a blood melody began. Look at his spiked tail!
Look at him.
The thicket to Konoe's immediate side shook with a rustling sound. Oh, fuck. Well, obviously.
Well, obviously.
Well, obviously.
Boys, I hate to interrupt this moment. Is it okay if I go get a snack? I haven't had breakfast.
Yeah, go get a snacky. I don't have the walkthrough pulled up, so I'm getting it right now.
Well, I mean,
yes, but still, I'm reminded that I need the walkthrough.
Yes. Okay. I'll be back.
There we go. I also want a snacky, but I have to talk. I realized this because I was like, I have no problem eating on stream. Some people like to mute while they eat and stuff like that. I personally don't have any issue eating on stream, but I realize I play so many games where I have to talk so much, so there's no way I can eat. So I get so hungry. So I can't eat without, you know, messing with the flow of the story, and I don't want to be like mouthing something when I have to like when I'm like talking and I just got a face full of food. We should save, by the way. Woo! New save location. Yippee! Gotta get rid of these saves down here. Dare I jinx it with commenting on the status of LAMENTO right now? For those of you who don't know, this game can be a little buggy sometimes. If you notice from our last playthroughs, we had like frequent crashing or stalling or what's the term? Freezing. And then, yeah, I would have to like close out of all my shit and then restart it. It was a pain, but you know, it is what it is. That's all right.
What happened?
Nothing. I'm just chatting.
I got snack.
What'd you get?
I have these like turkey sticks.
Turkey sticks. Ooh.
They're like turkey meat sticks. They're good.
Oh, I was gonna say, are they like Slim Jims?
Kind of, but you put them in the fridge. They're kind of like the little turkey bites that you get in like the balance breaks with the cheese and everything.
Oh, okay.
It's just they're like in longer stick form.
You know what I saw when
like...
I was when I was grocery shopping yesterday? I saw one of those they had a God, I wanted it so bad, but I didn't get it. But they had the like the pre-made charcuterie board things where they had like olives and the nice like thin crackers, and it was like it's like the elevated charcuterie board instead of like getting the one where it's just like, you know, the ranch and celery sticks and tomatoes and stuff like that.
Oh, you mean like a veggie plate?
Yeah, well, there was the veggie plate, and then there was actual like one that's like a more like a charcuterie board.
Oh, okay.
And I wanted it so bad, but I didn't get it.
I love when I go to an event and there's a veggie plate.
Hell yeah, I love veggie plates. That's usually what I end up bringing most of the times to gatherings, because I'm just like, y'all are gonna appreciate this, even if it doesn't all get eaten. I'm definitely gonna be snacking on the celery sticks and the tomatoes.
And the carrots. I love carrot.
Sometimes the edamame. But the broccoli is oftentimes too, like, it's just too much.
I just don't like raw broccoli. I love cooked broccoli.
Yes, I love a seared broccoli or like a crispy broccoli from it being like grilled or baked.
No, I love like boiled broccoli, like what you have like a side.
Boiled broccoli is good too because, well, it's softer and easier to eat.
Or like steamed.
Steamed, yeah. I love them crispy. If I can get them crispy, that's my favorite.
I like my Brussels sprouts crispy.
Me too. Oh my god. I mean, that's like a given because if it's just like straight boiled Brussels sprouts, I fucking hate it. They have to be grilled to me.
I don't mind if they're boiled. It's just you have to season them correctly.
Yeah, that too. I much prefer them to be grilled.
I went out to dinner with a friend of mine like a couple months ago, and it's just like, I'm so sorry. I live by an airbase. If you hear planes,
I've never heard a plane
ever.
But yeah, just in general, I've never heard a plane. No, I've never heard a plane on your end.
Yeah. But it's like a completely vegan and vegetarian restaurant. It's so good because they make all their shit just really yummy. I think you'd like it, even though you're a meat lady. What did I get last time?
I'm a meat lady. I do like vegetables. They just have to be made right.
They have this, they call it the Buddha burger. Ooh. It's so good. Oh my god. Because it's like the meatless patty, but instead of like bacon, they do like tofu.
And they season
the tofu really good. Oh my god. When I went last time, I got their vegan banh mi. Oh, yeah, the sauce, really all their sauces they make are so good, and the way that they season their food is delicious. But for an appetizer, because it used to be a restaurant. I'm so sorry, I'm derailing so bad. It used to be a restaurant where you go in, you order your food, you sit down, they bring it out to you. They had gotten so much support that they like knocked out the people that were next to them and like built a whole big like restaurant.
Wow.
So it's like sit down table service now. But what I did like is that they bring you waters. But if you want, they have a fridge of like lemonades and like probiotic sodas and like kombuchas, and you can go and you can get those and they'll just add it onto your bill. But when I went, she came up to us and she was telling us about the specials and the appetizers and everything, and she said that they were like kimchi Brussels sprouts. Holy fuck, they were the best thing I've ever had. They were crispy. They had this really good like soy sesame glaze, and they were on like vegan kimchi, like a bed of vegan kimchi. It was so good.
That sounds nice.
Oh, now I want to go back.
I have fantastic news. We are past the halfway point in Rise Route.
Really?
I'm like pretty much after this point.
Oh my god.
It's like
we did it.
It's like unclear how long the rest of the stuff is, but we are moving into the final arc soon.
Oh, okay, cool. And there's been no sex.
Yeah, that's how these older games are. Yeah.
I mean, it's the slow damage. We're in the middle of a route. We're fucking.
Yeah.
We started off and we're fucking.
Yeah. But obviously, since we're going down Rise Route, we're gonna do Rise Presence.
What if you were going down Rise Route? Like, you didn't know that you were going down Rise Route thus far, and you picked Asato here.
I think if you're following with everything that we've been doing so far, we've accumulated enough points with Rai that it wouldn't matter. But I'm not 100% certain.
I also almost called him Ayato.
But yeah, because if you remember, Lamento is a points-based system instead of like purely a choice-based.
Do you know, like, is there a way that you can look at the character stats and know how many points you have?
No.
Oh.
No, you get no idea. You can only guess.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think each thing is 1 point. I heard legends somehow somewhere that certain things are like 2 points, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I think even if we choose also, it might lead us down a weird route. I'm not sure. But I really don't think so. I think we accumulated enough points with Rye that we're gonna end up regardless. But I don't know.
Ooh.
I guess you're just gonna have to play the game yourself, chat, and find out.
I thought you were gonna tell me, and I was like, no.
No, no.
I got you.
Yes, I'm here to show you the world. So we'll feel Rye's presence. His little spiked tail. Oh hey.
Oh hey.
Silver hair reflected in his view.
Think
Rye
about
appeared
him.
from the bushes. Look at them go! Yippee!
Look at him. Look at his little waist.
I know.
Both of them. They both got
They're
little
so
waists.
tiny. I love Konoe's outfit, honestly.
Yeah, it's really
like
good.
so
It looks
slay.
really comfy.
It looks really comfy. It looks really like nice and easy to
Oh,
wear.
it's his arms. When you just had the shot of just his ass, it looked like his arm was the opening to the side. So I thought that he had like a tunic, kind of like with the sides cut out, and I was like, oh wow.
Slay.
No.
Jalen Ul stopped moving.
Back to this banger.
Konoe also stared at him in utter astonishment. It was impossible for him to appear at a time like this. It's hard to even believe. It's not really that far-fetched, but...
Rai was like, wife in trouble.
Wife in trouble, need to be here. Rai stood beside Konoe and glared at the twin cats. These guys again.
This fucking guy.
This fucking guy.
What about leaks?
Most of them.
In trouble.
Rai suddenly frowned and cast Konoe a sideways glance. Konoe was startled at and hurriedly averted his eyes. He subconsciously stared at Rai's profile. Yeah. Was he relieved? With Rai's appearance? But no, not really. Not like that.
That was not the time, Konoe. That was not the time,
You
but
can't catch me, gay thoughts.
you can't catch me. He already has to deal with empathy. Imagine the empathy combined with
gay
gay thoughts. He's gonna die.
He can't handle it.
You can't catch me, gay thoughts.
Konoe suddenly denied the thought and turned to focus on the enemy before them.
You can't catch me.
You can't catch me. What? What are you missing?
You're late.
Let's hurry up and do it.
Do what?
Let's do it.
Let's do what?
Oh, you know.
Let's do it.
Oh, you
Let's
know.
do what?
The twins' voices bounced joyfully.
Should be cucks.
Can you sing? Can you sing? Could he do it? If he didn't sing, they couldn't win. Konoe could do nothing to win, but to sing.
Sing. Sing, my angel. My angel of music.
Oh.
I'll try.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. My cord
That's
got
okay.
caught on my mic and like jiggling
We're
it.
getting silly.
Konoe took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just before his field of vision was blocked out, he was able to see Ul claw at his arm once again. He remembered the feeling when he sang in that glade. He wanted to sing a tender melody, wrapped around his body with a very hot white flame. No power was needed to be a Sangha. No fighting spirit, no bloodlust. Only a heart that yearned for the toga.
Oh.
Yeah. Isn't
Oh
that
my
nice?
gosh.
Konoe breathed
Wait, so if
slowly.
that's the... Never mind. I was like, if that's the case, we got twins over there. What's going on? What's going on?
Well, that's why his song is different, you know?
Oh,
Because his song is conjured through pain and through harming himself.
see, whatever.
his breath and the pulsing of his heart intertwining. Before long, there was a rhythm, and little by little from inside, a melody was born. What he desired. It was hope, not slaughter. Living together, in order to live, protect the Tolga. This was the Sanga's song. He began to hear the faint melody. Deep within his body, a small red flame was lit. From the tip of his fingers to the tip of his tail, a modest heat was sent forward.
What if you were a Sangha, but like you were a really bad singer?
This would be so. And it just worked in general. And your
Tolga
is just like,
oof. Oof. Okay. Maybe we can get you some lessons.
Then the light emitted by his body became thin whiffs and flowed to his Tolga, to Rai. Konoe opened his eyes. Yippee! Yippee! Whee! He saw Rai surrounded by particles of light, gripping his sword in both hands. Yeah?
Sorry, I'm getting silly.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's just like the flashes and the way that they move to CGs and flash other CGs is like Bollywood.
Very Bollywood,
reality.
Yeah. Listen, they were doing what they could at the time. They were experimenting.
You know that one gif of the girl from
the woman, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like
shoot.
Yes, yeah.
Shoot.
Think about that video all the time.
Like zoom in, zoom out, stretch frame, zoom back in.
I love the one where it like flips her and then it explodes because I'm just like, what is going on?
And then it comes back. Sepia filter. Against the melody strummed by his body, the one heard in the distance was a melody of dark blood. Ghoul's red blood trickled down, and he sang as if he were screaming. A stream of green light wrapped around Kill's body. Oh, sorry.
My stream is doing the thing.
Oh, it's doing the thing? Hold on.
Yeah, just close it.
Just in Discord?
Just in Discord.
Okay. How's that?
There you go.
Cool. You're a Sangha. I didn't know, Cursed Cat. We can't lose to you. Kill and I absolutely won't lose. Wow. Look at the parallels. Both Tolga dashed towards each other.
Their evil aura.
They're evil. I'm evil. Far away, the sound of clashing blades resounded. Even that added color to the melody. Seeing green light wherever Kill wielded his sword, Konoe knew Kill was receiving support from the wind. Rai's entire body was shrouded in thin light, and each of his movements was quick. Rai's sword tore through the air without stopping while Kill, aided by the wind, dove in and out like a boulder. Even the sounds of their clashing blades beat against his ears in one continuous flow. Kill twisted his body, picked off the ground, and delivered a single blow. Rai's dagger pushed it back, while at the same time he swung his sword from behind. Kill's arm tinged with the rushing wind, became a shield and blocked Rai's attack. Rai shifted his center of gravity off his blocked sword and wielded his dagger instead. Kill stepped back, the wind at his feet. Rai ran after him with nimble speed. When Rai was attacked, the lingering impact reached Konoe. He realized the Tolga and Sangha were one. If the connection between their hearts grew deeper, would he feel it even more? Would the pain of the Tolga become the pain of the Sangha?
やるなお前のサンガ
やるな
呪われた猫のくせになかなかだでもウルは負けないよ
He's pretty able, your Sangha. In spite of being a cursed cat, he does quite well. But Ul will not lose. Kill shouted to them and laughed. Ooh. Suddenly, Ul produced a changed melody. When he looked, Konoe saw that Ul's arm was so stained with red that it was hard to know what skin still remained. Ul's expression turned from ecstasy to agony. Damn, sorry you can't do reverb.
He finished? I can't even hear him speak.
Yeah, he was quiet, but he did finish.
Okay, I was like, I can't hear him at all.
It was quiet.
Oh, bestowed. My blood resonating with screams in pain. Now, to my beloved Toga.
Wow. Ul created more wounds on his arm and sang while he tore at himself. Kale's movements showed further support from the wind, and he'd begun to gradually push Rai back.
Did I mention this the first time we met them? That kind of reminds me of Lady Tomoyo from Demon Slayer.
Which one?
The...
Ooh?
How he...
Oh, just... Yeah. I don't remember if you did.
Well, that's what it reminds me of.
The strength of the Sanga's thoughts gave power to the Toga. Shing. Spines of unseen wind formed from Kill's blade and attacked Rai. He didn't see an opening. In addition to the repeated rapid attacks, the blades of the air vacuum continued with the sword approached Rai. Rai was forced to defend in this situation, and Konoe began to worry faintly. And he should aid his Toga with his own song too. He thought about it, but he didn't know what to do. But he'd try either way. If the Sangha hesitated, the Toga would lose. Steadying his breathing, Konoe closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, he understood very clearly how Rai and Kill thought. Probably because they were connected through a song. Four long green and white lights appeared in the darkness. They were songs shrouding Rai and Kill. The shining green light overflowed, and the white light was steadily becoming extinguished. At this rate, they would lose. I don't want to lose. Leek's laughing voice revived in the depths of... Oh, I see. In the depths of his ears. He had said it was a test of endurance. No matter what, they could not lose. Again, the white flame rose from inside Konoe's body. The flame accelerated little by little, gaining momentum and forming a rhythm. Overlapping with his heartbeat, it turned into an intense melody. Powerful heat accompanying the intensity leapt as if to break free from Konoe's body. His body felt as if it was gently floating. It was such a strong light. Konoe grit his teeth in agony, feeling all his energy being drained. While his consciousness and thoughts were painted white, he noticed his lips spun words. Konoe opened his eyes slightly. A mass of dazzling light flowed towards Rai, surrounding his body. Remarkably strong light dwelled in the sword Rai wielded. Ul grimaced in pain and stopped the hand that was clawing at his arm. Dark blood fell to the ground in large droplets. Pew 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 pew! When Rai and Kill clashed, their swords crossed, light overflowed with an intense sound. Kill groaned, losing his green light. Rai's face was lit by the light reflected off his sword. Hee. He laughed. It was completely different from his usual and stoic expression. He smiled an awfully happy, yet cruel smile. Rai's dagger pushed out and blocked Kill's sword. Kill! Oh, that's you. Sorry.
Kill. Sorry, it's okay. I also forgot that I was here. I was engrossed.
It was good. Rai promptly wielded his sword in his other hand. But the blade that seemed to be aimed true at Keel showed a completely unexpected movement. Silver hair billowed. I ran to Ul. Ul! In the corner of Konoe's mind, a calm voice muttered, "Aim for the Sangha to destroy the Toga." Silver wind passed. The tip of the sharp sword no longer stayed in the air, and now pushed out towards one point. White light exploded. This is a little sad. Then the black melody ended. Ul's eyes seemed unable to widen anymore, and his throat contorted as if somehow compensate. The sword had pierced its prey through the belly, and its red-dyed tip protruded from its back. When all movement stopped, Rice slowly withdrew his sword from Ul's body. Ul twitched, and blood spilled from his mouth. Keel raised his voice, moving from his frozen position to run to his fallen brother. Rai's cold gaze quietly followed that figure.
Uru. Oi.
Holding the body gushing blood, Keel called out, looking as if he might cry. Still wrapped in his own melody, Konoe gazed at this sight. The Toga spilled tears for his fallen Sangha. His trembling back looked awfully small. It was the figure of any ordinary cat who'd lost a loved one. The melody of the light gradually faded away. Because of the manifestation of the song, strong feelings suddenly surged forward into his pulsating consciousness. It was the emotions of the twin cats. A suffocating sadness and pain flowed into his chest, threatening to crush him. But Konoe immediately stared wide-eyed. Behind the sobbing Keel, he saw a sword rise up.
Yose!
Stop it!
He shouted at once. Keel's body shook in surprise. Rai lowered his sword in a terribly slow gesture and slowly turned towards Konoe. At once, a chill ran up his spine. Rai's eye was too cold. Why stop?
もういいだろう。サンガが潰れればトーガは戦えない。
That's enough. The Toga can't fight if the Sangha has been eliminated.
You want to let an enemy go? Keel lowered his ears and glared at Rai, tears welling up in his eyes.
戦えないなら負けを認めたも同然だ。
But if they can't fight, it's as good as admitting defeat. I'm not rereading that.
Cornered the defeated more than necessary. Such was a tacit rule between cats. I wonder. Rai narrowed his eye and stared at Konoe. At such a sharp look, Konoe's tail shook, but he put power into his own returning gaze. Rai's tail shook left and right in irritation. While the air grew tense, the bushes began to shake. Surprised, Konoe turned towards the source of the sound. Asuto jumped out. Oh, sorry. It was just a name, though. While Konoe and Rai were distracted, Keel moved. He raised Ul in his arms, then quickly jumped into the grove. Konoe felt the reflex to give chase, but stay put.
いいのか?
Is it okay? Looking back to a puzzled Asuto, Konoe replied with a nod. Rai didn't move much either. He opted to just sheath his sword with a sigh and cross his arms. You're an utterly naive and stupid cat.
あんたが見境ないだけだろ。
And you have no filter.
Despite his scowling, Konoe felt inwardly ill at ease. During the battle, he glimpsed Rai smiling. In the beginning, he thought it was simply because he truly enjoyed fighting, but now he felt it was not so. It was a more ruthless, even malicious smile, as if he enjoyed the one moment when life was extinguished.
He's crazy.
He is crazy. And the enemy Sangha, Ul, Konoe wondered if he died.
今の猫
The cats just now. Asito looked in the direction where Kill escaped, picking up the sword Kill left behind and frowning.
やっぱり名義の猫だ匂いでわかる
Like I thought. They're Meigi cats. I know their scent. Meigi, the evil tribe that was on bad terms with Kira?
名義奴らは悪魔の狂信者たちだろうなぜリークスの元についている
Well, Meigi. They are demon worshippers. Or are they under Leek's command?
それは昔の話だ信仰の対象が変わったかどうかはわからないけど最近は少し動きが変わってきていたキラとのいさかい以外で外に出てきたことはなかったこんな風に
It's a story from long ago. They have changed their religion's object of worship for what reasons I don't know. But lately their movements has changed a little too. They haven't gone out other than to fight with Kira, like this. Asito's eyes shone with a complex color as he glanced to the grove where Kill disappeared.
どこの猫であろうとリークスの手下であることに変わりはない
Wherever the cats are from, it doesn't change the fact that they are Leek's minions.
嫌な予感がする
I have a bad feeling. As his ears flattened, Asito's expression clouded over. Then Konoe's vision suddenly blurred strangely. Back at it again, get down with the sickness.
この絵
Abruptly, his knees lost their strength and gave out, and he crashed to the ground. Severe pain and fatigue struck him.
新たな歌を発動させたその反動だろう
This is the result of your use of a new song.
クソ
Sprite of Asito is so cute.
He's so cute.
He looks so scared and worried.
He's like, I'm sad. It's fine. Continue.
Damn it. Every time.
Whenever he moved his body, it ached. It bothered him, but there was nothing that could be done.
曲調が変わると同時に武器に至るまで溢れる力を感じた
When the melody changed, I felt power overflowing into my weapon.
それ強いのか
It was that strong?
知らん
Sorry.
サンガの歌については乱戦のサンガ町にでも聞いたらどうだ
Don't know.
Well,
Why
about
not?
that.
About that. Why not ask the Chief Sangha about your song?
サンガ町
Bad news bears. The Chief Sangha? Sorry, I
あ
forgot.
の町の領主には代々選ばれしサンガの血筋の猫が守護としてついている時には国の行方を左右する決断を委ねられることもある重要な存在だ
From generation to generation, a Sangha chosen from a particular clan stays by the Lord to protect them. Sometimes they are entrusted with delusions that affect our country's fate, so they are a pretty significant presence.
サンガの血筋そんなものがあるのか
A lineage of Sangha. Something like that exists.
修練を積んで無理やり力を引き出しているサンガだがな純正なサンガに比べれば大したことはない
There are Sangha who try to harness their power through training and force. Compared to a genuine Sangha, they're insignificant. Rai turned his back when he said as much.
さっきの歌、使い心地は悪くなかった。
That song a while ago. It didn't feel bad. You like him.
なんだ
What?
あ、いや
He's like, you complimented me. Wow.
You gave me a compliment. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rai glared over his shoulder at Konoe, who reflexively shook his head. Konoe forgot the pain in his body for a brief moment. When words that weren't insults passed Rai's lips, Konoe was bewildered for some reason. Oh hey, this is quite a standoff we got here. Asato stared at Rai, then suddenly growled and ruffled his fur. Rai arched an eyebrow.
お前までなんだ
What is it? What is it, you?
なんでもない。
Nothing.
だったら威嚇するな
Nothing.
Then don't threaten me.
してない。
Oh my god.
I'm not. Asato spat his words curtly, then suddenly turned to a tree behind him and energetically began to sharpen his claws.
バカばっかりだ
Leave him alone! Leave him alone.
Rai sighed and muttering in disdain. Only the dry sound of Asato's frantic claw sharpening echoed through the darkening forest. Day passes by so quickly here.
No more time for day.
Too fatigued to move anymore, Konoe decided to take a rest for the evening. At daybreak, when the moon of light rose, they'd go to their destination. Oh damn, I'm sorry if you can hear the fucking... There's construction work next door.
I cannot hear it at all.
Cool. The next day was clear, however, the atmosphere felt heavy and foreboding, like the calm before a storm. Konoe groomed, fixed his outfit, and ate and drank a little, and finally headed for the depths of the forest. As they proceeded north, his endlessly green field of view suddenly cleared. He squinted at the unexpected brightness. It was a fantastic spectacle before him. We're here!
Yay!
Yippee! The small grassy area was teeming with light. Red, yellow, blue, and green transparent light overlapped, forming an indescribable color. Each light was cast from a surrounding stone in the grass. The smooth surfaces reflected the moonlight like mirrors. It was just like what he had heard in the stories.
不思議な場所だな。
What a strange place, Asato murmured. He was captivated. This was a scene that could be called beautiful, but Konoe felt it was a bit ominous. Since he treaded into the space, deep inside his body, something was reacting. Was it his stomach? He felt sick, like his blood was boiling. Something was off about this place. He felt pressure as if he was being wrapped in an invisible shroud.
4色の光に満ちた地。開くべき扉はそこにあるか。
A field of four colors. A door should be open here, shouldn't it? Those were Lisa's words. Rai, lost in thought, stared at his feet in silence and cautiously swayed his tail until he finally turned and nodded to Konoe.
そこに立ってみろ。
Stand here. He pointed to the grass where the four colors of light intersected. Not knowing what else to do, Konoe stepped foot in the grass. When he stood where all the light shone together, it almost seemed like overflowing water as it shimmered remarkably. The colors seemed to form a thin film over the outside world, distorting his view. It was a very mysterious place. He stood still for a while, but nothing seemed to happen.
何かする必要があるんじゃないか
Maybe I need to do something.
何をだ。
I'm like, what?
わからない。
It's like, fuck if I know.
儀式とか。
I don't know. A ritual or something?
When Konoe hesitated, Rai sighed.
騙されたか。
They were deceived.
この岩珍しいな。こんな岩見たことない。
These stones are unusual. I've never seen ones like these. Asato approached one of the 4 stones and tilted his head as if he'd noticed something.
これは紋章？
Is this a crest? There was something like a sigil carved in the stone. They were weathered, but since they were so large, Konoe could see even from where he stood. All 4 stones seemed to have a carved crest.
待て。
Wait. Rai suddenly narrowed his eye sharply.
この形。
The shape. Konoe looked closely as well. Suddenly, Konoe's heart throbbed. His eyes were glued to the carved sigil. The tip of his tail quivered. His mind knew something was different. It was just a carved crest, but... Rai looked at Konoe with a stern expression. Asato turned startled as well.
これもこっちも全部この絵のあざと同じじゃないか。
This one, and this one, all of these. Aren't they the same as the marks on Konoe? But his words did not reach Konoe.
Yes, but
Konoe's eyes were fixed to the carved sigils for an entirely different reason.
ヘビ。
snake?
The seals seemed like invisible snakes. It was his imagination. Crest could have all kinds of forms. But it was pointless to think this way. Those were serpents. He brought his quivering fingertips to his lips. Those serpents that entered his mouth, glided down his throat, and gnawed away at his insides. Their slippery scales and fleshy sensation were vividly revived. They trailingly pulled to and fro at his insides.
What a way to describe it.
That is something.
Why? Well, you could just been like, never mind.
He got
What a way
worms
to
in his
describe
body.
You got worms?
He got worms.
No, he got ringworms.
He's got worms. He needs medicine.
Help.
Help him. He gonna get heartworms.
Poor kitty cat.
Nausea suddenly rose, and Konoe sank to his knees while covering his mouth with his hand. The serpents were rampaging through his stomach. The 4 snakes he had swallowed that night. I can do that too! Konoe, what's wrong? Someone's hand was grasping his shoulder. He couldn't recognize who it was. His shrouded view could only see the green grass and the light. Anything past that was a blur. Konoe heaved for breath and saliva began dripping. His stomach and throat were burning. Unable to bear it any longer, Konoe vomited. There was a high-pitched ringing in his ears. He didn't understand why. It was painful. His heart pounded at a frightening speed. His thoughts dimming, Konoe heard a voice speaking in his mind. Do you remember this feeling? He heard a voice from the depths of his body. Getting up in a panic, Konoe was terrified. He couldn't see anything. As if he were in a dense fog, he could not even discern colors.
He turned into a dog.
I don't know, what kind of view do cats have?
I think they see a little bit more colors than dogs.
Occasionally he heard what might have been Rai and Asato's voices, but they immediately faded. What did he know? What he did know was that the snakes were raging in his body. His stomach felt hot. It felt like his body was squeezed as thin as his tail and groaned out. The pain tormented his defenseless body directly. His instincts cried out in alarm. maintained consciousness. He fumbled for his tail and held tight. Trying not to lose consciousness, Konoe dug his claws into his tail. Konoe bared his teeth in pain, but even the feeling of his claws digging into his weakest part gradually became distant. He clung to his last shred of consciousness. Don't let go. If he let go, he'd... Konoe awoke to a cold sensation on his cheek. He opened his eyes. What he thought was cold was just the wind blowing. Where was he? When he tried to get up, Konoe grimaced at the sharp pain in his stomach. The uncomfortable feeling of the violent snakes was still fresh in his mind. Holding his belly through his clothes and using one arm to prop himself up, Konoe slowly lifted up his body. He just shifted his bottom and sat back down. Where were Rai and Asto? When Konoe looked around, he saw his view was clouded with darkness. He blinked several times to try and clear his eyes, but this was different. The 4 stones and grass were gone, and he didn't know what lay beyond the fog either. When he looked to his hand, there was no floor. No, his hand was surely touching something. The floor was invisible. No matter how hard he looked, Konoe saw nothing. He heard the thumping of his heart awfully clearly. With all his nerves on edge, Konoe looked at his surroundings with bated breath. He didn't know where he was or what was happening. When he began to gulp down saliva, he realized his throat was parched. Only the tip of his tail shook slightly to indicate his tension. Thump, thump. Konoe's ears twitched at the sudden noise. It was heavy, wet sound, as if in a womb.
What?
The tension rising in him, his claws instinctively scratched at the ground. Though the floor seemed stiff, his nails sank in slightly with a strange sensation. And then he could hear music, both near and far. The melody sounded like an illusion. Then Konoe suddenly realized it was the same as the dream. If so, what came afterwards would be... As if reading his thoughts, an impending green light burst open. He was blinded, his view cut off painfully by the light. The snake would come next. It made a slithering sound and coiled around him before disappearing from his sight. Konoe stood. Only that feeling he hated. Agitation coursed down his spine, the fur on his tail swelled. When Konoe opened his eyes and tried to endure the dazzling glare, the light struck again. This time, it was the yellow light. The blue after that. Then the red light struck and exploded. No matter how much he squeezed his eyes shut, the exceedingly bright light could only be seen through his eyelids. He didn't suffer physically, but Konoe grit his teeth in shock, struggling to breathe. Green, yellow, blue, red. The same colors as the snakes in the dream. The snakes wriggled inside of his belly. After the last trail of light passed, it became quiet. He heard and saw nothing. Suspicious, Konoe tried to slowly open his eyes. Pitch black darkness opened up. Even if he tried to look around, it was no different than when his eyes were shut. Konoe sat down in the middle of the deep darkness. What was happening? As if it was the only sound in existence, he heard the beating of his heart. It pulsated right beside his ear. The darkness was heavy. Sweat formed in the palms of his hands. Konoe wanted to escape, but here, he didn't know where he could turn. He got down on his knees, huddled over, and held his breath. In the strained silence, something swayed in front of him, restraining his heart that seemed like it would explode. Konoe firmly strained his eyes. He furrowed his brow. A small flame burned in the sky ahead. It was a green flame. Flickering faintly like a snake's tongue, it cast a wavering light in the darkness. Fire wasn't good. Instinctively, he backed away. The sweat blurring on his palms worsened. There was a sound behind him, and his body went stiff. Konoe looked back slowly with a foreboding feeling. Now, a new flame had appeared. This time it was a yellow flame. Then red and blue flames emerged from the darkness to his left and right. The flames, though, were the same colors as the snakes floated around Konoe as if surrounding him.
Yada.
Konoe muttered, eyes wide open in fright.
No. That was the. I cannot make my voice thus as small as his voice just sounded.
His little yada.
Yada.
Yada. His body was frozen. He felt like his tense nerves would explode. Forgetting to blink, Konoe hurriedly looked around at the four flames. His wavering tail swelled and trembled with uncertainty. If only he could run. Anywhere was okay. He wanted to escape from the siege somehow. No matter where he turned, flames would be there. Konoe was overwhelmed, unsure where to run to. Suddenly, the flames flared up in unison and began to blaze even more intensely. He stopped moving in surprise, then jumped back. The flames crackled as if to intimidate Konoe, their tips swaying. Fire. Fire. Konoe was cornered. At the center of the circle, he helplessly lowered his ears. The hand supporting his body slipped, and his shoulder hit the floor. At that moment, Konoe's eyes grasped something within the flame. When they flickered down just for an instant, he saw something tethered there. He grit his teeth desperately and stared, frowning against the heat. Shadows. In each of the four flames, he saw a black shadow. Someone was there. A different sound echoed in Konoe's ears, stunning him. He's curling up. His ears and tail and his knees are shaking. You want to do this one? It's kind of light and playful.
I'll do that one. He doesn't need to be so afraid.
I was thinking you could probably do this one too. He's very like sophisticated.
Oh, my favorite. That was in bad taste. Let's finish this quickly.
Don't be so impatient. It'll be over soon enough. After a few seconds, Konoe finally recognized those voices. Someone suppressed chuckling accompanied the swaying, vividly colored flames. Instinctively, a threatening sound rumbled from his throat. They're dangerous, a voice said somewhere in his head. But the depths of his stomach pulsed, and Konoe held his breath. He soon grimaced and roughly exhaled. Inside his stomach, the snakes wriggled about in delight. At the same time, the markings on his body grew hot. Although not enough to make him jump, the heat seemed to suddenly scorch his skin. He is suffering.
Is this one me?
I think that's green. It could be yellow, but go ahead, why not?
Can't be helped. Our altas are in there and reacting. It's natural.
I think this is blue.
Finally. Whether he's truly an unshakable soul or if he fall into someone else's hands, I'm looking forward to finding out. Whoa! Whoa!
hard to hear them. I can't tell.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah? You're pretty confident.
It's the biggest catch in a long time. I won't let him escape.
Wow.
Various voices rained down from overhead. In the meantime, the serpents continued to violently writhe inside Konoe's body. The marks continued emitting heat, and Konoe suffered the enduring torment, feeling as if he was being tortured to death. It hurt. All his emotions jumbled into one big mess. Without sinking down, without rebelling, they all stood still in a stagnant froth. Unable to spit them out, he grit his teeth and contorted his face.
What?
I think this is green.
Okay. Looks like he's in pain, huh? Well, let's get started. This will decide everything. This is so fun. Oh, it goes in order, so it's yellow, green, blue, red.
Oh, maybe. How will this end? Hazily opening his eyes, he peeked at them. In his fading vision, the yellow flame flared up particularly strong, then died down little by little. A black shadow manifested in the wavering flames. Konoe's eyes opened wide at what protruded from the head of the silhouette. They weren't ears. Those were horns. It was a devil.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, buddy.
Whoa!
Now you finally get names.
快楽を司る精霊神悪魔かまあ何でもいいけどよ
Wow.
Yo, you heard right. I'm Berg. I rule over pleasure. Am I a spirit? God? Devil? Well, anyone's fine with me. The devil descended cautiously from the sky as if he were stepping down invisible stairs, and stood right in front of Konoe. It was much larger than Konoe, and had short silver hair. There was no escaping his sharp gaze. When Konoe looked closely, he saw a black, wiry tail, different from the cat's.
This is just like Obey Me.
He was overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight. Just standing next to Berg made the air oppressive. It wasn't like the shadow he fought before. The presence of a person with power incomparable to his own reached his skin. This was a devil? The yellow snake wriggled joyfully in the depths of his stomach.
うんとかすんとか言ったらどうなんだおい
I've said all this, so say something already. Hey! Scowling in displeasure, Berg moved his legs, touching the tip of his boot to the chin of crouching Konoe.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Reflexively feeling aversion, Konoe instinctively turned his face away to shake him off. While enduring the crushing pain, he glared back and mustered his voice from his parched throat.
なんでどうして俺に
Why me?
Berg whistled.
Oh my gosh.
なんでだと
Oh my gosh.
そうきたさすが猫だ気ぐらいが高えや
What position do you want me in?
お前自分の立場分かってんの
Wow.
Wow. Why, you ask? Why is that? Just as one would expect from a cat full of pride. Say, do you know what position you're in?
Also, not to be like but like, what do you want him to say right now? Let's be real. Like,
let's back it up. What the fuck?
Let's back it up. Ignore the fact that he's a big sexy man. If I was Konoe, I would just be like, what do you want me to say? Like, what's the right reaction here? You know?
Like, what the fuck? When Konoe tried to withdraw, Berg leaned his tall figure over and squatted down, grabbing Konoe's shoulder with one hand. The foreign fingers felt like they mercilessly dug into him, and he grimaced.
Oh. だがそういうのは嫌いじゃねえ。いたぶりがいがあるからな。
What defiant eyes. They make me sick. But I don't hate it, because tormenting you is worth it.
Oh my goodness.
Konoe was forced to peer into the sharp light dwelling in those pupils. He desperately fought the urge to look away. It was overwhelming. It was also different. Berg's glare seemed to halt his breath. As if he could see right into Konoe's mind, Berg smirked. He loaded more force into the fingers digging into Konoe's shoulder, making him grit his teeth. Oh.
Is he not already?
No, he's kind of like trying to look away.
Oh, okay.
Now, look into my eyes.
Yada.
Yada じゃねえよ。
No, don't just say no. Berg pulled Konoe's shoulder closer, and the distance between their faces narrowed.
Mwah!
A kiss. Konoe was going to turn down his eyes, but he couldn't do it in time. Odd light swayed in Berg's eyes. Suddenly, numbness, like a strong electric shock, ran from his tail up his entire body, and Konoe arched his back and cried out involuntarily. What was that just now? Surprised at how loud his yell was, he was ashamed and covered his mouth with the back of his hand. But the numbness in the rest of his body did not disappear. On the contrary, luscious waves rose from his waist.
Whoa!
Wow.
Luscious.
Luscious.
Luscious waves.
Wow, that was quite a word.
Me when my hair is really, really, like, beautiful.
Me when my
and,
luscious
like,
waves.
Yeah, me when my hair is just really good right out of the shower. My luscious waves.
Like this right now. My little shakies. Look at my luscious waves.
Luscious.
All his hair stood on end at the intense sensation. His fluffed out tail shivered in pain. Props to Konoe's voice actor who just has to make a lot of these noises.
Yeah, thank you for not. Oh!
Oh, God.
耳がぺったんこになってるぜ。お前普通のやつより感じちまうんだろう。大変だよな。
大変。Oh, poor thing. Your ears are all flat. You? So you feel things differently from a normal guy? Oh, that's too bad. Konoe sighed unintentionally at the low
What does that mean?
voice touching the soft fur on his ears.
What does that mean? From a... whatever. I'm thinking too hard about it.
What are you focusing on?
No, but what does he mean by, like, you feel differently from... You feel things differently than a normal guy? Like, what does that mean?
I assume he's talking about his empathy.
Oh, okay. I thought he meant, like, physical sensations.
No,
and
no,
I was
no.
like, what the fuck does that mean?
I think he's talking about his empathy.
Okay. That makes more sense. That's why I was like...
What do you mean?
What? Yeah, I was like, well, I mean, I'm a cat boy, so...
This, by the way, it's 7 in the morning.
I know. You gotta stop talking to me like that.
The snake raged within his guts and his markings burned hot. The waves drowned out the pain. His body was hot. He didn't understand this.
Heat! Induced heat!
Heat! His lower limbs ached and throbbed. The unknown passion sought an exit and raged in a swirling whirlpool. It made him dizzy. Opening his eyes wide, Konoe salivated from slightly parted lips. He wanted so much that he reached even his own restless breathing. What was this?
Heat! Heat!
Konoe didn't know what was happening to his own body. Confused and frightened. What's happening?
いいか。
Maybe he's ovulating.
選ぶのはお前だ。
Both are possible. Is it good? It's your choice. Oh. Abstinence.
Abstinence.
Abstinence. I'm saving myself.
I'm saving myself. Get back, the demon.
Get back, demon. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, do we have to?
Oh, no. No.
What do we have to do?
We're frozen.
Oh.
Oh, we had it. We had it. Come back to me. Oh, it was there for a second. No, do it again. No. No, come on. We can do it. We can make it happen. No.
Hey, we went this far.
Hey, that's why I was like, don't say it, but we were doing so well. Fuck.
What do we have to do?
Oh, jeez. Oh, I can click things. Fuck, which one was which?
Lust was on top
Lust
and
was top.
abstinence was on the bottom.
We have to pick abstinence.
No longer can we click things.
No shit, we had it for a second.
You have to just make... You gotta go.
We have to pick abstinence. Oh, I'm abstinent and I'm proud.
I'm abstinent and I'm proud. I'm saving myself for Jesus.
I'm saving myself for Jesus. Okay, it did it. We did it. Oh my god.
Save now.
Yes. Yes. Woo. We did it. We did it with my spamming. We did it. Yippee.
Save now, Queen.
I saved. We're saved. We did it. Oh no, but now the text box doesn't work. Oh wait.
Hey, we saved.
No, we're good.
We
We're
can
good.
just restart.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. I just apparently I clicked spacebar.
Oh no.
But no, we're back. I've got it. Later. Hell yeah, we did it. We did it.
A man who knows the meaning of no. Wow, great.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have.
He said, "I'm saving myself for the Lord.
I'm saving myself."
Abstain. Abstain.
Abstinence.
I have this promise ring on. You can't touch my virginity. That's mine.
That's fine. Just like in that dream, the words naturally came out as Konoe desperately chose within the chaos of his thoughts.
What happens if you choose lust?
You probably die. I don't know.
Damn, we didn't even save beforehand.
No, we didn't. I was like, shit, we can go back. No, we can't.
Shit.
Well, it's just gonna be a mystery.
God damn.
The impulse disappeared from his body as if it had fallen and vanished in a puff of smoke. All that remained was his discomfort, the snake writhing in his stomach, and the heat of his markings. As his wheezing made his chest heave up and down, Konoe stretched out his stiff limbs. He opened his eyes in a daze. His thoughts were blank. When he tried to think of what happened, nothing arose. Humiliation, anger, fright, and surprise all mixed. It was more than he could think about. However, he was taken aback at the display reflected in his vision next. The yellow flame disappeared from the dark ceiling, and the green flame flared up next. We're still coming?
Well.
There was an unpleasant, lingering sweetness left. Konoe wiped his lips and sat up in a low crouch. Just like with Varg, the devil calmly descended.
Oh my god, hello. He looks so futuristic.
Yeah, slay, bestie.
He looks like a Shin Megami Tensei character.
He does. He's a little bug.
Little bird.
Little bird.
Which one did I do?
You did green and blue.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got doubled. God damn. Well now, it's my turn. Being Varg's opponent must be hard, huh? Sexual desire is exhausting, don't you think? No, but sometimes the act is exhausting.
Sometimes I'd be exhausted.
I know.
devil wore glossy black attire on his thin body, but he spoke in a cheery voice contrary to his appearance. The upper half of his face was covered by what looked like a mask, but a big smile was clearly formed on his lips. Behind him was a tail just like Verg's. That was probably a devil's tail. This time, the green snake writhed around Konoe's stomach.
はじめまして。僕はフラウド。司るのは気悦だ。もう分かってると思うけど、僕のも選んでもらわなくちゃならない。
Okay. Nice to meet you. I'm Froud. I control joy. Though I think you know this already, you must choose for me too.
なんでどうしてあんたたちが俺を
Why are all of you guys and me?
Desperately propping his creaking body up, Konoe bristled up as he glared at Froud. It hurt too much, and he felt numb. He no longer knew what hurt and where he felt hot. Froud opened his arms widely and happily tilted his head back.
いいね。そういう姿は素直に可愛いと思うな。小さな毛玉の存在が必死に牙をむき、毛を逆立てている。すごくけなげだ。
Hello Kitty, he's so cute. This is great. I think that figure is kind of cute. The little fuzzball that desperately bares its fangs and bristles its fur. How admirable.
リークスの命令なのか
Is this an order from Leaks?
リークスそんな話はどうでもいいじゃ
Oh
ん
my gosh.
It's like, that doesn't matter because you're looking at me.
君の目の前にいるのは僕なんだから
Leaks? That doesn't matter, because right now I'm the one before you, right?
He also uses Boku, and that's super cute. Still laughing, Froud lightly bent his upper body and slowly crossed his widespread arms in front of his chest.
僕の喜び君にも味わわせた
Why don't I give you a taste of my joy?
His final words were whispered and his smile turned cruel. Froud's crossed arms opened powerfully, and a sharp green wind ran by. Exposed directly to it, Konoe turned his face away and protected his head with both arms. His heart beat loudly and he opened his eyes wide. He heard a voice. He tried to shake it from his ears like a hallucination, but it was different. The voice certainly echoed in his head. Screams. Shouts. Voice pleading for help. Cries. Little by little they increased into a steady flow. One big mass. On the backs of his eyelids, in his ears, in the back of his forehead, he heard countless voices screaming. It was a mad cacophony of large and small, male and female, and Konoe thought he'd go crazy. But the strange part was his own emotions toward them. He felt exquisite exultation. Konoe was confused and felt like his body was melting away into the raging voices.
命あるものが最も極みに上り詰める瞬間なんだと思う
When do you think one reaches the pinnacle of their lives?
意図せず誰かに命を奪われる時さその時魂は叫ぶんだ生きようとして死という未知なるものへの恐怖から逃れようとして
It is in the moment their lives are taken by another. At that time, the soul cries out. To live, it tries to escape the unknown thing called death.
この瞬間こそ命の炎は燃え上がるそれを味わうなんて極上の喜びだとは思わないかい
Surely at this moment, this is when the fire of life truly blazes. When one gets a taste of this, is it not the greatest joy?
The moment their lives were taken, and these voices. Savage impulses formed from a joyful tickle inside his chest. Konoe's heart leapt again. The impulse coursed through his body along with his blood. This hand, Konoe wanted to crush everything. Sweet, splattering blood, exposed entrails throbbing with a lovely pulsation.
Oh my god, exposed entrails? Takano no Chi mentioned.
Oh my god, Takano no Chi mentioned. He wanted to discover all of those secrets daily life never yielded underneath the skin. He crouched on the floor and exhaled a hot breath. I want to kill. I want to kill. I want to kill.
It's different.
楽しんでくれているようだね。それじゃあ疑似的ではあるけれど、最も美しい時をサービスしよう。
You seem to enjoy it. So allow me to service you most— What? So allow me to service you most beautifully in your false freedom.
Proud raised one hand and snapped his fingers. Right after it, Konoe heard a hiss of the wind. Suddenly trembling, Konoe's body went stiff. There was a heavy impact to the back of his stomach. It was as if he'd been pierced by a huge blade. Could it be? Konoe looked down to his stomach and he kneeled but saw nothing. Long after the surprise, the pain came. It felt like a sharp object was certainly piercing his guts. The wind passed slightly by Konoe's cheeks, contrary to his own heavy breathing.
It's just period cramps.
Yeah.
僕のために選んでくれ。
Now, choose for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Sin!
Sin! No,
Sin.
I'm a follower of Jesus. I choose abstinence. You cannot convince me to indulge in a life of sin. We have to pick joy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It is fun. It is kind of funny, isn't it?
As he said that he was joy.
Yeah. But his joy is sin.
It's bad!
It's bad!
It's bad!
It's a bad lime.
It's bad, yeah.
And he's
literally.
green.
Yeah. I've received it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Through the searing pain, Konoe chose whatever words came to his mind. Everything faded and he was set free. Both Froud's figure and the feeling of his stomach being pierced incredibly faded away. Lying wearily on the floor, Konoe cast a vacant look to the sky. The green flame vanished. 2 more left. Did he need to go through this? Exhausted in body and mind, he thought of the name that was the root of all this evil. Leaks. Because that meant rose with vivid color into his turbid thoughts. I blew. This time the blue flame flared, and another devil stepped down. His body cried out, but it was impossible to escape. However, Konoe raised his upper body and glared at the devil. The next devil narrowed his eyes sadly for some reason, and watched Konoe for a while. His complexion was pale as death itself, and his figure was wrapped in solemn clothes. He seemed to have an air of rejecting everything.
私はカルツ。
Oh my god. Hey.
I knew you would like him.
Hey.
させている。
Listen, he's got my favorite things. He's blue. Apparently he's the one that's like the fun police.
He is fun police because he's full of sorrow.
Oh, he's my favorite now. Oh, move, everyone else. I like him.
This is Cults.
Hi, Colts.
Just for you, I can voice them for you.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Don't do that to me.
Okay.
It's so early.
7 in the morning.
I'm Colts. I control grief. Don't feel embittered. We'll end this quickly. Embittered is a weird word. Wow, hey! He's so hot!
Do you like him?
At you! Look at my feet.
I knew you would like the blue one.
Listen, I have a type. I can't help it. You know how you usually go for certain colors? Apparently mine is blue. I've noticed that recently.
The devil's voice was low and calm, and Kaltz, as he introduced himself, knelt in front of Konoe. When he came close, Konoe already bristled out and growled, wary by instinct. But an arm stretched without concern, and a pale hand touched his head. The blue snake bounded inside him.
Don't touch me.
I like your little... Emotions flowed into him, and he immediately tried to stop his movements. This was a sensation he knew well. This was the empathy that he had felt so many times. His heart was flooded with crushing sorrow, and Konoe knit his eyebrows tightly. He felt sad, and immediately began to shed tears and cry out, sad.
お前も悲しい運命を背負わされているな。好きでこのようなところにいるわけではないだろう。
LOL.
LOL.
You two have a shoulder. What? You two have to shoulder. Okay, I read that as S with like an S at the end of the shoulder, and I was like, what the fuck? You two have to shoulder a sad fate. You're not here because you want to be, are you?
なんであんたがそんなことを
You... something like that.
物事は時に思いもよらない方向へ転がっていく。我々もまたしかりだ。
Is he free later?
こんなやり方は本意ではない。仕方ない。
I'm gonna take before I continue reading. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that the red one is probably your favorite.
I do like the red one.
Yep. Okay.
For various reasons, but I also honestly, well, it's not fun. I wouldn't say it's a fun one, but I do like the green one's bad end.
You gotta tell me.
But it's definitely not a fun time.
You gotta tell me.
It's really bad.
Like how bad?
Ooh, it's a little yikes.
Like how bad?
I don't know if I can say it on stream.
Do TikTok like censoring of words.
Well, I mean, all of the bad ends involving the demons are rampant with visceral non-con, shall we say.
Tight.
But it's not entirely the same, but the green one's bad end, it kind of it is the green one, if I remember right, where he bites off Konoe's ear and
oh, owies.
It's very visceral.
Ouchies.
But I like the way that he talks to Konoe during it.
Oh, because he's probably doing just really bad shit, and he's like, no. It's
yes,
nice.
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. I see it.
It's very dark, but I mean, kind of all the bad ends with the demons are, because obviously they're bad ends.
I want to know.
I can show you them. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Things sometimes go in directions we don't expect. It is the same for us. Such a way isn't the real intention, but it can't be helped.
Kaltz's hand moved down from Konoe's hair to gently caress his cheek.
Move!
From the places that his hand touched, Konoe's eyes felt hot, as if sadness itself had soaked into him, and he wept without really knowing why. Kaltz grimaced apologetically.
I love him.
I like him a lot too.
I love him. I'm sorry. Please choose.
Yippee! And we choose prayer.
It's just like Danganronpa. I will not give in to despair.
We will not give in to despair.
確かに受け取った。
Oh, God. God. He also looks like he should be in Amnesia.
Yeah. For real.
Certainly. I've received it.
When Konoe chose his words, the feelings of sorrow immediately left and Kaltz also disappeared.
No, come back.
He sensed his body was paralyzed, but compared to what happened with Vergenfraud, it was over disarmingly quickly. That devil had a mysterious aura. Only one remained. The blue flame disappeared from overhead, leaving a blazing red flame. Hey.
I think I've seen the most about this
Oh
one.
yeah, definitely. As the devil finally descended, Konoe mistook the crimson air billowing behind him for fire. Hey.
Dante!
It's Dante!
Dante!
I cannot even remotely get as deep as his voice is, but...
Wow.
Finally, I've waited a long time. The devil slowly walked forward and knelt down, peering at Konoe's face.
He's angry.
Konoe's exhausted body no longer had the strength to stand, but he clenched his teeth forcefully and stared back with determined eyes. The red-haired devil narrowed his eyes as if evaluating him. Hi, welcome in. Please
Hi.
make sure to read the description specifically for this game. I encourage everybody to take care of themselves when playing a Nitro game.
Hey.
And then touched Konoe's chin to make him look up. It was hot. The unexpected heat of the hand on his chin made his ears twitch.
Angry.
怒りを持たない者などいない。お前の目にも宿っているな。
I am Razel. I govern wrath. Wrath is the source of all power. No one is without anger. It dwells in your eyes too. Speaking in a confident tone despite his low timbre, Razel gave a small smile. Both his body and his smile seemed calm, and an immeasurable spirit was conveyed. Inside Konoe's body, the final red snake writhed.
鮮やかな怒りだ。炎のように鮮やかな。生も根も尽き果てて、それでも心は諦めない。
Such vivid anger. It is bright like a flame. The body may be exhausted and without strength, but the soul refuses to give in. He spoke lightly and let go of Konoe's
お
chin.
前の中の炎を煽ろう。きっと美しく燃えるだろう。
Let us fan the flames within you. I'm sure it will burn beautifully. A red flame burned in Raza's outstretched hand. As soon as Konoe saw it, it became impossible to look away. His heart began to throb when he saw its movements like a flickering tongue. It was like an illusion, dyeing his eyes bright red. An impulse of intense anger welled up. It swirled from red to black before his eyes, and he breathed heavily. His pupils became sharp as needles, and his tail bristled out. He wanted to destroy. There was a sound ringing in his ears, enough to split his head open. From the dark excitement, he wanted to burst out laughing.
お前の好きなように選べ。
Choose as you wish.
Saw
Okay.
a meme.
Yes.
The meme that's just like, and that's how I was born. and it was Raziel and somebody else, and then it was Dante, and he was just
Yes.
like, and that's how I was born.
I forget who the other person was, though. Okay. So here's the thing.
Oh, geez.
This leads to a bad end.
Just like it flat out in general?
It leads to a... The problem is, I don't fucking remember which bad end this is. I don't remember if it's a spicy one or you just die.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Do you want to find
save.
out?
Hit the save button.
I do have the save. It is saved. Okay.
Well, I mean, we didn't look at the bad ends for anybody else.
Well, I think those, I don't know, because in the guide, those particular choices doesn't say it leads to a bad end. But this one definitely does. Oh God, we're frozen again. Oh, we're back. We did it. My spamming works.
Yay.
So we're saved. So we can come back here.
Yeah, I want to do just the regular route stuff first.
Okay. So do you want to do the bad end or no?
Well, to get back to Rise route or to get out of this, do you have to do the bad end?
No, you can just come back to.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Is we can do all of that and then come back.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me clarify something. For the sake of story, there's a specific order that is recommended. So in the sake of story, it should be that we do let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me double check something actually. Oh, interesting. Well, we're out of order already anyway. Okay, so then we can leave it as is.
What do you mean?
So in the guide, it says the recommended route order. It goes Raziel, Leeks, Froud, Rise Bad End, Rise Good End. Then you go to Osito Bad End and Osito Good End. Then you go to Verg. Then you go to Bardo. And then you go Bardo Bad End and Bardo Good End.
Let's see. How do you get to Leeks?
Well, that's coming up. But we're at Raziel. Leeks is later.
I know, but like...
It'll come up in story.
No, I know, but the way that they're like... Does that mean like go back and play this for story? Or does that mean the order that you need to do it in?
No. There is no... This is just a recommended order. You can do whatever you want. This is just how it's recommended. So we can follow it or we can just straight go through Rise route. That doesn't matter.
I think for the sake of stream, we should just straight go through Rise route.
I'll do that then. So we will skip this part. Let's go. Nope. Okay, so we want to pick then Hearth.
Welcome.
Understood. The final red flame faded away along with Raziel. The crackling of the fire died out, and only Konoe's fervent breathing disturbed the eerie silence. There was now nothing overhead. Was it over? He noticed the uncomfortable feelings of snake slithering in his stomach had gone away, and the heat of his markings had cooled down. So the reason why it's in that recommended order is that because in the bad endings, there's some plot points that can spoil certain things that happen.
Okay.
So that's why the guide is like recommended to do this way. It's like incredibly minor because if you don't know what they're referencing, then obviously it just goes directly over your head.
Yeah.
But if you like come back to it later with knowledge, you're like, oh shit, this was foreshadowing. So
Yeah,
that's
I like
why-
doing that. I like going back and
Yeah,
being
yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
I see.
So that's why it's recommended as it is. Because it's just like those bad end bits convey certain parts of the story. Like
I see.
Bardo's, if you play Bardo's part of the story first, it spoils so much shit.
Oh, I see.
Like a crazy
And
amount for the other
can you-
characters.
Can you even get Bardo on the first try?
I think so. I believe so. I don't think it's set up the way that it's like for like dramatical murder or slow damage. It's got a different system. But yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Covered in his own tears and spittle, Konoe was in a wretched state. He was ashamed and could no longer speak in his misery, but he felt like he scaled a mountain, so he did not care about his appearance anymore. Rolling face up and pushing himself up, Konoe was startled. He peered down and lifted up his gauntlet, furrowing his eyebrows tightly. I read that originally as like his gauntlet. I'm like, what does that mean?
His ears! His ears are back to normal.
They are. They had vanished.
Yippee!
His markings, the proof that the curse was real, had vanished. As if washed away by rain, the jet black had become clear.
どうして
Why?
At the same time that he murmured this, the darkness suddenly burst open. Bathed in pure white light, Konoe closed his eyes to the painful glare. Howling, roaring, both high and low in pitch, the wind blew powerfully. He held his breath and raised his arms to shield his face. The gale was that intense. Suddenly the wind stopped. Past his closed eyelids, he saw his surroundings brighten. Little by little, Konoe opened his eyes. Green reflected in his field of view, the lush greenery, the smell of soil and grass brushed his nose. He looked around with uncertainty. The next things that caught his sight were familiar azure eyes.
コノエ
Ooh.
アサト大丈夫か
Are you okay?
He worried.
You worry. Asato peered at him with an awfully worried expression. Only after that did he realize he was sprawled on the ground, lying face up. Konoe was lying in the grass in the center of the field, where the lights intersected. His hands and feet felt too heavy to move, and his body creaked, but he took his time and slowly sat up.
気がついたか
So you're awake. Rai's voice accompanied the sound of the shaking bushes.
一体何が
What happened?
急に倒れたんだ
You just suddenly collapsed.
倒れた
Collapsed.
だいぶうなされてた
You look like you were having a bad nightmare. Konoe began to think, his brain finally working again. Was it a dream? No, that couldn't be. And considering that, was this awful sense of fatigue? His hand subconsciously probed his belly. Those devils, the pain, the shock, even now the lingering memory vividly remained.
おい
Hey. When Rai saw Konoe, his expression suddenly became stern. His gaze moving quickly from Konoe's ears to his tail, Rai firmly grabbed hold of Konoe's arm.
どういうことだ
What's the meaning of this? Catching on, Asato's gaze was also drawn to Konoe's arm and he frowned.
あざがなくなってる
Your markings. They're gone. At these words, Konoe immediately looked at his arms. Gone. Black markings had vanished. It hadn't been a dream after all. About his ears and tail. He held his tail up where he could see it. His pounding heart suddenly made a huge leap. There it is.
Change back.
His tail had returned to its original color. Konoe gave Asato and Rai a questioning look.
Mimi mo modotte no ka?
My ears normal too.
Oh.
Yeah. Konoe looked at his tail in disbelief for a moment, stunned. He tried wiggling the tip. It was definitely his. That was no dream, but it was too sudden, so he still didn't feel like it was real. He didn't feel happy, surprised, or relieved. He wondered if he was still dreaming even now. So the curse is gone.
それは
Konoe was about to talk about what he experienced when his ears perked up and trembled. An intense chill ran over him. Asato and Rai's ears flicked up too, attentive to the sounds around them. This presence. Whee! A black flame appeared in the sky. The flame flared up and steadily forming a shadow. There was a heavy hiss of fabric slicing the air. And the figure that appeared, Konoe bared his fangs and growled.
リクス
ほう、無事に悪魔たちの闇をくぐり抜けたか。
How? You safely escaped the darkness of the devils?
どういうことだ
Oh no, what happened? Oh no. Oh,
Huh?
Discord.
Huh? Oh.
No. It's me.
Okay. I was like, I'm coming.
I went to respond to something and my entire screen went away and I was like, what?
Oh no. What?
What? What do you mean?
どうもこうもない。奴らが失敗したということだ。
Womp womp.
No more than that. It means they failed. Leeks extended his hand. Flames dwelled in the 4 stones surrounding the field. Red, blue, yellow, green. The same colors as the devils and the serpents. Have you made the connection yet, Konoe?
Come on, Konoe, let's think.
Come on, Konoe.
Come on.
You got it,
Let's
buddy.
think.
4 flames blazed above, and black shadows wavered inside. Couldn't be. Konoe opened his eyes wide in shock. Berg, Proud, Peltz, and Astral. They manifested before the stones containing each flame. I wonder why, Konoe.
Konoe, come on.
Come on, buddy.
I believe in you. Come on, bud.
Neither Asato nor Rai moved an inch, glaring at all of them. Leeks joined the devils surrounding Konoe, and a sinister air enveloped the field. Ooh, they're fucking going.
遠い昔、この場所には魔力が溢れていた。お前たちはこの場所から生まれた。
Oh.
今はすっかり枯れてしまった。
This place has been full of magic since long ago. We were born from this place. Now the magic has died out. Speaking to none of them in particular, Leeks turned to gaze at the 4 devils.
結局誰の手にも落ちなかった。残念だったな。悪魔として恐れられるお前たちの
Like,
力
damn, good, good.
この程度ということか。
It did
Come
not
on,
fall
boys.
into any of your hands. I'm disappointed. Listen, we contemplated it. You
I did.
devils feared by many. Is this all the power you have? Proud shrugged.
言い訳はしないさ。
I won't make excuses.
当然だ。
Naturally.
あの猫がそれだけ揺るぎない心を持っていたということにもなる。
It must be said that cat has quite an unwavering soul. Basil inclined his face defiantly. Leeks turned to Basil.
代償としてお前たちの力もらい受ける。
As compensation, I'll take your power, he said in a calm tone.
No.
The devil's complexion's changed.
そんな話は聞いていない。
I've never heard of such a thing.
これは契約だ。せいぜい己の失態を嘆くがいい。
This was
Lament.
lament. Oh my god. This was a contract. At most, lament over your own errors.
横暴だな。
How tyrannical. Leeks held his arms out again.
させるか。
You think I'll let you? Take this!
Take this!
Take this! Baird brought down his hand, from which a light was born. Like a flash of lightning, the light crackled in the air and sped in Leeks' direction. Ooh! Right before the light reached Leeks, it was extinguished, as if he had erected an invisible wall.
Erected.
Erected. Oh, look at his hands! So slay!
I
Oh my
know.
god, it's like my nails.
Those nails.
Oh my god, girl slay! Who is your stylist?
Aren't my nails? Yeah. There's also like my nails. I had to think about it. I was like, don't
Yeah,
I
your
have
nails are like that too. Yeah. Shit.
無駄だ。
It is futile. Leeks outstretched. Oh, there they go. Outstretched hand clasped slowly closed. The four swaying flames behind the devils gravitated towards him.
あなたとは前々から馬が合わないと思ってたんだ。
I never did think we'd get along.
奇遇だな。私もだよ。
What a coincidence. Neither did I. The devils grimaced bitterly. The four-colored flames tips flickered towards Leeks, drawn in little by little. Konoe could only watch stunned. Kaltz closed his eyes and sank down to his knees, unable to take it anymore. One after the other devils collapsed as well.
Now we have to band together with the power of friendship.
The power of friendship and gay people.
And say Gex.
Say Gex. The four flames formed a small globe and settled in Leeks' hand. As if checking it, Leeks clenched the globe.
受け取ったぞ。
I have received it.
このや。
I don't know who that is. I think that's Berg. This bastard. The figures of heavily breathing devils became transparent.
No!
初めからそれが目的で。
I'm pretty sure that's false. Yeah.
This is what you were planning. At the beginning.
さてね、目的というのであれば確かにその一つだろうな。
Alright, bitch.
今は力がいる。だがたとえお前たちの誰かがあの猫を落としていたとしても問題はなかった。
Who knows? If you're talking about my plans, I would certainly be one of them. I need power, but even if that cat had fallen to one of you, would probably not have posed a problem.
我々は利用されたということか。
Did you say we've been used?
人聞きが悪いな。
You've got a bad reputation. Leeks cocked his head mockingly.
さて、悪いがお前たちは用済みだ。そろそろ消えてもらおう。
Well, I'm sorry, but you are no longer necessary. Now,
Music.
please excuse yourself.
No!
Leeks drew his fist, clutching the globe of flame to his chest. When he opened his hand again, the globe had completely vanished. At the same moment, the transpired devils distorted strangely and instantly changed to pure white ash. The ash
Damn.
rained over the stunned Konoe like snow. Gazing at the sky, Rai smirked.
化け物か。
Is he a monster? Leeks clasped his hand under the scattering ash. His masked face looked down. Intimidated, Konoe clenched his teeth. The atmosphere indicated this was the owner of an incredible power.
一体何が目的だ。俺と悪魔とどう関係がある。
What exactly is your
Oh,
purpose?
sorry. There it is.
Oh god.
Can you
What
read
exactly is your purpose? What's it got to do with me and the devils?
that? Cool. I was like, ooh, that is harsh on the eyes. Leaks didn't answer Konoe, but spoke of something else.
お前はなかなか楽しませてくれそうだ。一つだけ忠告しよう。
You're likely to entertain me. I have only one piece of advice for you.
お前と深く関わる者はいずれ同じ運命をたどることになる。
The one deeply involved with you will soon follow the same fate.
Oh my goodness.
どういうことだ。
さてね。では次の時までしばしの別れだ。
Who knows? Now, until our next meeting. Farewell. With a low chuckle, Leek spread out the cloak he was wearing. The fabric fluttering, Leek's figure was entirely concealed in a black shadow.
待て。
Wait. Sorry.
Crouching at the same time he shouted, Konoe leapt up high. The pain and fatigue in his body vanished. He reached his arm out, but Leeks' shadow became a black sphere and floated even higher. He melted into the sky, which had begun to change into night.
Damn it.
Failing to capture his target, Konoe landed on the grass. Rai and Asato rushed up to him.
逃げ足の速いやつだな。
The bastard sure runs away quick. Konoe looked up to where Leeks had disappeared in the sky. His departing words rushed about in his head. You are likely to entertain me. That was what he said.
これで終わるはずがない。
This isn't over yet.
With a low murmur, Konoe clenched his fists. Nothing had been settled yet. Nothing at all. The curse was broken, and the devils disappeared because of Leeks. He was left not with relief or joy, but indescribable emptiness. Suddenly feeling a gaze on him, Konoe turned around. Oh, sorry. Rai was looking at Konoe with a stern expression.
気を失っている間、何があった？
When you passed out, what happened?
なぜ呪いが解けた？話せ。
All right, buddy. Why has the curse been broken? Speak. The curse? Broken? Konoe looked at his arms. Both his ears and tail had gone back to their original color. Is the curse really broken? Oh, sorry, that I read that as like a thing.
Was the curse really broken?
Rai looked dubious.
I read it.
Konoe felt doubtful.
Did it.
You think you did it? What if only his appearance had gone back to normal? His opponent was Leeks. Konoe didn't know what he was plotting. Could this all be a dream? Maybe he wouldn't look normal the next day. Maybe... Suddenly Konoe became afraid. He was seized with intense agitation and anxiety. The curse was lifted, but why? He felt dizzy. He didn't know what to believe. His own dammed up feelings were now overflowed. In a frenzy, Konoe grabbed both of Rai's arms as he stood before him.
Oi.
Hey.
呪いが解けたってどうしてわかる？確証はどこにもない。まだかかったままなのかもしれない。
How do you know if the curse is broken? There's no proof anywhere. It could still be there.
そんなのどうやったらわかるんだ？あんたは知ってるのか？どうやって？
In that case, how do you know? Can you know? How?
この絵
Something warm touched his shoulder. Asato's hand.
今日は休んでまた明日考えればいい。
Oh, look at his little smile.
この場所は 良くない。移動した方がいい。
You should rest today and think about this tomorrow. This place isn't good. It's better to move on. When Konoe looked back, he met Asato's gentle blue eyes. His emotions settled down a bit. Konoe shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Calm down. He couldn't think of anything else. Calm down.
ごめん。
Sorry.
He loosened his tight grip on Rai's arms and looked down in self-content. Rai said nothing but let out a small sigh.
今夜はこの森で過ごす。夜が明けたら乱世に戻るぞ。
Let's spend the night in the forest. Once day breaks, we'll return to Ransen.
また街中で狙われたりしたら。
What if we're targeted in the city again?
そこらをふらふらさまようつもりか。リークスの口ぶりからしてすぐに仕掛けてくることはないだろう。
Do you intend to wander around randomly? Judging from what Leek said, nothing's going to happen just yet.
でも
But
今もやろうと思えばやれたはずだ。奴には奴の目論みがある。忌々しいことにな。
If he wanted to kill you, he had done it now. The guy is scheming. He's provoking you now. Indeed, that could be true. Even the devils had been killed very easily. Was their existence inconsequential to Leeks? Then Leeks' intentions. Konoe stopped thinking there. He didn't want to think about anything anymore.
わかった。
alright.
Before leaving the open area, Konoe looked over at the 4 stones. As the moon of light set, their reflections thinned and disappeared from view. The 4 stones fell silent. Even though they looked so spectacular at noon, they looked decrepit now. The place where devils were born had been drained of its magic. Were they really gone? No one knew. No one knew. In his heart, Konoe told himself that. A hand reached out, about to be grasped. He twisted away. Despite this, even more hands stretched out. In the darkness, he didn't know whether they were coming from the ground or not. Konoe jumped back and dashed out of their way. If he looked closely, many of the hands were cut up and bruised, the skin dark, the bone exposed. When his gaze followed the arms, he saw faces contorted in sadness. Traces of tears blackened on their cheeks, their mouth open to catch him. Chills running down his spine, Konoe desperately tried to escape, but suddenly his tail was caught. A shock ran through him and he almost cried out. It was an awfully cold, moist sensation. The tugging gradually became stronger. Somehow standing his ground, Konoe looked back and gasped. 4 devils grasped Konoe's tail. All of them wore a contemptuous smile and their eyes shone darkly. There was neither an overwhelming force nor dignity. They laughed like dolls, all with the same expression.
Let me go!
He felt an unknown fear and struggled fiercely. Even so, the hands on his tail didn't budge. On the contrary, they came closer, like serpents. It broke off. A sound creaked from the base of his tail to his body. It hurt. It hurt, but above all, he was afraid. If his tail was torn off, would his body be ripped apart as well? He struggled desperately. Suddenly, a shadow appeared overhead. There was no light, but he felt a presence in the darkness. He looked up through his dim view while panting in pain, his tongue lolling out. Leeks was laughing. Chuckling, he looked down at Konoe. His cloak swayed and he held up one hand. A striking motion was etched into his mind's eye. Heat coursed through his arm. When Konoe looked down, innumerable black markings were crawling forth, surging over him. The markings began to cover his entire body.
Not again!
Again! He saw his tail out the corner of his eyes, stained jet black. He was terrified. curse had returned. Heat. He didn't know whether it was pain in his torn tail or the heat in his markings. He tried to cry out, but his breath was hoarse as the burning markings coiled around his throat. Leeks laughed mockingly. Was it in satisfaction or in pity? Without warning, the searing sensation of his tail being torn grew worse. No. He opened his eyes. The first thing Konoe saw was the moon of light peeking through the trees. Konoe's heart raced. It was like a painful pressure in his chest. His gaze darting left to right, he reached a hand behind his waist and felt out his tail. It wasn't torn off, so he breathed a sigh of relief. A dream? His body suddenly tensed. What became of the markings? What color were his ears and tail? Last night the proof of the curse disappeared. However, it could only be temporary. It could have returned overnight. The sound of his heartbeat sped up. A cold sweat formed all over his body. He wanted to make sure. But if he had the markings, the thought made him helplessly afraid. Then he remembered his dream. No, was it really a dream? The village cats, the devils, and Leeks laughing. He remembered it clearly. Leeks' calm and smiling figure nauseated him. He would never give in to him. It wasn't over. Maybe Leeks was, even now, observing his fright and amusement. With this conclusion, his fear vanished instantly. Konoe breathed in slowly and stopped, and raised both hands to his face. There were no markings. He covered his face with both hands and exhaled his held breath. He was glad.
具合は平気か?
How are you feeling? At the voice, he removed his hands from his face. Blocking the soft moonlight, Asato's eyes peered back at him. Rai sat beside him with his arms crossed.
だいぶうなされていたぞ。
You seem to be having a nightmare.
Mimi.
The word for ears is so cute.
Mimi?
Yeah.
Mimi.
Ears.
耳?
Ears?
俺の
Mimi!
何色?
Mine. What color are they?
Asato looked like he didn't understand, and then gave a small chuckle.
黒じゃない。白に少し茶色がかった色をしてる。
Not black. They're white tipped with brown.
そうか。
I see.
So they really had gone back to normal. He sighed again. When he looked over, Konoe noticed Asato was still staring at his feet.
なんだよ。
What is it?
He likes you.
いや、もこんな色だったのかと思って。
Asato's loudly! He's the only black cat!
Oh.
Nothing. I was just thinking that your tail was the same color. He might be talking about how Konoe's ears and tail matched, but...
そうだけど。
Hmm? So what?
Asato kept quiet and stared at Konoe's tail, making him frown.
あさと?
ああ、いや。
Nothing.
そんなに変か。俺の尻尾。
It's a little bent.
Oh, sorry. Is my tail really that strange?
違う。元に戻った思う。
Oh!
綺麗。
Oh! I love him! So sweet.
He's so sweet. That's not it. Your restored tail is beautiful. His mouth fell open and he had inadvertently curled his tail up to hide it. Did Asato say such embarrassing things so boldly because he grew up in the cage called Kira, not knowing these things? Asato blinked his eyes at Konoe's reaction. Apparently, he just wasn't aware.
お前、ランセンの街とか行ってみろよ。モテるんじゃないか?
You should try going to Ronson. You could be popular there.
なぜだ
Why?
さあ
Who knows?
Masato cocked his head, genuinely curious. He's so cute.
He's so cute.
He's so cute. Rai, who had been listening to their conversation in silence, now scoffed subtly.
なんだよ
What?
What? Damn.
Can't help it. Leave me alone.
Konoe was offended by his condescending words.
こんな色
Hey,
の
and
子
you got small
他にいくらでもいる
ears.
だろ
You got small ears, bitch.
There are plenty of cats with this color.
You got tiny baby ears. What about that, huh?
Yeah, you got tiny baby ears.
他は関係ない俺はお前の話をしている
Forget them. I'm talking about you.
あんたな
Oh, the airplane ears.
Airplane ears. Hey, Gray.
Why you?
性格と見た目に合った色だ
With that color, your appearance matches your attitude.
この絵を悪く言うな
Don't make fun of
It's
Konoe.
It's okay.
It's okay, baby.
事実だろ
That's the truth. Masato growled at Rai, but Rai didn't appear to care at all. Konoe gave a long, drawn-out sigh as he stood up. Though some sluggishness remained, his body felt a little better.
そろそろ立つぞ
We're going. Rai and Masato stood. Konoe fixed his clothes and followed after them.
昨日気を失っている間に何が
Yesterday. What happened when you fainted? It was while they were walking through the forest. Suddenly questioned by Rai, Konoe looked up.
悪魔たちに会った
I met the devils.
気を失っている時にか
When you blacked out?
夢か現実かはっきりしない感じだった
Couldn't really tell if it was a dream or real.
But it was real. Real in his mind, not his body.
本体だったのか
You meant their true forms.
あ
Yeah.
確証は
Evidence?
ないけど影じゃなかったあれは絶対本体だ
I don't have any, but they were not shadows. They were definitely in their true forms.
There was no mistaking it. At least, they were different from the shadows Konoe saw. As Konoe spoke with no hesitation behind his words, I didn't press him any further.
呪いの証が消えたことと関係があるのか
Is there proof it's related to the curse disappearing?
わからない
I don't know.
Markings engraved into the 4 stones looked just like markings that appeared on his body. 4-colored snakes and devils were probably related as well. He felt like it all tied together somehow, but he couldn't figure it out. It just made him frustrated. I don't know why he was being targeted. Gerda called Konoe prey. Didn't understand that either. I didn't understand anything.
I understand.
I understand. While he sharpened his claws to distract his mind, the green meandering scenery was broken. It was that village. They soon arrived at the desolate village where the corpse cats had walked. His heart beat like a drum for no particular reason at that thought.
I realized that like when they sharpen their claws, it's like when cats are on like scratching posts.
Scratching
so
posts.
now-
100%.
So now I have to imagine them whenever they do that on like trees and stuff, where they're like arms are stretched out,
Their little
back is
scratchies.
stretched out,
Yeah.
and they're like, yes, scratch.
Scratch. Especially when Asato was doing it when he was like irritated at Rai, and so he's just like scratch,
like,
scratch, 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 scratch. That's so cute. It's really cute. Naturally, there was no one in the village.
Oh, my stream is doing the thing. My stream.
Your stream? Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Excuse me. Yes.
Okay. He cast his eyes down at please let me know if stream on YouTube's end has any issues with the audio. It shouldn't be.
Because it's not the letter.
Because it's not the letter that cursed that. Were you seeing that? Were you seeing how fucking cursed the letter was for my stream?
I saw bits and pieces. I wasn't there for all of it.
Yeah. It was just the way that it kept like, God, one problem after another. He cast his eyes down at the loneliness. No corpses, no traces of blood. The village was deserted, as if no one had lived here for a long time. Whoa. He remembered the village cats who emerged in his dream. Even though the curse was broken, it was fact that the cats had died because of him. Although they had been controlled by Leaks' hand, Konoe had gotten them involved. Truly, they didn't need to have died. The cats of this village should have lived their days in peace. So many lives had been extinguished because of him. He was now keenly aware of that horror. His heart ached as if it might burst. There's no time to wallow in sentimentality. Walking through the village, Rai spoke without even turning around. These are all our fates. He knew this would be the outcome. Even so, Konoe walked on, putting one hand up to control his aching heart. His anger toward Leaks wasn't enough to replace his guilty conscience. Yeah, we're back in town!
Yay!
By the time they returned to Ransen, the moon of light had ascended high overhead. The streets were crowded as ever. As if Konoe got lost, he'd be swallowed up in the crowds. Although not much time had passed since they left town, it felt like he'd been gone for an awfully long time. Yeah, me too. It's been a month of real time.
Yeah. Missed it here.
Konoe suddenly felt tired. Because Asuto appeared to have trouble dealing with the confusion of the town, it was likely crossing the neighborhood over the rooftops. Asuto looked at the crowd and he was like, "Ooh, hate that. Goodbye."
He said, "Ah!"
and scaled the walls.
Me too.
Treading down the street, Konoe noticed something unusual about the atmosphere. Strange clothes and masks were displayed in the stalls of the vendors, and he saw many uncommon confections and elaborate foods. Everywhere he looked, flags with the Ransen crest were displayed on the doors and in the windows.
Festival!
Festival! However, because there were also decorations with dark sigils, the colors dimmed, and it wasn't exactly cheerful. Troubadours constantly played music. Which is expected of Anto. That. Winter, well, isn't this a great time that we're playing this?
Wow.
Wow. It was fate. It's a season winter festival celebrated in Ransen. The winter's compared to a demon, so this is like a ritual to ward it off.
Well, it's like the winter solstice.
Mm-hmm. It certainly was more like a ritual than a festival. If this was Cisa's greatest festival, there should be a lot of sightseers visiting from other towns and villages. In that case. Not ours, baby!
Won't all the inns be occupied?
I'll go back to the inn from before.
So...
That inn owes you, right? Speaking of that, when I remembered he'd taken on the role of the receptionist until the real replacement came. Or rather, that role was imposed on him. Bardo said he could always come by again. He hadn't intended to rely on that offer, but now he had no choice.
Let's ask him.
Although he didn't feel like it, Konoe turned to head to Bardo's inn with Rai. Wading through the waves of cats, they finally managed to reach the inn. Even if Asta wasn't there, Konoe felt so tired that he just went right in through the door. Back at the inn, baby. Unlike before, sounds of quiet chatting now resounded through the waiting room. There appeared to be several cats who were guests here now. When he looked at the reception desk, there was a striped cat running a pen along paper, tilting his head and frowning. It was Bardo.
Excuse me.
Give me a sec. Although he answered, Bardo held up one hand to stop Konoe without lifting his face. He seemed to be lost in thought.
ここがこうだろう。で、やめやめ、こんなもん。いくら悩んだって無駄だな。
This is like that, then... huh? Stop. No point in worrying about these things. Leaving the pen alone, Bardo murmured incoherently while scratching his head with one hand.
だから祭り時は嫌いなんだよ。客が多すぎてさっぱりだ。脳がよじれる前にとっとと。
This is why I hate festival times. There are way too many visitors. My brain's all in a twist. Let's hurry in. Huh? Bardo finally noticed Konoe standing before the counter.
誰だったか。あんたあれだ。この間留守を頼んだ。なんだ。くぬぎ?
Ah, well look who it is. You're the one I asked for a favor a while back. You're... Kunugi?
Konoe.
そうだ、それ。
Listen, when they say the names, I'm just like, it's gonna sound the same when I say it. So.
You're right. I just kind of pause in that. It's just like, oh, he said something. It's time to respond. That's right. Sorry about the other day. Well, what do you need today? You come to stay? What else would you come to an inn for? Konoe wondered. When he nodded, Bardo grinned proudly for some reason.
だから言っただろう。祭りの時期は大変だって。もともとランセンは示唆最大のくせに宿があんまりないからな。で、泊まってくのか?
I told you, festival time is serious stuff. Even though Ransen is Cisa's biggest town, there aren't many inns. Well, are you staying?
もし部屋が空いてたら泊めてほしいんだけど。
If there's a vacant room, I'd like to stay here.
ああ、さっきちょうどキャンセルが出たところなんだ。あんた一人か? それは?
We just had a cancellation a little while ago. Are you by yourself? Any companions?
There's only one bed!
今はここにいない奴が一匹と、俺と...
There's three of us. One who isn't here right now, myself, and...
He turned in Rai's direction and was startled. Rai bared his fangs and fluffed out his already fluffy tail, growling. The cats surrounding him moved away from the bloodthirst emanating from him.
Whoa!
His usually calm blue eye had drawn to a slit, filled with a ferocious light. Konoe had never seen him like this before.
Oi!
Hey.
なぜ貴様がここにいる?
Why are you here? Amidst the growling was a low voice unmistakably directed at Bardo. Konoe looked to Bardo. Not looking particularly surprised, Bardo crossed his arms wearily and watched Rai. His posture was surprising to Konoe as well.
なぜってそりゃ、ここは俺の宿だからな。いない方がおかしいだろう。それより久しぶりだってのに随分な挨拶だな。
Why, you ask? Because this is my inn. It'd be pretty odd if I wasn't here. Long time no see, by the way.
黙れ。
Shut the hell up.
コノエの連れだったのか。世界は狭いな。
You came here with Konoe. What a small world. Did the two know each other? Konoe stared at the two in blank amazement. Bardo rested his elbows on the counter and grinned uncomfortably.
あの悪い癖、まだ治ってないのか。
Still haven't gotten over that bad habit. Just then white light flashed. Next came the heavy sounds of a sharp wind and a gust of air. Not knowing what had happened, Konoe followed the flow of that wind with his gaze. A dagger was stuck in the counter. Its tip was right before Bardo's eyes as he rested his elbow on the counter. Bardo didn't waver, casting Rai an upward glance. Don't act out. You'll bother my other guests. Hey, we're going. Appearing to be holding back his anger, Rai spoke roughly. Still resting against the counter, Bardo flicked the dagger with a finger. The other ends are all full. No rooming, not even a place to eat. If you don't want to see my face that badly, can you just pass by the reception desk?
Nobody important.
Oh, me. Don't get so mad. Brush cats die young. Do you have a knowledge? Do you remember? Brush cats die young. These exact same words had come from Rai before as well. Just what kind of relationship did these two have? Konoe looked up at Rai's face. He's like, yeah, fucking...
Take a chill pill, man. Come on. Calm down a bit.
What?
あんたの事情はどうでもいい。けど、今からじゃ他の宿には入れないだろうし。
You might, Konoe, don't you let him sway you. You go up to that room and you sleep
you get that
in a
lovely
comfortable
bed.
You and Asato, you go up there, you sleep. You let him be angry and
brooding.
Yeah, brooding. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Your circumstances don't matter. Right now, there aren't any other inns with empty rooms, right? What do you plan to do? Sleep outside? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm getting my favor returned, so I'm staying here. If you want to go somewhere else, you can go by yourself.
Rai glared at Konoe, a dim flame of resentment running between them. Was he opposed? It was as he said. Konoe pursed his lips and glared straight back at Rai. Both airplane ears. Honestly, the force was enough to make him want to flinch, but he pushed back his timidity. In fact, he didn't particularly mind sleeping outside. On the grass or on the ground, wherever was fine as long as he could rest. Right now, he wanted to show this cat that he couldn't always just get whatever he wanted. The Sangha supported the Toga until the bitter end, but not as the Toga's slave.
Yeah, you get him.
Yeah, get him. For a while, the standoff continued. The air was so tense that it frightened guests out of the inn. Only Bardo would occasionally flick the dagger stuck in the counter, wrapping it with his claws. Sweat formed in Konoe's clenched fist. At times like this, the power of Rai's eye was truly intense. He kept a sharp gaze on him, feeling like he'd stuck his tail in a fire.
My butt.
Sad.
My ass.
Finally, Rai blew a sigh and lowered his eyelid. It seemed like they'd regained their composure after glaring at one another. Konoe thought. He and Rai weren't friends. At most, they were together for each other's interests. It wouldn't be so odd even if they separated. Whatever. Have it your way.
Yeah, king.
Whatever.
Have it your way.
So they would finally part ways here? But the very next moment, Konoe opened his eyes wide. He thought Rai was going to leave, but Rai was heading up to the second floor. Following Rai in a hurry, Konoe looked over his shoulder at the counter. Yes, make yourselves comfortable, Bardo told him. He raised one hand lightly while the other rested on the counter. Feeling surprised at his attitude, which lacked any clear motives, Konoe turned to the stairs.
Oi!
Take back your fucking dagger. Hey, you forgot this. Bardo threw something at him. What? Konoe, completely distracted by Rai, tried to reflexively catch what was thrown at him, but he immediately bristled up and jumped back. Konoe heard a dull sound. Hee hee. Bardo gave him an easygoing smile. Look at his such a cat smile, yeah.
He's got the 3 face.
Yeah. He's like a Mananeko, the money cat.
Oh yeah.
Is it Makina Neko or Maka Neko? Something like that.
I'm not gonna.
I'm not gonna know.
I'm not gonna know.
He thrown Rai's dagger until a few moments ago it had been stuck in the counter. Now it pierced the floor where Konoe had just been standing. He heard a metallic sound, and when he looked, he saw 2 keys hooked on the crossguard. They were probably their room keys. Bardo, that was really sexy.
Yeah.
But that wasn't the issue right now. All of Konoe's blood drained to his feet.
You.
When Konoe instinctively growled, Bardo laughed and fluttered one hand in a wave. I knew you would have favored it for sure.
Where'd you get that kind of trust in me?
Really?
You didn't think of any other possibility?
For real. If you don't think positively, life's no fun. Something bad happens, then it happens. He didn't know what happened in their past, but this guy could truly anger Rai. When Konoe looked closer, Bardo had a strong build from working as the innkeeper. Past his indignation, he also felt an appalling sense of weakness, and Konoe drew Rai's dagger and dragged his feet up with it upstairs. Alright, there's 3 of you, right? Your room's the one in the back to the far right. I only have 2 rooms available right now. Just bear with it until I get another. Bardo's voice sounded from behind him. The other guests turned down their ears and watched the whole event from a distance, shaking with fright. When he reached the 2nd floor, Rai stood in the hallway. He still looked disgruntled, but he seemed to have come to his senses now.
Here, yours.
Konoe presented the dagger, and Rai snatched it in silence and sheathed it.
Well...
He opened his mouth and closed it again. Rai turned with a dubious face. There were many things Konoe wanted to ask, but for some reason he had trouble saying them.
Nanda.
What?
Why didn't you just leave? Don't you hate the innkeeper?
本来ならば今すぐにでも出て行きたいところだ。だが、お前がここに残るのならば仕方あるまい。
To be honest, I still want to leave. But since you're here, I don't have a choice. Rai sighed and crossed his arms, his tail swaying.
お前は貴重なサンガだ。離れている間に何かあったら困る。
You are a valuable Sangha. If I left now and something happened, it would be troublesome. A valuable Sangha. That's right. But for some reason, his chest felt pained. Is that all I am to you? Not knowing how to respond, Konoe cast his eyes down and searched for the right words. Rai was silent as well. Konoe really wanted to ask what kind of relationship Rai had with Bardo, but it just wasn't the right time. A little irritated, he opened his mouth as if trying to lighten the mood.
部屋は右側奥の2部屋だ。どっちに
Our rooms are the two in the back, on the right. Which one?
At this moment, Konoe heard knocking on the window.
Hee
Surprised, he looked back. Straight ahead at the end of the hallway, outside of the large window, he saw the upside-down torso of a black cat.
Hello.
朝と
Sunken lizard. Rai muttered and frowned. When Konoe opened the window, Asato nimbly slipped inside. Fresh air flowed in as well, grazing the tip of his nose.
部屋は取れたのか?
Could you get a room?
今ちょうどその話をしてた。そこの2部屋だ。どっちかに2匹入って。
I want the one Konoe is in.
Hehehe. That's what I was about to say. It's 2 rooms back there. Which one do you want?
俺はコノエと一緒がいい。
Hehehe.
I'm fine with Konoe. Saying this abruptly, Asato glared at Rai. Rai returned a cold gaze his way.
奴隷が飼い主と同じ部屋に入るつもりか。
Oh my gosh.
The slave intends to go into the same room as his owner.
お前はコノエを傷つける。だから一緒にはさせない。
Oh, sorry, You hurt Konoe.
I know.
So I won't let you near him.
お前が決めることじゃないだろ。
You're not the one that decides that. And so it
Don't
began.
stop fighting!
It seemed like these two were determined to always bicker face to face, even with Konoe around. He should probably have entered as a mediator, but after what had happened between Bardo and Rai earlier, Konoe was halfway fed up already. He sighed and opened his mouth.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
Hell yeah.
Stick it to him. I'm fine. You two can room together.
嫌だ。
Yada.
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 冗談にしては笑えんな。
Stop fighting!
If that's a joke, it's not funny. He was tired.
俺はどっちでもいい。どうだっていい。
Konoe, you should just like go in a room and just be like, I don't care, you figure it out. I'm going to sleep. It doesn't matter to me. Whatever is fine.
Trying to drag him to the room before them, Rai grabbed his shoulder.
なんだよ。
What?
お前は俺と同じ部屋だ。
You and I are
Wait.
sharing a room.
What I said so.
Konoe was disgruntled with his forceful way of speaking. Even though he said anything was fine, Konoe definitely wanted to resist when he was ordered around like this.
さも当然みたいな言い方。やめろ。
Stop saying things like they're all so obvious.
バカか。サンガとケンの稽古のことがあるだろう。
What kind of
同じ
swordplay?
部屋の方
Oh,
が
you
都
know.
合がいい。
Are you an idiot? Since you're a Sangha and we're training your swordplay, it's more convenient to share a room.
もう。
Yeah.
Certainly this was one reason. In fact, he didn't think he had a chance of winning if he tried to make a case for staying with Asta. Rai frowned as if he'd read Konoe's mind.
I like his
俺が
dice,
そ
so
んな
didn't
バカ
you?
バカしいことで争うわけがないだろう。奴隷と一緒にするな。
I can't even fight about something so ridiculous. Don't put me on the same level as a slave.
殺す。
You should.
Kill you.
とりあえず。分かったから。
Anyway.
Anyway, I understand.
Asato bared his fangs at Rai, but lowered his head sadly when Konoe nodded.
I know, he's sad.
Konoe instinctively gave a wry smile.
I'm a kiss on the cheek.
別にずっと別行動ってわけじゃないだろ。宿にいる間だけだ。
No, it's not like we're going separate ways. It's just us staying at an inn.
ああ。
いつでもこっちに来ればいい。
You can come visit anytime. It's like when you're at a con and your friends are like down the hall from you and you're just like, okay, time to go spend a couple hours over there.
Yeah. I guess so. Contrary to his singing voice, Asato cast a plainly visible hostile look to Rai. Rai scoffed contemptuously, then entered his room. I love this face that Rai makes, where he's just like, oh, come on.
He's just like, ugh.
Come the fuck on. Really, Konoe kept facing one trivial thing after another. Those two probably wouldn't get along well at all.
Stop fighting!
Stop fighting! 2Kane might have said they fought like cats and dogs.
I think they just fight like two dogs.
Still worrying that he would see worse one day. Oh, I'm stretching.
I know.
Konoe gave the angry Asato his key, then entered his own room.
What time is it? That's 2. Oh, okay.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm kind of hungies.
Oh. Did you want to get a snacky or?
It's okay.
Save.
What? Oh, yes, yes. Yes, do that.
Save. Yes. Good.
Yes.
Good.
Good. Good.
Yes. Good.
Good. Good. Excellent.
You want to know? You want to know what I'm craving right now? I bought this yesterday, because I still have that tzatziki and feta dip.
I didn't know you got that.
I did. I got tzatziki, feta, and like this dill dip.
What?
And recently I ran out of like pita chips. And so I was looking at something else that I can use to dip, for the dippins. And I got myself those, you know, those mini, just that essentially like the mini pita bread.
Mm-hmm.
I just got like a box of those.
Oh yeah.
And so
my mom gets those all the time.
Yeah, some mini pita bread with tzatziki. I'm just thinking about it. Ooh.
Do you want to go get it?
No, I have to talk. I have to read. I can't eat when I read.
You could take those snack bites.
No, because I'm like constantly reading. I have to narrate. So I can't. I was just talking about this while you were away. I was like, I don't have any problems with snacking while streaming. I just most of the time can't because I'm reading so much.
I don't know if I want to snack.
Okay, we'll sit on it.
I'm hungry still.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd get.
Yeah.
Because I have these like pretzel cracker. They're called like flip sides. So it's a pretzel on one side, it's cracker on the other side.
Interesting.
And yeah, they're really good. And then I have like olive tapenade hummus. I'm thinking about that. But I was also thinking about a peanut butter and honey sandwich.
That sounds good too.
I don't know. I don't want to be crunching in your ear though.
You can just mute. It's fine. But you're not going to be crunching in my ear.
Okay. I think I might go get a snack.
Okay.
I'll be right back. You can continue.
Actually, no, you do that and I'll go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, go pee and everybody else go pee, go stretch.
Everybody will have like a 2-minute break. We'll be right back, okay?
Pee break.
Okay, be right back.
Bye.
Okay, and we're back. All right. Thank you everybody for bearing with us. We've got snackies. I pissed. We're good. All right. The room had the same structure and interior decoration as the room he had stayed in before. All of them likely looked the same. Look at the festival. At dusk, Konoe ventured out into the bustling streets alone. He reached out to the other two as well, but Rai was caring for his sword and Asto told him he disliked crowds. So he had to go by himself. Konoe didn't really like the boisterous noise very much either, actually. Even though there were celebrations in Kato, they were really small. However, since Konoe had yet to see such a merry festival, he couldn't stifle his curiosity toward the lively city. Leaving the inn, Konoe paused for a second. Looking over his surroundings, he noticed he'd subconsciously been mindful of the other cat's gaze. The markings had already disappeared. Both his tail and his ears had returned to their original color. Before, he would look strange, but now Konoe just looked normal. There was nothing to worry about. Thinking about it, for some reason he felt that through this haze, he should have seen this in a positive light. With or without the curse markings, he was still the same. Himself. Konoe shook his head to clear his thoughts. It was an unusual sentiment, and he felt like there was no use for it. The dusky town was crowded with both too many cats and wares, but he was able to watch the hustle and bustle.
Despite everything, it's still you.
Despite everything, it's still you. The masks and costumes in stores basked in orange light were beautiful. The music from the festival colored the unreal atmosphere of the city. Walking as closely to the edge of the road as he could, he surveyed his surroundings. Cats danced to the music of a band, and vendors called out with enthusiastic voices from their storefronts. Starting tomorrow, the festival was said to last for 3 days. While the cats in town were doing business, Konoe could see everyone was letting their emotions show for the day. It seemed like they looked forward to this. For at least today, Konoe wanted to be part of this liveliness. He tried to lose himself in the atmosphere too. Still, nothing was over yet. His own presence may have posed a risk to the cats of Ronson, but just for now. He stopped and slowly closed his eyes. The cats' voices, singing voices. Music, noise, cheers, chatter, footsteps. The grandeur, the air, and he was part of it all. When he opened his eyes, Konoe exhaled gently and began to walk. Yeah, go enjoy the festival, bud. Coming to the city, his goal was to see Tokino. Konoe was really concerned about him and could only wonder if he was safe. As Konoe went with the flow of cats, he barely managed to reach the back alley, relying solely on his memories to find his way. Eventually, he was able to see Tokino's house. The shop was open today. Surrounded by various tools, it seemed more like a shed than a shop. They had probably replenished with stocks obtained all over. Between the stacks of pots and wooden boxes, a waving tail peeped out. Gradually, a cat appeared from behind the wares. It was Tokino, whose arms were bogged down with packages.
Yay!
My best friend! He put the bags on the floor with a thud, then sighed and looked up, dusting off his hands. He then noticed Konoe immediately, and his eyes became round with surprise.
Hare? Konoe?
Uh-huh. Konoe? Tokino rushed out from the store. His whole face turned upwards with a broad smile.
もう戻ってきたんだ。もっと長旅になるもんだとばっかり思ってたよ。
You've returned already? I thought your journey would be much longer.
思ったより早く肩がついたから。
Haha.
I arrived earlier than you thought? You must think I'm incredibly slow then.
無事でよかった。おかえり、コノエ。
I'm just glad you're safe. Welcome back, Konoe.
Oh.
Tokino purred and nudged his nose to Konoe's shoulder. His voice was always a kind, gentle one, and Konoe sighed in relief. Konoe also gently nudged his nose to Tokino's shoulder in return.
何か起きたりしなかったか?
Did anything happen?
特には。この絵こそさっきから気になってたんだけど、その尻尾を染めたの?
Not really. Although I was thinking for a little bit. Did you dye your tail? Startled, Tokino pointed at Konoe's tail with his finger. Konoe suddenly shook his head.
ってことは...
Huh? That means... When Konoe peeled back the gauntlet on his arm to let Tokino see, Tokino blinked several times in surprise.
あざがなくなってる? Konoe, もしかして...
The marks, they've disappeared? Konoe, have they really?
ああ。多分な。
Yeah, probably.
よかったな!
Oh, that's great! Tokino swished his tail excitedly, his lips spreading into a broad smile as he laughed from the bottom of his heart. It was Konoe's turn to be wide-eyed when he saw this. Why was Tokino so happy for him? It wasn't like this was his problem. Konoe, it's because you're his friend! As if he were reading Konoe's thoughts, Tokino shrugged his shoulders bashfully.
もう苦しくはないんだろ?
It doesn't hurt anymore, right?
ああ。
大事な友達が苦しみから解放されたんだ。嬉しいし、本当に良かったと思ってるよ。
My important friend has just been released from the pain and suffering. I'm happy. I think this is really great.
そうか。
Really? I see. Sorry. Something's going on.
Tokino expressing his feelings so honestly made Konoe feel faint warmth in the depths of his chest. As he lowered his face so that his embarrassment couldn't be seen, a subtle smile formed on Konoe's lips.
ここで盛大にお祝いをと言いたいところなんだけど、祭りの間は父さんが行商で留守にしちゃうからさ、店番頼まれてるんだ。ごめん。
I want to have a better celebration for you here, but my father's out pedaling during the festival, so I have to man the store. I'm sorry. Seeing Tokino lower his ears, Konoe shook his head.
ああ、この絵って乱戦の祭りは初めてだよな。
Ah, didn't you say this is your first time attending a festival in Ronsen?
そうだな。
That's right. Sorry. You get so caught up in the story.
You just get lost.
冬の祭りは春と違って明るい感じじゃないけど、でも楽しいと思うから。
The festival occurs twice. Once in the winter and spring. Yeah, it is the solstice.
Yeah, it's the solstice.
The winter festival isn't as showy and bright as the spring festival, but it's still different and fun.
ああ。
そうだ。
Yeah.
あと、これ。
Oh yeah, take this. Take this. Tokino looked over at the jar behind him and removed something. In his outstretched palm, there were 3 dried creams.
せめてものお祝いってことで持っていけよ。
At least I can give you these to celebrate with.
売り物だろ。
Aren't you selling these?
いいから。
Ah, go ahead. Taking a hold of Konoe's hand, Tokino handed him the kuims. One by one, he closed Konoe's fingers around them, so he held on tight. Tokino looked at him with a mischievous face and laughing eyes.
しっかり食べて。早く大きくなれよ。
Damn.
Damn.
Like you're gonna get fat.
Damn.
If you eat all of them, you'll get huge.
バカ。
Nah. Idiot.
After that, they looked at each other and suppressed their laughter. Truly at this moment, this one time only, Konoe felt like he had gone back to the peaceful days he spent in Karo. After a while, Konoe told Tokino that he would stop by every so often and about where he was staying for the time being. Konoe bade him farewell and returned to the inn. The moon of light was about to set, and night was about to begin. All things happen at night.
You want a cracker?
I want a cracker.
Here you go.
Once he opened the door and set foot in the inn, a pleasant smell drifted his way. There seemed to be a dining hall in the back of the waiting room. Konoe turned, debating on dropping in, but he hesitated at the sound of lively laughter. Naturally, this must be where the other inn guests gathered. However, Konoe felt shy when coming into contact with other cats, and he eventually decided to return to his room. Felt real. It's like when you have family over and you really don't want to interact, but you're so hungry.
It's like, God, don't say anything, but I need this, like, chicken that's out on
It's like, I don't want anybody to look at me, but I'm just going to go over to this cheese platter over here.
Please, God, don't say anything. I'll die.
Bardo wasn't at the reception desk, but the words dinner is being prepared were written in a lodging book. There was just a note that the other business would have to wait for a while. Bardo did the cooking himself? Konoe recalled his carefree attitude. He does. He does. It was so unexpected of Bardo. Konoe was ascending the stairs to the second floor when he suddenly stopped his feet. He was lost in thought for a moment, but he eventually dragged himself back and left the inn. For some reason, he didn't feel like returning to his room. To be more precise, he just didn't want to meet Rai or Asuto. Leaving the entryway and turning around to the back of the house, Konoe started to quickly climb a tree growing next to the inn. He jumped down to the roof of the inn, then scooted down until he was at the edge and took a seat. A strong wind brushed against his cheek and blew past. The Ransen nightscape opened under his eyes, and the forest surrounded the town like an endless black ring with no end in sight. Because of the festival, Ransen was still lively even at night. He could even feel the trances of the daytime hustle and bustle. Exhaling a small sigh, Konoe narrowed his eyes and looked to the forest and the endless sky. He didn't want to meet Rai, or even Asuto. It wasn't because he didn't like them. Konoe was just at a loss. Until now, he had just been a normal cat, living ordinary life in Karo. Konoe felt a slight pain. He had wanted things the way they were before. For now, he had to leave all those ordinary things behind. Konoe had forgotten nothing, and everything up until now hadn't turned out the way he wanted. He wanted to forget it all. Suddenly, Konoe succumbed to these kinds of thoughts. However, he understood. These thoughts, it wouldn't take much to escape them. But it wasn't over yet. There were still many unsolved mysteries. I love that show. If he stopped here, the story would be strange and unclear. That was truly why it would begin from here. Something would. These kinds of ominous thoughts rushed through his head. Konoe swayed his tail widely. While he half held an intuition that convinced him otherwise, he hoped it was just an imaginary fear. Just now, he suddenly remembered the cooing fruits that he had received from Tokino, and took one out of his flax bag to pop it in his mouth. The sour sweetness began to gradually blur on the tip of Konoe's tongue, giving him slight relief and resolve. Running away would change nothing. Eventually, Konoe would have no other choice than to stand up and fight in the end. He felt it from his experiences so far. He could avert his eyes, but something important would slip away. Therefore, slowly standing up and taking a deep breath, Konoe made up his mind to go back to the room. He just needed to think for a little bit, you know? He moved up the stairs and down the hallway to the room on the far right.
Quite literally needed to get away from the cat fights.
Mm-hmm. When Konoe twisted the doorknob and entered, a warm light flickered in his field of vision. Fire? He immediately cast his gaze about. On a shelf a short distance from the door, pale light shone out of a small dish of water. It was a guiding leaf. When he was here before, there was a lamp, so he wondered if it changed depending on the room. Rai crossed his arms and leaned against the wall next to the window. He glanced briefly at Konoe when he came into the room, then immediately looked back out of the window. Neither of them spoke, and in the uncomfortable silence, Konoe took a seat on the bed. When he grabbed his belongings and tossed his bag onto the bed, something rolled out effortlessly from within. It was the kuin fruits he'd gotten from Tokino. Since he had 2 more, Konoe looked to Rai after he picked one to keep for himself.
Fruit.
He's trying. When he called out, Rai turned to him. Without missing a beat, Konoe tossed the kuin to him. Rai caught it with one hand and arched an eyebrow suspiciously. What is this?
Cream. Tokino kara moratta.
Oh, sorry, I was drinking water. I forgot to hydrate. A queen. I got it from Tokino.
Rai scoffed and turned back towards the window, but he didn't throw the kuim away.
It's gonna go bad.
You went with Tokino?
Ah,
jealous.
Maybe.
Yeah, he seemed to be doing fine.
He remembered his bright smile. Really, Konoe was glad nothing had happened to him.
Why can't? So now I'm not allowed to have friends.
Don't get him involved. Konoe was surprised by the sudden words. He didn't know what they meant. The place where you stand is already different from that cat. Memories of the past are just going to shackle you.
Don't talk about memories of the past. You're gonna make me think of somebody I don't like.
I was just thinking about that. Oh,
so now I'm not a... What?
Some packages arrived for me.
Yay!
Yep.
What'd you get?
Some stuff for the convention, and then also, some stuff for stream.
What'd you get?
Just one thing for stream, though.
What'd you get?
Maybe it's a surprise.
Well, message me because I want to know. It could be a surprise for them.
No, it's just a graphics card.
Oh hell yeah! Finally, sight. You don't have to tell me. I know.
I didn't even read Rai's part. Shit.
Oh.
No, it's okay.
Yes, you did. Because you said memories of the past.
Oh, I did.
And I said, don't make me think
right.
of memories of the past because you're going to make me think of somebody I don't like.
Konoe was frustrated by Rai's words, which seemed to have read his heart, and he looked down. Did this cat know everything?
No, I think he's just a jerk.
He just became more and more frustrated. No matter how much you regret, the past is the past. Think about what's at hand now, instead of regretting something you can't get back.
Too similar.
Except Rai's actually serious.
I know.
He's like, I don't give a shit.
He also didn't know Konoe before. Konoe? Yeah. He didn't know Konoe beforehand. What's that hand?
When Konoe asked, something was sent his way. It flew in an arch before he caught it. Konoe thought it was just Guin being tossed back, but he was startled when he looked down at his hand. It was an entirely different kind of nut. Oh?
Oh.
It's just a leftover from when I gathered in the forest earlier.
Okay.
Although Rai spoke in his usual tone, Konoe felt a faint excitement or uplift. Rather than mourn what he couldn't regain, think about what's at hand. He gave a little nibble on the nuts Rai had tossed him. Unlike the kuims, this made a strong acidic taste spread in his mouth, stimulating the back of Konoe's nose. It was a sense like the thoughts in his head were blurred for a moment. He looked up and saw Rai eating something while he looked out the window. I was eating the queen Konoe had given.
Yay! Friendship!
Now kiss.
Please. Think about what's at hand.
Konoe muttered. His voice was barely audible. Suddenly...
So I'm sorry if you hear something weird. There's something on my cord of my headphones. I'm trying to turn it off.
I don't hear anything.
Okay, cool.
He thought it'd be okay. But he couldn't return to the past. But it may still be okay. It'll definitely be okay, Konoe thought with a fulfilled heart. Yippee!
Yay!
Oh, I'll let you linger on this for a second. I'm actually gonna go grab those packages. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi. How's everyone doing? Good. I hope it's all good. I'm so sleepy. I'm genuinely so tired. I love Teller. I'll spend time with her. She was like, my stream is gonna be she's an hour ahead of me. And I was like, I just worked yesterday. Oh no, I have to wake up early for stream. Okay. Did. Now I'm like, I'm so sleepy. And I want to get another coffee, but I think I might explode. Who knows? I might go make one after we're done here. Just so I don't accidentally nap during the day. Because I hate accidentally taking naps because they make me... I get the feeling when you wake up and you're like disoriented. Oh, I hate that feeling. Because I'll just be like laying down and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then boom, nap. And then I wake up like 2-3 hours later and I'm like, oh God, what happened to me? And I just have to suffer with the after nap effects. It makes me feel like I've taken like 6 psychic damage every time. And this is accidental nap damage. If it's purposeful nap, great. Like if I had a hard day or, you know, I'm traveling or whatever, because I travel a lot. So if I get to my destination, my hotel room, wherever, and I'm like, ooh, I don't have anything to do for this many hours. Sleep time. That's exactly what I will do. I have something to do tonight, so I don't accidentally want to nap, and then I accidentally miss it because I'd feel so bad. Oh, hi.
Hi.
How much of that did you hear?
A little bit. It's just like nap time.
Oh. It's because I was talking about how I was like, Taylor woke me up so early to stream.
I did.
I worked yesterday and I didn't even nap. And I was just like, I can't nap today because I have something to do, which I am good for another like hour maybe. Okay. And then I gotta like start huddling off. But I was like, I don't want to take a nap because then I'd miss it and I feel really bad and guilty. So I'm like, maybe I should make another coffee, even though that might make me want to explode. I'll be like anxious but fast.
Anxious but fast. It's the way to be. Okay. It's warm. That was the first thought that came to mind.
Oh, I thought maybe they were cuddling.
No.
It's so much worse.
It's so much worse. A rhythm was carved out like dripping water, pleasing to the ear. It's red. The hands, the feet, the body, all the world was red. You never get a second with Lamento.
They just make everything happen all the time.
It's warm. He was wrapped in red warmth. Intently, it spread like a cloudy sky. Rai sat down in its midst. The fur of his tail was wet with red. It was soaking in, wasn't it? He thought of such a thing. Red overflowed in his cupped hands.
Oh, is this Rye backstory?
It's Rye.
Oh shit.
Before his eyes were islands. 2 islands floating in a lake of red. One island lay face down, and another lay on its back. They had the shapes of cats. Because they were the parents who had brought Rye into the world.
Oh damn.
What color was their hair? What did
Killed
their
his own
faces
parents.
look like? What color were their eyes? They were smeared with blood, so he no longer knew. However, one thing became clear. Neither of the parents were looking at Rye. They hadn't changed. Neither of them were alive anymore. They had already breathed their last. He surely felt sad. I'll just take a look at him real quick. His little round ears. He's so tiny. He's so scrawny. But something else.
No, he looks. I'm sorry. I always unmute at the worst times where you're already finishing your statements.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It was
He looks so teensy.
He's so little.
Why are you so little, little
Why
guy?
so little? Huh? Little guy.
Because you killed your parents?
Yep. But something else satisfied Rye's heart more than that. Warmth. Warmth he'd always imagined now enveloped him, just as he'd imagined. When he got this warmth from his parents, I was happy. The tip of his tail twitched in satisfaction. He splashed in red like water. The choking smell intoxicated him. The warmth was sweet. I want more. I want to be wrapped up in it more. 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 Feeling something jump up, Konoe opened his eyes slightly. He rolled over and looked to the other bed. Rye was sitting up and breathing roughly. His ears lowered. He held one hand over his right eye.
大丈夫か?
You okay?
起こしたか?
Did I wake you? Rye's low voice mixed with disturbed breathing faintly reached him.
いや、目が痛むのか?
No. Does your eye hurt?
Rye held his right eye and fell silent. Only the sounds of Rye's breathing echoed through the quiet room. Before, Konoe had been sleeping lightly. He woke up because Rye cried out several times.
うなされてた。悪い夢でも見たのか?
You seem really restless. Did you have a bad dream?
この
This. Finally calming down, Rye exhaled deeply and stopped his words there.
右目がうずく日に決まって見る悪夢だ。
I always have nightmares when my right eye aches.
悪夢?
Nightmares.
もう寝ろ。
Sleep already.
But if you have nightmares, maybe if you're scared, oh, why don't you just
why
like...
don't you just come and snuggle down in
Oh,
here?
why don't you just come over, snuggle over
Just
here?
come over here.
It's okay. We spend time together. Relay, you're not lonely.
Mm-hmm. Rye laid down with his Rye laid down with his back to Konoe, as if he didn't want to talk about it anymore. In the darkness, Konoe gazed at the blanket Rye was wrapped in. Rye's silver tail hung down listlessly and was illuminated by pale moonlight. Rye's voice was unusually lifeless. But then, whose wouldn't be? He'd had a nightmare, so it was natural. But that wasn't all. Konoe had a bad feeling. Vague uneasiness spread through his chest. God, this is such good CG. Oh my god.
Yes.
Hey.
Oh my god.
That reminded him. He had never seen what was underneath Rai's eye patch. Was it an old wound or a fresh one? When he had nightmares, his eye ached. What was under that eye patch? What on earth could it be? Oh, you know. An eye, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe a socket.
Maybe a socket, you know.
Let's sleep. He wanted to stop thinking. Konoe shook his head lightly and crawled underneath the sheets. He was awake for a while, unable to go back to sleep. The following morning was lively, probably because it was the first day of Anto. Even with the window closed, the music and the noise still seemed to seep into the room, and Konoe's ears constantly swiveled in all directions. It was the first time he heard so much noise. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. No, I get it. While he sat on the bed and groomed his arms, he shook his tail many times. And he felt a strong impact to his tail and nearly leapt up. What a country.
Damn.
You sure move like one. A cold voice and look met him at the same time, but that wasn't the problem. Rai's foot was planted neatly on the crooked part of Konoe's tail. He made a pained sound in his throat, turned around and glared at Rai.
Move it.
Smirking, Rai moved his foot. Konoe immediately pulled his tail away and licked at the sore spot while he scowled at Rai. He was already grumpy first thing in the morning, but his heart was filled with uncontrollable curiosity about the festival, and he felt faintly excited. Konoe fixed up his outfit and visited Asato's room so all three of them could go downstairs together. When they went to the waiting room, Konoe involuntarily froze at the scene before his eyes, stunned. What in the world was this? There, they wore strange masks and costumes. It was full of shady, suspicious-looking cats. Strange. Asato thought the same thing, his expression becoming tense.
これが安藤の格好なのか?
Are they dressed like this for Anto?
Their costumes. Rai didn't look very surprised in particular.
It's like, oh, what is that festival? It's for like, it's like not the Krampus festival, but it's...
Oh, it's a Celtic festival.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name.
Because I was like trying to think of something I could relate this to or like compare it to, and I was just like, not Halloween, not that one. And I was like, not Midsummer, but yes, that one. That's what's making me think of the Krampus festival.
The Krampus festival.
I don't know the name of it. I just know that they dress up in costumes for Krampus.
Rai didn't look very surprised in particular, and he surveyed the waiting room with a composed gaze. When he heard about a festival, Konoe imagined something glamorous, but the image he had of the showy festival was completely wrong. If anything, everyone was dressed just like that shaman. These cats and their restless laughter were strange.
そんなとこで立ち止まって何やってんだ? 降りてこいよ.
What do you think you're doing stopping there? Come on down. When Konoe heard that relaxed, deep voice, he looked around. He saw Bardo looking up at them from amidst the costume cats. Rai frowned and clicked his tongue.
You're so mad.
When he went down the stairs to the waiting room, Konoe saw the costume cats up close and became more and more nervous. There was some kind of strange intensity about them.
寝心地はどうだった? よく眠れたか? 今日は安藤の第一日目だ. 盛り上がってるぞ.
How'd the bed feel? Did you sleep well? Today's the
no.
first day of Anto. It's getting pretty exciting.
You wanna feel the bed with me next time?
You wanna test the bed out with me?
I've never been into bed actually. You have to show me how it works.
Bardo approached with steps as leisurely as his voice. Rai completely turned away.
すごい格好だな、みんな。
This is absolutely incredible. Everyone looks amazing.
伝統ってやつだ。乱戦ができてすぐの頃からずっと続いてる。二つ杖も似たようなことをよくやってたらしいな。
This is tradition. I've participated ever since I arrived in Ransen. Two Canes seem to have done something like this too. Stopping in the middle of his words, Bardo looked at Asato.
ああ、あんたが3匹目か。
No, there are 3 of you. There are 3 of you? You're the third of the group?
He's nervous.
Asato, who is bad with interacting with other people, lowered his head in caution with a jerk of his shin and stood vigilantly on guard. Vigilantly.
俺はこの宿をやってるバルドだ。
I'm Bardo, owner of this inn.
アサトだ。
I'm Asato.
アサト。あんた、一体いつ入ってきたんだ？昨日今日と俺はずっと受付にいたが、俺の知る限りじゃ見た記憶がないんだが。
Asato, you... What the heck did you get in here? Most definitely at the reception desk for all of yesterday and today. I don't remember seeing you enter at all. Not minding Asato's attitude of pulling away a bit, Bardo cocked his head and cast his gaze on him.
窓だ。
The window.
窓？
The window?
窓だ。
The window.
窓から入った？
You came in through the window.
入った。
I came in.
あ、そう。
Oh, okay.
I see. So cute.
Yes, I came in through the window.
I came in through the window. The window? The window.
Reading the wilder.
It's reading the wilder.
It's reading the wilder. Oh.
God, when are we playing Overcooked?
Right now.
It's reading the wilder. Bardo had a dumbfounded look on his face for a moment. But then he looked down and nodded, as if he were overwhelmed by Asato's calm assertion. Stop!
Stop fighting!
Stop fighting!
で、あんたたちも仮装してみるか?
Well, whatever. Festival, the time of the festival is when... Wait. Yes. The time of the festival is when you can put everything aside and enjoy yourselves. Are you guys going to disguise yourselves too? Konoe was at a loss for words at the question. He wanted to excuse himself if possible.
絶対しなきゃいけないのか。
Come on. You don't want to have a little fun?
Have a little fun.
Do we absolutely have to do that?
いや、ただうちで衣装を貸してやれるからな。聞いただけだ。
Nope, but I can lend you some costumes. You just have to ask.
せっかくだから祭りに溶け込んでみるのも楽しいと思うんだが、どうだ?
I think it's fun to blend in with a festival like that. So how about it? Though he wanted to object to the fun part, it did sound good. Konoe involuntarily looked to Rai and Asato. As if he was fatigued by all the noise, Asato just stared blankly. And Rai, needless to say, was turned in the entirely opposite direction.
せっかくだけど。
This is way too hectic.
そうか。まあ気が向いたら適当に声をかけてくれ。それから表通りの方にも出てみるといい。仮装は乱戦の祭りの名物でもあるからな。いろいろ見られる。楽しんでこい。
Yippee! I see. Well, whenever you feel like it, just let me know. You should try to get to the main street. Because of the festival, you'll see plenty of costumes and Ronsen specialties. Come Come on, it'll be fun. Just enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
Bardo lightly raised one hand, then moved to the back of the reception desk with his long tail trailing behind him. When his nemesis vanished. Right,
His
because it was
nemesis.
Charlie. His nemesis.
Konoe.
When Konoe turned at the call, he saw Asato's face slightly clouded in both confusion and agitation.
表通りへ行くのか。
Are you going to the street?
一応そのつもりだ。アサトはどうする？
That's what I intended to do for now. Asato, what are you going to do?
ついていく。
Follow.
Are you sure?
He's probably tired just thinking of the busy streets.
Me too.
His voice was low, so Konoe wondered if he was upset. Rai sighed for the umpteenth time and turned, walking toward the entryway.
おい、
Hey,
なんだ
What?
あんたはどうするんだ？この後。
what are you doing after
What are
this?
you doing after this? Without replying to Konoe's question, Rai left the inn. Konoe reflexively ran after him.
Oh, cool.
Let's do this.
Watermelon.
Melon!
Melon.
Melon! Look at all these masks. Do they mayhaps resemble anything familiar?
Yeah, they all look like the demons. Yeah, that's literally what I said.
When'd you
It's
say
like
that?
the it's like the Krampus thing. Krampus is a demon. It's all to like keep away the demons. It's like
Yes.
Halloween.
Yes.
They look like the demons.
Mm-hmm.
And then also kind of like leaks.
Yep.
It's his time. It's his time to shine.
As soon as they went out the door, Konoe's hair bristled. When they were at the end, loud noise and music flowed like waves. Now it was like the floodgates had been opened to that stream. A frenzy of excitement struck his skin vividly. He felt a flutter in his stomach as evidence of his increasing enthusiasm. He gasped and swallowed. Like Bardo said, there were definitely many cats who changed into costumes. There were groups too, with dark colors befitting a winter festival. The atmosphere could even have been called evil. The music brought on a strange air rather than a cheerful one. Konoe was surprised by the festival itself, but what overwhelmed him above all was its influence on the cats. Usually the streets were filled with cats coming and going, but now the individuals were warm and united. Feelings of delight welled up so much that they threatened to burst forth, beating on the door of Konoe's empathy. Even though he restrained himself, forcefully bore down on him. It may have been the first time he felt such strong empathy for someone other than anger or something other than anger or sorrow. His tail trembled at its base. Gazing through the street's liveliness, he realized that Rai's figure was nowhere to be seen. He glanced around. Nowhere to be found. He didn't see Asato either. The surroundings were filled with festive cats. He seemed to have gotten lost again. Seized with intense self-loathing and worry, Konoe quietly clicked his tongue. He had this issue for a long time. Even though he was a cat, he was completely out of touch with his sense of direction. His buzz returned to the inn when the crowd of cats started to move. They cleared out the middle of the street, perhaps for a parade? Konoe wasn't strong enough to fight his way through that flow. He was forced to walk away from the inn. He looked around in bewilderment, trying to see if he could find Rai or Asato. That was when he drew near a back alleyway. A hand extended from behind and covered his mouth. Hoping to reunite with Rai and Asato, Konoe hadn't sensed his other presence at all. Konoe tried to resist, but he was forcibly dragged away. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the darkness of an alleyway. The streaming cats of the festival paid no attention to the small struggle at the edge of the road. Dun-dun-dun. Back here again.
Save.
Did it.
Did it.
He was brought about halfway into the alley before the hand let go. Immediately turning around, he gave a low growl and placed a hand to the hilt of his sword. Something similar happened the first time he arrived in Ransen. Expecting to see some nasty thugs, Konoe glared ahead, and his heart stopped at the figure standing there. There was no way.
Oh, 感じやすい子猫ちゃん。
I don't know who this is. I think I know who this is.
I don't know who this is.
Yo, sensitive kitty. What stuck out from the top of that head was What stuck out from the top of that head that laughed fearlessly at him were horns. Yeah. The devil, who surely had been erased by leaks in the field of four colors, Berg now stood before him. Oh, he strained his eyes for a moment, wondering if this was a dream.
夢じゃない。
This is no dream.
Hey.
A voice answered as if it had read Konoe's mind. Several presences flickered in the darkness of the alley, and after Berg appeared, Razel, Froud, Kaltz followed before long.
Antara. All of you. Well, I think I know where this is going.
Konoe was horrified and took a step back. Could this also have been part of Leeks' plot? However, Froud laughed off his doubts.
驚いてるみたいだね。あの時、僕たちがリークスに消されたと思ったんだろ？確かに消されたよ。力はね。
You seem surprised. You thought Leeks killed us back then? He definitely killed something. Our power.
力？
Power?
主となる魔力の大部分を奪われたのだ。
Hi.
今は
Hi.
本来の3分の1
God,
程
look at
度
all
しか
those
使うことが
belts.
できない。
Slay.
No. He robbed us of most of our magical powers. Now we can only use them to about a third of their original extent.
悪魔の威厳も何もあったもんじゃねえな。あのクソ魔術師野郎め。
He robbed us of our dignity as devils. Bastard sorcerer. He didn't understand the situation. Forgetting to even blink, Konoe desperately tried to get his halted thoughts moving again. As a result, some unexpected words passed his lips when he finally began to piece things together.
嘘だ。
That's a lie.
Huh?
Berg frowned unnaturally and leaned down, bringing his face close.
嘘だってなんだよ。え？
What's supposed to be a lie? Huh?
リークスの罠なんじゃないのか。
Isn't this one of Leek's traps?
おいおい。
Hey. Berg straightened up with a sigh, smacking a hand to his forehead in disbelief.
たく。さすが神と崇めてるだけあって、お前ら猫は二つ杖にそっくりだな。ろくに確かめもせずに善悪を決めつけて、いつだって自分たちは被害者面だ。そのくせ平気な顔で嘘をつく。
Jeez, just like I thought. You cats are just like the two-cane god you worship. You decide things are good or evil without even being sure about it, and we end up as victims. And you can lie with a straight face.
ひどい目に遭わされてきたんだ。仕方がないだろう。いきなり信じろという方が無理だ。
After what he's been put through, it probably can't be helped that he sees us as bad. Believing is what? Hey, what's going on? Where am I? What's happening? Believing us so suddenly is impossible.
お優しいな、カルツ様はよ。
How kind of you, Mr. Kaltz. Kaltz and Berg glared at each other. And Froud raised both hands to their shoulders and breathed a great sigh.
やめてくれよ、二人と
Oh
も。
my gosh.
猫ちゃんが怖がってるじゃないか。
Stop that, you two. Kitty's afraid, isn't he?
うるせえ。大体な、もともと俺はお前らと慣れ合うつもりは一切。
Shut up. I don't even want to work with you guys. Then
This sucks. I'm leaving.
calmly held out his hand, stopping Bear's words. He seemed dissatisfied with Bear. He clicked his tongue but turned his face away and fell silent. Drozil turned to Konoe, bent down, and looked at his face. Konoe was pierced by those bewitching eyes and could not move.
驚かせただろう。何か聞きたいことはないか。
Nipo was surprised. There's something you want to ask? No. Urged by that calm, low tone, his halted thoughts began turning again. Stealing his nerves, Konoe put a hand on the hilt of his sword and inclined his head up, glaring at the devils. Sweat formed in the palms of his hands. Back up to a cliff. That's how he felt.
リークスの罠じゃないって言うなら、どうしてあんたたちは消されなかった？
You say this isn't one of Leek's traps, but why aren't you guys dead then?
力だけが欲しかったんだろう、俺たちの。
You likely only wanted our power.
そもそも僕たちはリークスと仲良しなわけじゃないよ。
We weren't on good terms with Leeks to begin with.
え？
He involuntarily asked
Oh,
again.
I thought it was a continued statement, so that's why I didn't say anything. Huh?
利害関係の一致から一時的に手を組んでいただけだ。恩義も何もない。
Our interests coincided, so we temporarily worked together. We're under no obligation to him.
でも、だとしたら。
But if that's the case,
Konoe still didn't understand why they hadn't been erased. Froud, who was posed on the wall with crossed arms, slowly formed a smile on his lips.
ただし、僕たちが生きていれば、リークスの得にはなるから。
but if we live, it's a great benefit to Leeks.
どういうことだ？
What do you mean?
こういうことだよ。
It's like this. Berg extended his arms and forcefully pulled Konoe towards him. And once he drew his sword and thrust it at the devil's throat.
離せ。
Let go.
嫌だね。
No, I don't think so. Unaffected by the blade pressed against his throat, Berg buried his face into Konoe's hair. He stuck out his tongue and licked his ear.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa.
敏感だね。
Oh my gosh.
Sensitive.
Stop. Stop.
抜け駆けは良くないな。
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
はいはい。
Yeah. As the arms embracing his body relaxed, Konoe jumped back by thrusting away from Berg. His subside. For some reason, I read that as like subsidy, and I'm just like, that's not the fucking word.
You're like, what's that word?
What's
that word?
It's business term. His subsided caution swelled up again, and Konoe drew his sword and growled. The nasty, damp sensation still lingered on his ear, so he rubbed it several times with the back of his hand.
怒ってる怒ってる。
He's mad, he's mad.
要するに、僕たちはもともと
Yeah.
君を狙っていたんだ。
In short, we've been aiming for you from the start.
Just me and 4 men in an alley? Oh my god.
Wow, what could happen?
happen? Oh
No.
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 Stop. Oh my god. Stop. You were aiming for him? It reminded him. Berg had called him prey before. Kultz frowned and opened his mouth with a reluctant expression.
お前は我々にとっていわば食料のような存在だ。食すれば力になる。
No, oh my god, don't eat me. Oh
No,
my god,
my
no.
God,
Stop.
Stop it. I can't stop. I'm so like helpless right
I'm
now.
so vulnerable right now. That's crazy.
You are essentially like a source of food to us. Consuming you grants us strength.
食料どうして俺が
Food? Why me?
俺たちは感情を司る。俺たちにとって感情の高ぶりが強い魂は食らえば極上の力になる。稀にそういった魂を持つ者が現れる。
We govern emotions. Consuming a soul with incredible emotion bestows us the finest power. In rare occasions, one with such a soul appears. A soul with incredible emotion. The nature and effect of his empathy came to mind.
その度にな、ずっと取り合ってきたわけだ。だが今回はリークスから直々に声がかかった。
Oh yeah.
最高級の飯が食えるぞってな。
Oh my god.
呼ばれたんだよ。
Oh my god.
They're always looking for it, but this time, Leaks reached out to us directly. It was a top quality meal to be eaten, and so we were called.
リークスが
By Leaks?
Why? It was like Leaks had always known everything about him. Questions swirled around Konoe like a black maelstrom.
リークスはどうやら君のことが邪魔みたいだね。僕らに君のことを食わせたかったんだ。だから争ったというわけ。
It seems that somehow you got in Leaks' way. He wanted to let us eat you, so we fought for him.
お前の中に入り込んだ蛇は俺たちの分身。体に現れたあざは俺たちの印だ。
The snakes inside you are part of us. The marks that emerged on your body were our seals. Startled, Konoe looked down at his arms. Those vaporized black markings were the same ones as the ones carved into the 4 rocks on that place. The place where the devils were born.
自分が司る感情の中に君の魂を溺れさせたやつの勝ちだったんだ。全員
Well, I thought about it, though.
見事に敗れたけどね。
When you controlled your emotions and never let your soul drown, that was your victory. All of us were beautifully defeated.
どうやら君はリークスや僕たちが思ってたよりも強い魂の持ち主だったようだ。
Apparently, both you and Leaks were owners of souls stronger than we expected.
Brad shrugged his shoulders with a playful tone, his expression turning. But if that was the case, Konoe lifted his face.
耳と尾が黒くなったのもあんたたちのせいなのか。
Was it your fault that my ears and tails turned black? Tails.
それは違う。ただ我々の働きかけによりお前の体が反応した可能性もある。
That would be wrong. However, your body may have reacted to our influences.
そのせいで伝説の呪いと一致しちゃったんだっけか。予言ってやつだろう。ひょっとしたらお前なんかあるのかもな。
Because you matched the curse from the prophecy, right? Like it was predicted? And if you really are like that after all. Berg laughed, smirking happily.
ともかく僕たちは君に敗れ君を落とすというリークスとの約束も破った。だから力を奪われた。こ これは聞いてない話だったけどね。
At any rate, we lost to you and Leaks broke his contract with us. Hence, we were robbed of our power. This is the part you've never heard.
それでだ。力を失った今、君という存在が僕たちにはますます美味しそうに見えるわけだ。
Well, that's that. Since we lost our power, your existence looks all the more appetizing to us.
To be eaten?
No.
Oh my god, no. Konoe's body filled with fighting spirit, and he bared his fangs while growling.
そう警戒しないでくれよ。今はまだ一時休戦状態なんだ。
Don't be so guarded. For now, we're still at a temporary truce.
休戦?
Truce.
お前の魂は一つしかない。誰が奪うかまだ決めていない。
You only have one soul. It hasn't yet been decided who will take it.
Oh my god.
Wow, don't fight over
お
me.
前を食う方法は頭から丸かじりするしかねえ。だから誰かが抜け駆けしないように全員でお前に張り付くことに決めたんだ。
Since we don't have our power, the only way we can get you is to devour you from head to toe. So everyone has decided to stick together and make sure no one steals you away.
何?
What?
Everybody will stick together. Unable to understand, Konoe stared at the devils before him in mute amazement. The words circulating in his head sank in little by little. At the same time, he succumbed to an intense anger.
そうすれば、互いのことも、お前のことも見張ることができる。
In doing so, we can all keep an eye on each other.
ちょっと待てよ。俺はあんたたちに食われる気なんかない。
Wait a second. I don't plan on letting you eat me.
獲物の意志なんざ関係ねえな。
Oh.
こっちだって生きるか死ぬかの大問題なんだぜ。
That's crazy.
The wishes of the prey doesn't matter. It's a life or death issue for us.
まあ、そう熱くならないでくれ。その前に。
Hey, don't be so heated. First.
おい。
Hi. Hey.
この絵。
Butted him. Interrupting Froud's words, two familiar voices burst out suddenly from behind him. Konoe turned around. Rai and Asato stood at the entrance of the alleyway facing the streets, their expressions stiff. Rai immediately set his jaw and drew his sword, advancing quickly with a sharp light in his eyes. Asato also grabbed the hilt of his sword and followed after.
おいおい、ちょっと待てよ。今俺らはこの猫と。
Huh? Hey, wait a second. I know we and this cat are.
黙れ。そいつから離れ。
Shut up. Get away from him.
何もしていない。
We haven't done anything to him.
お前たち、リークスに消されたんじゃなかったのか。
Let's kill you guys.
だからそれを今この子に説明していたところだったの。
That's what we're trying to say.
That's what we're explaining to this kid.
無駄だ。所詮はリークスの差し金だ。
It's pointless. You're pawns of leaks after all.
たくよ。これだから猫は嫌なんだっての。おい、ちび猫。
ちび猫。That's why I hate cats. Hey, Pipsqueak. Bear frustratedly clapped the air, then lowered his gaze to Konoe.
チビじゃない。この絵だ。
It's not Pipsqueak, it's Konoe. Chibi-chan.
俺から見たらどうしたってチビだ。ってそうじゃねえよ。
Looks like a slipspeak to me. That's not the point.
いいか、さっきも言ったがな、嘘をつくのはお前たちと二つ杖の特性だ。
Listen, I told you this a while ago. Telling lies is what your kind and two canes do.
俺たちはな、嘘はつかない。絶対にな。
But we don't tell lies. Never.
僕たちは欲望に忠実だ。それがたとえ悪だと呼ばれていることで、やりたいことにやる。
We're faithful to our desires. Even if it's something evil, we do what we please.
As always, you can always trust the devil. The devil truly never lies.
その代わり、欺くことはしない。今話したことは全て真実だよ。
Therefore, we can't deceive you. This conversation was entirely true.
食うつもりなんだろ。
Yeah, huh?
俺を。
Oh my gosh. Somebody here is.
Someone is.
You're going to eat me?
His large tail lashing, Astral glared at devils and growled.
そのことを話そうとして途中で遮られたんだよ。とりあえず最後まで聞いてもらえると嬉しいんだけどね。
I tried to tell you and was interrupted. I'd like it if you'd listen until the end.
Froud cocked his head and moved as if he was throwing a fleeting glance in Rai's direction. Since his eyes were hidden, it wasn't clear.
聞く必要などない。無駄だ。
There's no reason to listen. It's pointless. Rai gazed intently at Froud, still holding his sword. Honestly, Konoe was at a loss. He didn't know if what the devils were saying was true, but it might have been worse to doubt them. It was a state of uncertainty he could hardly believe. He thought of saying that he'd like to? I think, well, you have a word missing here. He'd to listen to. I'd like to listen to the devil's story, just to hear them out. He could still fight them if he didn't trust them.
話してみろよ。
Talk.
Rai gave him a look, but Konoe daringly pretended not to notice. Readjust. Froud opened both arms and put one hand to his chest, then slowly gave a deep bow.
お許しいただき光栄。それじゃ続きを話すよ。
I'm honored to have your permission, so I'll continue.
まず結論から言うと、僕たちもリークスを打ちたいんだ。もちろん、奪われた力を取り戻すためにね。
First of all, we can conclude that we too want to defeat Leaks. Of course, we need to regain the power he stole from us.
でだ。ここで一つ提案なんだが、せっかくだから手を組まないかい？
So I have only one suggestion. If it's not too much trouble, why don't we join forces?
Rai's ears twitched slightly.
どういうことだ?
What does that mean?
お前たちもリークスを追うのだろう。利害が一致しているということだ。一時休戦として手を組んだ方が効率が良い。
You are pursuing Leaks as well. I mean that we should cooperate for mutual interest. What? For mutual interest.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm hitting a wall.
It's okay. We're almost done.
It'd be more efficient to work together in a temporary truce.
ふざけるな。
Don't joke around.
俺たちは今、リークスに力を奪われている。いわば、素手のような状態だ。もし戦うと、お前たちにとっては絶好の機会だ。
Oh my back.
Currently, Leaks has stolen our power. We are unarmed, so to speak. If you were to fight us now, this would be the golden opportunity. At Razel's words, the air surrounding Rai shifted slightly. He'd been virtually asked if he intended to fight an unarmed opponent. As one who put himself into fighting so much, his pride wouldn't permit it. All the more if the opponents were normally stronger than him. He didn't know if Razel had made that remark because he picked up on it.
リークスを打ち、力を取り戻す。俺たちがやり合うのは、それからでも遅くはない。
We'll defeat leaks and regain our powers. Our own quarrel couldn't wait until afterwards.
罠ではないという確証がない。
There's no proof this isn't a trap.
罠だ確証だってなんだっつうのめんどくせえな。
I'm so sorry if you hear any background noise.
I don't.
Okay. We got people moving around.
Huh? Trap evidence? What kind of crap is that? And what do you plan to do, huh?
まあまあ、落ち着きなさいよ。
Whoa there. Calm down.
Verg, who'd been stamping his foot on the ground, settled down, and Frau turned around towards Rai. A truly cold smile formed on his lips.
慎重なのはいいことだね。だが、何事も同すぎると逆効果にしかならないよ。
Good to be prudent, but doing it to the extremes will prove counterproductive.
君こそその慎重すぎる性格何かあるんじゃないかと疑ってしまうな僕は
You. Such a cautious nature makes me suspicious that there's something to it.
Rai's tail twitched slightly. For an instant, the shadow of a doubt crossed his blue eye.
何が言いたい?
What do you want to say?
時には火の中へ飛び込む勇気も必要ってことさ。まあそれはともかく。じゃあいいさ。ここは恥を忍んで一つ証拠を見せよう。
I'm saying that sometimes you need some courage to jump into the flames. Well, let's put aside our shame and show you some evidence.
Froud looked aside at Verg and snapped his fingers. Verg made a face as if he wanted to die.
俺かよ。なんで俺なんだよ。やだよ。お前やれよ。
やだ。
No.
Me? Why me? Hell no. You do it.
僕は嫌だもの。
I hate that.
は？なんだそれ。わがままこいてんじゃねえぞてめえ。じゃあカルツとラゼルにやらせりゃ。
Huh? What's that? Don't be selfish, you bastard. Then Kaltz or Razel should do it. Verg turned around. Kaltz closed his eyes and averted his face, and Razel inclined his head to Verg, shaking his head.
He's like,
In response to those gestures, Froud amusedly looked to Verg.
だって。
And so?
だってさ。
あったよ。やりゃいいんだろ。
Ah, I get it. I'll do it, alright. Partially in despair, the sulking Verg took a step forward and touched one hand to his chest. Hello, welcome in.
Hi.
Remember to read the description for this game? Please and thank you. His fingertips fused to his chest as if melting in and sank below the surface of his skin. Konoe hardly believed what he was seeing when the fingertips penetrated into Verg's body. Verg's face contorted painfully. His hand completely plunged into his chest, then he pulled it back out with the horrid sound of tearing flesh. The hand wasn't wet with blood. He was holding something. The palm of his hand opened. A sphere emitting yellow light appeared. No, it was not a sphere. But when Konoe took a good look, it was like a distorted piece of something.
これ、なんだと思う？ 知ってるかい？
He's so excited about it.
What do you think this is? Do you know?
Proud's voice bounced. Am I hitting smash? He's very handsome.
我々の力の源だ。正しくは具現化したものだな。それぞれが持っていて、本来は球体だ。
This is the source of our power. To be accurate, it gives us concrete form. It gives us concrete form. Each and every one of us has one, and originally they are spheres.
Originally, we were all spheres.
In the primordial
In the
soup,
primordial soup, we were all spheres.
Real, the blue hair guy is my favorite.
Pops is beautiful.
I see he came up and I was like, hey!
This is Konoe that said this.
Oh, I was so distracted. He's so handsome.
I know.
So, because your power was stolen, the form became distorted.
It shone with a crystal clear light, fascinatingly beautiful.
こんな状態のやつはな、力がありませんって証明してるようなもんなんだよ。弱点さらしてんのと一緒だ。もういいだろう。
Its current state is proof we don't have much power. We've shown you our weakness. It's good enough, right? Berg spoke brusquely. He pushed the object that was the source of his power back into the depths of his chest. Honestly, I prefer a more handsome guy, which is what blue hair man has been changing.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, what happened?
My Discord froze.
Oh no. Is it just Discord altogether?
Yes.
Oh,
hold on.
No. Yeah, I stopped the stream for you.
Okay.
Good?
Can you... I don't see the stream.
Yeah, I took it down.
Okay, can you put it back up?
Yes. Good.
Okay, I just have to refresh it.
No, you're good. All better.
I went to go on something, and then the stream, like, shitted, and then
yeah.
okay, and then I tried to click on something else, and then it was like, nope.
Froud turned in Rai's direction and crossed his arms.
これで信じてもらえたかな?
With this, you've got to believe us.
好きにしろ。
Have it your way. Lowering his sword, Rai spat out these words in a low voice.
いいのか?
Is this really okay?
知らん。
I don't know. Froud looked towards Konoe.
君もそれでいいんだよね?
Is this good enough for you too?
リークスを撃つまでは俺を食わないってことなんだな。
You won't eat me until we've defeated Leaks, right?
できれば頭から丸かじりなんていう原始的な方法は避けたいからね。それに悪魔がポカスか殴り合いで順番を決めるってのも変な話だろ。すべては力を取り戻してからだ。
The question, what do I call your non-binary friend, aka COVID-19 mask, aka pink-haired person?
Damn.
They're not, he's not non-binary, he's a man.
It's just the collar of my shirt, it's not a mask.
Yeah, it's just the collar is really high. Here, hold on, I'm gonna make you really big.
It's just my collar.
Yeah, it's just the collar of his shirt. Or of his cowl, I guess it would be.
Yes, it's my cowl.
Yeah.
Big collar.
You're big now.
It's me.
He's a man.
Hello.
Yeah, it's just the cowl that he wears is really high. A big.
I'm shy.
Big. I'm shy. You don't like me showing you
shy.
Off? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I like looking at you, so.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you're covering the text now. Here we go.
Oops.
Oops, I'll bring you down. There you go. Alright, did you read this? I got distracted.
I did not.
Okay.
I'd like to avoid the primitive method of just devouring you from head to toe. In addition, it's strange for devils to fight if they don't— What? It's strange for devils to fight if they don't have their powers, right? After we've regained our powers...
Oh, I clicked off.
We'll do it.
Sorry for calling you COVID-19 mask now. I know it's a holy priest. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Hold on, sorry.
We should still be masking up, but still, yeah. Real facts.
Yes, Ami is a nun.
I love the Lord.
Love the Lord.
I love the Lord. Gay men.
Gay man. Devils don't lie. Do you believe that? As the conversation itself a lie from the start. And the more Konoe thought, the more paranoia amassed, and the more unpleasant thought crossed his mind. The shaman living in the forest said that the basis for judging the truth came from within himself. I should just have like a— hold on. Sorry to pause the game real quick. I'm just gonna have like— did I already make one? No, I didn't.
What?
Let me see if I can find it actually. I don't know if it's in my stuff. Hold on, this is super important. This is so crazy important. I may have not uploaded it from my laptop though. Oh shit, I didn't. Oh well.
What is it?
I was just gonna get your reference sheet that I made. Oh, I do have it. There we are. There we go, I got your reference sheet.
Yay!
I'm just gonna pull it up just to be like, hey, here he is.
That's me.
That's you.
Oh, no, oh my god, who drew my reference sheet?
Oh my god,
you may ask?
who drew this?
Who
Crazy.
drew that?
I wonder
Crazy.
who drew this.
Oh my goodness.
God, who? Wow, crazy. Who drew this art? I wonder.
Who
oh my
would
god.
have drawn it?
Wow, it looks crazy similar to my own model art that I drew myself. Crazy.
Crazy.
I'm very happy that you trusted me with making this though.
Yes.
I'm glad you like it a lot. There we go. Okay. Now I can just pop you up on the screen whenever I want. What?
Yeah, I'm currently balling on a budget, so I don't have a model or any other Fugi other than this one. Hopefully money will come my way soon.
It's okay. Which crazy who also made this Fugi?
Oh my god, that's
Wow,
crazy!
Why do you look like you want to send me to Satan himself for embodying this?
No.
No.
No. Preposterous.
Preposterous. Not
Preposterous.
with this. He is a absolutely devout nun.
100%.
Whatever would give you
For
the
sure.
thought of something so salacious.
This is just my clothes, man.
Yeah, this is just what you look like.
I just be— listen, I can't help it. This is just, I just be
I just wear clothes. Ignore the
I just wear
heels.
clothes. Ignore the heels and the garter.
Ignore the
Ignore it.
12-inch heels that you got on.
Ignore. It's just my everyday.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Slay.
No
My
biggie.
everyday slay.
It's my everyday.
Okay, sorry. We'll get back because we do have to. We're on a little bit of time limit.
Yeah, I gotta go a little bit.
Yeah. If he kept moving back and forth, he'd surely lose sight of the truth. Once more, he asked himself. Their words didn't sound like lies. With that thought in mind, Konoe raised his head.
Understood.
When Konoe nodded in careful assent, Proud's smile widened.
商談成立だ。リークスを撃つまで僕たちも君を食べない。
You promise.
約束しよ
う。You promise.
Then it's a deal. Until we destroy leaks, we won't eat you. We promise.
Konoe let out a breath he'd been holding. As the air left his chest...
Not the breath he had been holding.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying that I said it wrong.
No. It's just, you know...
Yeah,
like,
no, I got you. I was like, what? Did I misread?
Didn't realize the breath he'd been holding in. What?
Yeah. As the air left his chest, he felt a heavy feeling that was neither anger nor vexation. His hands automatically clenched to fists. This strange power. Without this empathy, he wouldn't have been targeted. In his mind, he understood that it was unavoidable, but he couldn't help cursing his birth. Why did Leeks know about him? Why did he incite the demons? The mystery wasn't over, and it just deepened. For now, he thought of only going after Leeks. Konoe took a deep breath and changed his attitude, then looked at the devils again. Though they had lost their power, they were originally existences on par with Leeks. Who would have guessed he'd made a temporary pact with those guys? And of course, he couldn't even imagine what might happen in the future.
あんたたち、この後はどうするつもりだ?
What are you guys gonna do after this?
猫ちゃんたちは宿に泊まってたりするんだよね。
You kitties are staying in an inn, right?
そうだけど。
Yeah, but...
そんじゃあ、俺らもそこに行かなきゃいけねえな。
What? Why?
A lot
No.
for one room.
Bardo's gonna be like, no, absolutely not. Get the hell out.
No. Hey, Catboy look adorable? He is adorable. He's our protagonist.
Yeah.
I guess that's where we're going then.
To the inn.
His eyebrows arched and he responded automatically. There couldn't be a weirder story than devils staying at an inn. Kaltz blew a small sigh.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Say that to me, Nick. Move. Everyone get out of the way. Get out of the room. Me? Oh my god. Are you doing anything?
That's why I know for a fact you're gonna love Asato's route. Because every devil has a cat.
I already love him.
Every devil has a cat associated with them.
Uh-oh.
So guess who's Asato's?
You're lying. You're lying.
If I remember right, Kaltz is Asato's devil.
You're lying.
If I remember right.
Wait, then who's... Okay.
Do you want to guess?
Because I know Rise is the Razel. No?
Nope.
And why is he so angry?
He's just like that.
Then it's the Joy one. The green one.
Joy.
Yeah. Because he is fucked in the head.
Yeah, if I remember right, it should be Proud.
Is Bardo's the yellow one?
Bardo's is either Verg or Razel, but I can't remember.
Because why? I don't. It doesn't make sense for Konoe to be with Razel, because he's not that angry. He's just kind of a guy.
Well.
Well, I mean, you know, he's got anger, but he's not like angry all the time.
Yeah. As in like Konoe's association with one of these, one of the devils. I would say Konoe is technically excluded from this.
Oh, okay. Then who's the other one? Who's the other kitty cat?
I guess we'll have to find out.
Oh, is it the Oh fuck. What's his name? The bard, the traveling bard. Is he associated? Okay, because I did see fan art, so you can't lie to me.
I did see fan art. I don't know.
Because I sent it to you, and I was just like, I hope this isn't going to spoil anything for me.
It'll probably go over your head, but
it's like whenever I look at Takaina Nochi art with Nano, that's the one. And I'm like, I don't know who this guy is. All I know is him and Shiki have crazy beef.
I can double check on this for you though.
We cannot afford to take our eyes off you. But like for real.
I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure.
You wanna keep looking at me? Like for real? Like actually? That's crazy.
Oh, sorry, I was researching. It'd be troublesome if you wouldn't died before we got the chance to kill you. If you're gone, it'd be a problem. Konoe glanced up at Rai with a perplexed look, but he only got a cold gaze in return.
What should I do?
No, you decide.
頭に角が生えてから属性とは無縁の日々だからね。街で宿に泊まるなんてちょっと楽しみだったりするんだよな。
Unlike these earthly creatures, our heads are always horned. Staying at the inn in town seems like fun then, doesn't it?
I have a question. Are you, holy priest, meant to be the sin lust hiding as a nun, or are you a nun that's hiding as a sin? Ooh.
That's for you to find out.
That's for that's for you to find out.
That's for you to find out.
Oh gee, I wonder. I don't know. I agree.
I agree.
Seeing Proud practically squirm with excitement, Konoe's stare turned blank. It wasn't just the horns growing from their heads that made them different from cats. Horns. Konoe suddenly thought of something.
Look at what time of year it is, bud.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, actually the horns are fine, but the tails are something else.
First off, do something about your horns and smooth tails. They stand out too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Since we're in the middle of the festival right now, we can just say they're costumes.
And when the festival ends? We got 3 days.
We got 3 days. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We'll manage somehow.
それじゃ宿まで案内しておくれ猫ちゃん
So then, please guide us to the inn, kitty.
Was it such an unexpected thing for the devils to have lost their power? While he walked around towards the street and mulled over his unsatisfied thoughts, he noticed something. There was something strange about cults. His gaze stopped at one point, and his eyes widened slightly. For some reason, he was watching Asato. Noticing Cult's gaze, Asato looked uncertain. Cult immediately averted his eyes. Whoops, sorry.
Oi, bakaneko.
Bakaneko. Hey, stupid cat. Rai stood in line with Konoe. Hearing that rude remark, Konoe gave Rai a scowl from the corner of his eyes.
What?
Does your character look like it would sing boom boom boom, I want you in my room? That's what character feels like it would say, no offense, holy priest.
Thanks. Only when I'm really drunk.
Yeah. I told you not to stray, despite being a cat. You don't have any sense of direction, do you?
Cat.
Angry, despite being a cat. At Rai's words, Konoe felt like his vision grew dark. In a way, it hurt as if he'd been struck. He's like, hey, it's not my fault.
Get him.
His tail trembled as if he'd received an intense shock.
Oh yeah. 猫ちゃんは猫のくせに方向音痴なのか。
Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it.
You got
I
it?
fixed it.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Okay, I fixed it. Oh, the kitty has no sense of self-direction, despite being a cat. No, don't bully him. No, don't bully him. No, don't bully him. Stop! He's already dead.
Funny.
He's directionally challenged. He's already dead.
Did he get lost?
No, Asato!
Asato, no! This is the first I've heard of it.
Konoe's like on the ground, face down.
Shut up!
He's like, everyone is so mean to me.
Everyone is so mean to me. Becoming defeated by the onslaught of remarks, Konoe walked back to the inn with lowered ears and a drooping tail.
He's so sad. He's just like, okay, let's go. I'm not having fun anymore.
You guys multiplying or what?
Save.
I will. I was just thinking about it. Yeah. This is a good point. Okay. Don't worry.
I'm sorry. I hope it's not.
No. We did good. We got up to 6 hours. So
here's the thing: is Lamento is so good. I feel like so much happens and yet nothing at all happens?
Yes.
Like, I'm having the best time of my life, but I'm thinking about everything we learned today, and I'm just like, I feel like instead of 6 hours, I feel like this was a 2-hour stream.
Yeah. Here,
Not because it's boring.
No, there's just everything and nothing happens.
Literally, it's like everything happens, and then also at the same time, nothing happens.
Okay, I'll go back.
I'm like, oh, what happened? Oh,
we walked around a lot.
Yeah, we walked around a whole bunch.
We had some introspection time.
Yeah. We went to the forest. We saw the demons. They got their power taken away. We watched Rai kill that guy. Crazy,
Dio.
And you know what? We lasted the whole time. The only issue I had was with myself because your spamming fixed it.
I did. I was like spam, and it worked.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go to just chatting then.
Oh my god, that's such an old Nitro screen.
I know, right? There we are.
Good.
Hi.
Hello.
You drink? Holy priest, I feel like if you ran into the extremely attractive guy, you would say the most cringe thing ever. You would not say that, I can promise you.
What now?
The big D word.
Oh, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I don't like saying that word in general.
No, because you look like the sin of lust and you would sing.
Oh, thank you.
Well, that's pretty nice. I enjoy that.
Thank you so much. It's nice to be seen.
Oh, in addition, like you would say that if you were drunk.
Okay, potentially.
There might be. It
depends on who's in the room.
It depends on who's in the room. Really, highly depends on who's there, who's in the room, how much soju have I had that day.
No, for real. Where do I have to be somewhere the next day?
Yeah.
How many witnesses are here?
For real. Whenever we I mean,
This was fun. Sorry, before we get too off topic, but this is so fun.
Yes,
I'm having
this is
fun.
I'm so glad.
I like your voice.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad I
Why
can
are we
show you
doing Ray?
Lamento.
Ray, not Ray. Wrong BL game.
So close.
I was thinking about Ray Nukani.
Oh, I thought we were thinking Ray slow damage.
Oh, my wife. My beautiful husband.
My beautiful husband wife.
My beautiful husband wife. Sorry, but what were you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say, remember, there was one time I remember where we went out with friends to, it was probably to Korean barbecue. And you were having some soju. We were all having some soju, but you were having soju, and then you leaned into me, and you're like, I forget exactly what you said, but you're like, oh, I'm really feeling it.
Yeah.
It made me fucking die. We'll go get some more. Did you have yeah, I think well, I have, hold on, my search needs to continue. I'm like 99% sure that Froud is Rise Devil. And then almost positive that Kaltz is Asato's Devil. There's their CGs, blah blah blah, and I showed you their CGs before.
Yeah, but you should show me again. Not on stream.
Not on stream, unfortunately, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then I would have to double check on the others, but yeah. Don't look up spoilers in the meantime. We're at an area that's very spoiler heavy.
Me? Oh, I'm not planning on it.
Okay. Cool.
I just like looking at the CGs.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to keep you too long because I know you gotta go.
No, you're fine.
Are you good?
I'm chilling.
Okay.
I can stay for like 10 more minutes.
I have a question. Is Holy Priest gay? God.
I'm bisexual, so yes.
Yes. I was like, damn. That's so funny.
So many questions about me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, you're fine. You get a little Q&A today.
Hopefully, I will be streaming soon.
It's a really.
Wait, I say that, but I have no clue when.
It's a really. That's so cool.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, both
I'm
of us.
bisexual.
Both of us, very much. I consider myself more pan-of-sexual, but you know, same thing. Same thing, different terminology. It's whatever you vibe with.
I just got more of a preference.
Yeah.
I'm pickier.
I'm Arrow Ace, but sometimes I'm Ace Gay. That's cool. That's good.
Oh, congrats!
Nice.
Love this for you.
I love this for you.
I hope that does not sound facetious. I'm genuinely
yeah, it's like I'm so
sorry.
I'm so genuine about that. All people of gender expression.
I love gay people.
I love gay people. All
I
people
love when the
of
people
all
are
types
gay.
of gender expression and sexuality are always welcome here. As long as you follow my rules. No matter who, as long as you follow my rules. Yeah, I had something about Lamento. It was oh right, so hey. So we got to a point in the inn where I was like, I guess I just remembered that part vividly because we got it was the moment where we were learning about, like, we were past, like, or kind of going in and also past Rise Nightmare. Something shook loose in my brain where I was like, I remember the scene. What happens?
What happened? You're like, uh-oh.
What happens here? And I was kind of like eyeing my censor bar because I'm like, everything about this is so familiar. What happens?
And then you just find out he killed his friends.
Yeah, he just killed his parents. Yeah.
You know, typical.
The usual.
Typical.
problem is a minor. Well, I would recommend these streams are not entirely for you since they are adult-centered, but I'm not kicking you out fully, of course. It's just I don't recommend watching these Lamento streams because they are very adult-centered. Just so you know. But yeah, and I was like, something shook loose in my brain, but it turned out yeah, it turned out being fine. I was like, oh, what's happening? Oh God. No, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I remember there's something coming up. No, you're fine. I'm just saying for any future reference. This stream's already over by now, so it's not a big deal. Just a heads up for Lamento streams. They are adult centered, so they more cater to people who are 18 and above.
I'm sorry, I have to touch my mic.
No, you're good. Yeah. It was we're getting to a part. I'm having the visions. I'm having visions again. The voices. Who Lamento? Lamento is the game that we're playing right now.
Yes.
It's called Lamento Beyond the Void. It is a nitro+chiral game, so the same people who made Dramatical Murder and everything of the like.
There's Pagorn in it.
There is Pagorn. There's a part, but I can't remember when or where it is. That's why my memory is such ass. But I think we're hitting a scene soon because we're definitely past the halfway point.
Oh yay!
No, don't feel stupid. It's Lamento is one of their older Nitro's older games, and I'm also old, so Lamento is one of the it's
also the one that I think most people don't know about.
Well, yeah, no, because it never got translated to English. Because the patch that we're playing right now is a fan translated one. So that's the only way that you can play it in English is playing through the fan translated patch. Yeah, but I'm fine with it. I have history with Lamento and I like it so much. But I told you though, I'm like, there's a fuck ton of lore.
I know, I'm just like, good lord.
I don't look old. Darling, I am
That's so nice.
I'm thousands of
Take
years
the compliment.
old.
Take the compliment. Take the compliment.
So old.
That's so nice. You don't look a day over 1,000.
Thank you. I am as old as some of the stars. I am ancient. This is just the form that I chose to appear in. All right, but thank you everybody for joining me for Lamento today. We're back after a month.
Whoa, finally, Cat Boys.
After a month, finally back with Cat Boys.
Finally, Cat Boy BL.
Appreciate you look young enough to go to a club. I mean, when you hit a certain age, it's not your priority.
I was about to be like, I've been to a bar. I've never been to a club.
A club? I've been to clubs.
No, I've never been to a club.
Well, I'll take you at least once. There's one I really
Yay!
like.
Yeah, I've only been to bars.
I mean, we've been to convention raves. Same shit.
This is, yeah.
Pretty much, but less anime, I guess.
I also, I go to the bars, but also I go to a lot of the drag shows at the bars.
Yes, and that's also very fun.
So that feels more like a club, except I'm not dancing like and everyone around me is dancing.
Yeah. Slay. All right, but we're back with Lamento next week. I know this isn't the usual Lamento Tuesdays that we do, but changes in the schedule happened for me and for Ami. So she gives off the vibe she wants to date a guy and will do anything for me. No. I date whoever I feel like. Isn't that right, Ami?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna head out, and we'll be back next week for more Lamento. Because I think we'll probably go.
I don't
back
know.
To, yeah, you gotta check
my
your
schedule yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably gonna want to die, but
I know, me too.
I might sit it out. If you still want to play on Tuesday, I might sit it out just because I might be fucking eeping.
Are you sure? Okay, we'll talk.
But I'm not gonna like make any decisions yet. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. We'll take a look at it. I know, like I said, I'm still busy prepping for the convention coming up.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so we're still gonna be pretty light on streams for a while, but I plan to at least stay, just like I did with the letter. I plan to at least consistently stay with Lamento.
I was gonna be like a better consistency of streams.
Oh yeah. All right.
I'm not saying that your letter streams were bad. It's just, why was that story so long?
Listen, Lamento's really long too, but at least
okay. But at this time, I'm like, okay, I don't feel like I'm dragging my feet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time zone it may be for you. Have a wonderful day, and we're gonna head off from here. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.